Welcome to the INJIL Radio. 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 Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Judge, Master of the Covenant, Breaker of the Seven Seals, Crusher. Who am I? My second born sisters. Part 3, Famine, Great Tribulation. 13-part series, brothers and sisters. The Apocalypse. Covering the whole range of the Apocalypse, which Armageddon is properly Armageddon, is just one battle. I know Farrakhan was telling y'all Armageddon, his Armageddon's already started. Well, it has not. Maybe his Armageddon, whatever he thinks his Armageddon is. So I mentioned one time in the scriptures, that's in Revelations. He has no clue that means. No clue, unless he's broke the 7 seals. Because if you haven't broken the 7 seals, you're just pulling crap out your behind, because it tells you, no one in heavens or earth, or on earth, could break those seals but one individual. They couldn't break seals, couldn't look at it, couldn't get any information out of it. It was totally sealed. So unless Farrakhan's broken those seals, he had no idea what he's talking about. He's like, well, Armageddon's already. Well, let's unpack this, brothers and sisters. Now, his Armageddon's already started. Because I mean, people are staying up over a year. Here's Johnny come late. All of a sudden, since January, Armageddon's already started. Wait a minute. Mr. Prophet, you're supposed to tell us in advance, right? But your statement is already started, so that means you didn't see it coming. Because if you didn't see it coming, then why are you telling anybody? You could be a watchman, but tell before it happened. So you say, oh, it has already started, it means you didn't see it coming. And if you didn't, then you didn't do your job because you didn't tell anybody. Because when you told them, it's already started, like, oh, the hurricane is here. Wait a minute. We can see it's here. If it is here, we need the weatherman tell us that. He goes tell us, hey, the hurricane's on the way. What you need to do about it, get some details. The father said, oh, it started. Oh, well, okay, okay. And he says the war is all war. I mean, it's a great war. It's going to destroy 2/3 of the earth and all that. I mean, it's going to be a great war, a time war. I mean, his idea of Armageddon is going to destroy everything. The great war is going to all wars, because that's his idea of Armageddon. Nuclear war and everything, whole 9 yards, right? So if he says it's already started, then how do you know when they're going to start dropping the bombs? If it's already started, how do you know there'll be a nuclear attack here today or tomorrow? How do you know? He says it's already started, so I mean anything could happen. But he's not telling you that, is he? He's not telling you what to prepare, what to do. He said, well, just believe in him. Just stay forward to him. And maybe even pray. I mean, is that... It's problem is just, it's not even worth even talking about, actually. Because it already started. This is the great wars going to end all wars. Nuclear war in the whole 9 yards, right? Then, if it's already started, that means bombs can be dropping in a minute. Nuclear bombs can be going up any minute. Why are you talking about that? Why ain't tell you what you should be doing? I mean, the war's already started, right? And the house already on fire, right? Oh, the house on fire. Right? That's it. Well, if it's on fire, what do you do? If it's on fire, means flames, it's hot. People, if you're in there, you get burned up and everything. So it's already started, and it's going to be a war and all wars. Why is that telling you what to do? I mean, and tell you the facts. So who's going to hit what first? Where should go over here? Should do that. You see what I'm saying? Think about it. If you have the ability to think. Because he took the ability to think away from, that's the whole story about Peter, right? He said Peter, right? So you say these people, but you don't look and go see what these people did. What did Peter do? As fast as Jesus put it over the ears, he was cutting them off. That's what he did. Elijah Muhammad gave you ears to hear, and he fire came right behind him. Cut off. Devil ain't devil no more. Demons are spooky spirits. We're going to bring devil in our eye. We ain't going nowhere. Everything totally against. And then they go about Eric gets alive in the toy. And then he got nerve enough to say, that's not nerve. That's not even nerve. That's not even nerve. They don't have any nerves. They're all liars of the air weak. So you can't say his nerves. But they kept in and say, this is Elijah Muhammad's teaching. And that's a goddamn lie. A goddamn lie. Say that again, it's a goddamn lie. They're not teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. I was there. They're not secondhand stuff. I was there. I was there in Chicago from 1970 to 1975. I wasn't just everywhere selling papers. Right? I was a former Muhammad Street newspaper. Night shift, third shift. See? My wife, she ran Elijah Muhammad's MGT shop. Those old dresses and all that kind of stuff with MGT. She had been to his house. She talked to him. See? Her brother was a minister in Peoria. So I was there. One day they tried to get me to be a minister. I didn't want to be a minister. Because I'm not a personable type person. I don't particularly like dealing with people. I don't like people. I'm just hermit. I just, So they tell you that they're teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. They're telling a goddamn lie. They pick and choose little things here and there. But Elijah Muhammad said we'd be fools to stay here in land of imprisonment. We got the tapes saying it. This ain't something somebody I'm just saying my memory. We got the tapes. I'm telling you what. See? And No, we ain't going anywhere. See, I said one Negro butt, right? He didn't say that. He says, and then I played tape and he got mad. BLACKMAN says, I played tape and he got mad. See? Because you're going to hold on fire count no matter what. Especially the demons, he had no choice. So we're going to move on to this broad series, 13 part series, and we're going to cover Apocalypse from one into another. This is the third, part 3. Part 1 just gave the countdown to Apocalypse. Apocalypse hasn't started yet. It won't start until, well, at least without calculating what happened. As early as May, as late as July 2023. On record, I'm giving archives. As early as May, this next month, latest July. And that's going to kick off the Apocalypse, which Armageddon is just one battle. There's lots of battles. And we're going to cover them. There's some more that I'm not even mentioning. I'm giving you major battles. Okay? Hope I don't get any interruptions about this, but we got a lot of things going here, and if I do, I just have to stop and continue. Okay. Let's go on. Move on. Countdown to the Apocalypse. Countdown to the Apocalypse. I told my brothers and sisters, and I'm taking you up to the Apocalypse, which happened a couple of months, as early as May, late as July, according to my calculations, right? And then get you there, and then take you through it all the way to the end. Let's see here. This series, brothers, says these are the topics we'll cover. Always the Apocalypse. Give you details. We're not going to give you all this BS, conjecture, generalization. Oh, watch the weather. You see, Armageddon's already started. American unraveling. Never any details. And that's part of the math of deception. I'll talk about that at the end of this if we have time. Right? The math of deception. I tell you, everything is mathematics, brothers and sisters. Islam is mathematics, Islam. These are math of deception against you. I told you. The devils are using mathematics. I showed you the mathematics of electricity. I showed you that mathematics. Right? I showed you mathematics of 5 fundamental principles of Islam. Right? How they apply it. I showed you the mathematics in different forms. Now I show you the math of deception. It's actual mathematics, brothers and sisters. It's not something that they pull out there behind the club mathematics. Like now it's talking about, we're electrical beings. No, we're not. We're not electrical, because they don't understand how electricity works. Everybody goes, no, that's not, we're not electrical beings, brothers and sisters. We will be blown up. We're not electrical beings. It don't work that way. We're vibrating beings. It's a whole different thing. But see, you don't know. So electricity is the powerful thing we need. We're electrical beings. If you're still if we're electrical beings, how can we be electrocuted? How will we oppose electricity? If we're electrical beings, right? Then we should, electricity, should be favorable to us. But electricity kills us. You put your hand in an electrical socket and you get electrocuted. Because we're electrical beings, we can conduct electricity. That's what electrical beings do, they conduct electricity. But we don't conduct electricity, we resist electricity. So in order, what happens when you I shouldn't go into detail, but it says electricity is basically, let me just try as simple as possible, brothers and sisters. Say for instance, you got a bunch of people, right? A line of people, 100 people, they're all lined up. And every one of them has to have a basic basketball in their hand, has to have it. Because if you caught out a basketball in your hand, well, you get shot. Right? Somebody takes the basketball away from one of them. You're about to get shot. What are you going to do? He's going to snatch the basketball from another person. And they can't do the same thing. So I got a current. That's electrical current. See? And if you take two basketballs, the current goes faster. Because everybody snatch it because they might get shot. So this guy, so he got snatched. They take three, they get turned and get more. Electricity power increases. Right? That's electricity. That's electricity work. Our bodies don't work like that. Our bodies don't work like that. I don't know at all. See? But that's what they're so ignorant. They're trying to wax mathematical. We have no mathematics. Our bodies don't look like that. If you look like that, you burn up. That's why when you get electrical current, it burns you up. Because what happens is, if they put electrical current in you, okay, when you go and put your hand in a socket, right, it snatches electrons away from you. That's why you get electrocuted. So it does, your body is the same thing as that people in that line, right? So now they start snatching electrons from one part of your body to another, and next to it, because now you're throwing your body out of whack. And the point is, the electrons that hold your molecules together. So if you start pulling away, your molecules start coming apart. That's why you get burned. Electrical burns and things. Because they put electricity away, your skin comes unraveled. That's why I have a big scar there. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. The dumbass people, oh man, I'll be glad they're going. See, I'm patient, but I ain't that damn patient. You read about Jonah. Jonah wasn't patient at all. He said, Master, what you waiting for? What are you waiting for? And he said, no, man, he's merciful. He said, no, I'm going to wait. Give him a little more time. Because there's 120,000 right here from the left. I'm going to give him a little more time. Right? Because that's his baby. That's Muhammad's follows his baby. Oh, what's going on here? Having troubles here. Okay, anyway. We'll see. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Always a little technical. Always trying to stop this truth, brothers and sisters. Easy for them to put the sun out. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Get out. That's the message to you. Before apocalypse happened. Get out. Remember now when they close the doors? When apocalypse, he doesn't close these doors, brothers and sisters. And the only watch you can have out here is in the Lamb's Book of Life. And this is a mercy to you. See? Because it said those, right? It says, how do you say it? We should get the quote right. A snare. Right? A snare set for you, brothers and sisters. Right? Those set upon the earth comes out as a snare. Come out as a snare. What's a snare? A trap that you don't see, then you're caught in it. And you're about to be caught in this trap. And that's why Master Muhammad had to come. Michael, you never hear him talking Michael, do you? Who else could, we're going to be delivered. And is Michael going to do it? He got to be Master Muhammad. There's some other deliverer. So he's snatched out of here. He's snatched out of here, right? A time of unprecedented trouble. So he was in the trap, he goes there, right? It says, that's the time of Jacob's trouble. He'll be delivered out of it. We'll be delivered out of it. And he's only going to deliver those in the Lamb's Book of Life. But I'm giving you a mercy, brothers. I'm telling you to get the hell out of here before you're trapped. Get the hell out. Get out. That's why it says, we're going to read this, brothers. So tell me right here. It's a mercy to you. I'm giving it to you. After I saw another angel stepping out of heaven, having authority great, and earth was lighting up out of the glory of him, he cried out in a strong voice, saying, Babylon, Babylon fell. Great. That's America. She became the dwelling place of demons. Demons, that means real people. Headaches and dispositions and anxieties. They don't dwell anywhere. Their conditions. These are people here. Pharaoh cannot tell, oh, demons, because he's one of them. He is a demon. Where's a demon? It's chaff that was sown amongst the wheat. It's a devil's seed that looks like us. Devils in black skin. Wearing sheep clothing. Beware, he's told to beware of them, right? He's one of them, chief one. Louis Eugene Grounds, NY backwards. You can't make this up, brothers and sisters. And you can drop every unclean in prison, every unclean bird, having been hated because of the wild anger of fornication, her having fought all the nations. Who has control of the nation, brothers and sisters? Who's affected all the nation like that? And get back to, and just a little side segue here. Who is the only nation on the planet sanctioning everybody? Stop from buying and selling, and particularly what? Because they don't worship another beast, false Israel. Now how complicated does that be? Who is the only nation on the planet doing that? It's America. And if you're worshiping that, then you got the mark. You don't have a physical mark on when you're going to get it. 666. That means if you then you're going to hell. You're going to be destroyed. Because that's the beast that's a target of God's destruction. We're going to talk about that in a minute. See? Because this whole about famine here. And we're going to talk about that in detail. We're going to get details here. So if you can't get that, bro, just stop. Just go back to what NFL and NBA, right, and scratching your ass, whatever you was doing. Braiding your hair, right, pulling your pants down, sticking your ass out. Go, whatever you was doing. If you can understand a simple thing, that 666 is America, that sanctions everybody, that don't do what they tell them to do, and don't worship false Israel, right? If you can't see that simple truth, then stop. Don't waste your time. Just move on, brothers and sisters. I don't waste your time. Because you need all the time you got right now, but eat all the steaks and chitlins or whatever you're eating. Have fun with it right now, because a few more days, but you don't have nothing. So I'm leave it alone. Enjoy the last few minutes you got. Because you ain't got many, believe me. See? Okay. And of course, have fallen all nations. The kings of earth were committed fornication and traveled in merchants. Right? What's that? Capitalism, right? Earth committed fornication, right? And became rich. Who's supposed to be the rich country? America, right? I mean, how can you miss this? I heard another voice out of heaven say, come out of her, my people, get the hell out of here. So you're going to be taken out of place because you're the target of God's destruction, wrath, for what they did to us in the Holocaust. This dear brothers and sisters, chapter 18, read it. Let me on, brothers and sisters. I'll keep these pretty brief because, like I said, I got 13 of them. I'm trying to get one every day. It's a whole series because that's where we are right now. Apocalypse, part 3. This part 3, brothers, says the famine. Famine. See, famine. Brothers and sisters, you have no idea what's about to hit you. But I'm going to tell the brothers you don't have no idea what's about them. What's going on here, brothers and sisters? Okay. Oh, there you go. The crucifix they tell you about, brothers and sisters, that's us. We was crucified 5 years ago. They made clear war on us 5 years ago. They declared war on our whole nation 5 years ago. They destroyed us. It says they will come out the pit by abyss, right? Who was in the dark age for 1,000 years? Was it China? Was it India? Was it Australia? Or was it Europe? It says chapter 12, 20. That's how you see the whole world. You got to see about everything. It's right there. So clear your mind. Who was in the pit for 1,000 years? That was history. That was them. So you know who they were. And it says there was a resurrected nation. Who was a resurrected nation that was resurrected from That's Abraham's Islamic resurrected nation that kept them in the pit. You had the rise of Islam and the cast down of the European countries for 1,000 years. And then it would come out, seeking to kill, steal, and destroy. And that's exactly what happened. So they covered the whole earth. They didn't know about the whole earth. Who's covered the whole earth? What did the British say? The sun does not set on the British Empire. They covered the whole earth. And America, who's the two primary empires and who's the only two world empires, European world empires that you know about? America and Britain. Well, you can't. Okay. And so at the end, they would go around the people that imprisoned them, right? The holy city, and that's when they'd be destroyed. And that's what's Middle East. I should have mentioned that yesterday when I talked about the Middle East, or the day before. See? Because that's part of it. Anyway. But nothing changed, brother. So let me back up here. Nothing's changed. Nothing changed. They crucified, took everything away from everything. Everything away from us. See? They crucified a nation and they crucified a Suleiman. Crucifixion. See? They took everything. See? But Suleiman, he kept his nakedness. It was covered up because they took that. Pharaoh was destroyed and they'd been gone already. With my nation, he took everything. Nothing. See? He took everything. But Suleiman has his mind. That's the purpose. They took everything from him too. But he has mine. They took everything from my people. Everything. Toes naked. Toes naked. Crucified. Nothing. They left you with nothing. See? That Suleiman is going to return it back to you. Everything they took from you is, like it says in Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar's king came back 7 times greater than ever was before. And it was great before, but it goes 7 times greater. That's going to blow some fuses. Okay. Here it is. Part 3, famine, great tribulation. See? Famine. Okay, let's go into this, brothers and sisters. Now, we talk about the war in the Middle East. That's the war that triggers all this. Right? When that takes place, that triggers, that starts an apocalypse. When that takes place, you will have no power in the Middle East anymore. You have no control at all because the Shia will have total control all of it in the Middle East, all of it. See? Which, I'll explain this in yesterday, but I'm going a little bit here. Which means Europeans are stuck because they totally depend upon oil, Middle East and Russia, but they can't get Russian oil anymore because America got them in a conflict with Russia. And they don't like it. They don't like it. And that oil line that got blown up, they don't like it. And so now they're in real trouble because now they have no access to oil at all. And America cannot give it to them because America has got rid of SPR, Strategic Petroleum Reserves, and they're going to need oil because they got defeated in the Middle East. And that's what's supposed to happen. That wasn't supposed to happen. The Air Force was destroyed. They can't tell the public how the Air Force was destroyed because Michael and his angels will make war. That's why Muhammad going to destroy the Air Force. It's not going to be of no value. It's not going to work. It's going to be like a dud. Right? Blanks. And when they try to pull that nuclear trigger, that's going to be blanks too. Well, if they try to pull a nuclear trigger, it blanks too. So now they at the mercy. They outnumber like hundreds to 1 over there. See? So they have total control of it. So now the only source of oil they have would be nobody. Because Middle East, they cut them off. So now they have to go back to Russia, please. So that means that they have to ally with Russia against America. That's what it says. They're all going to turn against me. You already see it happening right now. And the war hasn't even started. France is talking dissing America. Brazil is dissing America. Japan is dissing. I told you before, Japan was going to end up going against America when the war starts. Everybody's walking away. But you see nothing there because they're going to be totally abandoned. They got not any friends at all. Made amongst themselves because the enemy, the whole country is going to be a war against itself. With their loyal house Negroes, they're going to turn against them, demons. So that's something we're going to talk about down the line. But what happens when that's cut off? And America finds it just got defeated, and as a result of being defeated, that kicks off Armageddon East. Because when the Europeans have to turn to Russia for oil, because they can't even battle, they don't have no reserves over there. They can't even go to battle, even help American battle anyway, go to the oil and handle all of the for the military. The civilian population not going to sit around, even if they had it, they would sit around and starve everything because of the war that America started, they weren't for. So that gets more political stuff. But the bottom line is they have to do that. And now you got all these military bases over there and hundreds of thousands of soldiers over there, and now they're exposed. Because when you side Russia, that means they're going to take out all those military sites. They're going to attack them. Now America's are going to defense. That's Armageddon East. That's Armageddon East. And plus, they're going to have to explain to the public how the Air Force got destroyed. And they can't tell them the Master Muhammad did it, that these so-called UFOs, they can't tell them that. So Russia. You see already building up anyway. And that's what happened. So now they're in war over there. Armageddon East. See, if you understand Angel, there's two Armageddon. There's a place Armageddon and there's a people Armageddon. That's all stored together. So you got Armageddon East and Armageddon West. It says they're taking the one place called Armageddon. Called Armageddon. I mean, it was. How called that? Like somebody call you, whatever. I mean, that's that might be a name, but they call you that. Shorty. Your name may be J.A. Shorty. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what triggers Armageddon over in Europe. But now America needs all the oil they do have for military. That means you have a total drought of oil, and oil ruins everything in America. Oil ruins everything. Like your heart stopping. And your body dies. The whole economy, everything just dies. It dies in Europe too, for a minute. Until they allow that's forcing to allow with Russia. Because when the oil cut off, Chap 18 says that economy totally collapsed overnight. Only way it's revived and they take it allow with Russia. When they do that, then that's Armageddon East. And now America's got a fool had to go in and support their military. That means all the oil they do have has to be used for that purpose. That means we're all for consumer, for public consumption. If there's very little, say initially there'll be a little. Because it says they'll sell cow, a bird dung, it'll be astronomical amounts of money. And a donkey's head, astronomical amount of money. That's why he said they're going to throw their money in the streets. The gold in the money in the street because it'll be worth nothing. If there's no oil, it'll be worth nothing. Because there'll be no food. And no food, it might not mean anything to you. If you starve to death, you give $1 billion away to eat. To get a hamburger. You tell me if you starve to death and you got $1 billion right here, and he say, I want $1 billion for a hamburger, you want to pay it. You want to pay it. If no ifs, ands, or about it, especially these weak people, these devils, they want to pay it. And that's why I say the 30 million street will be worthless, because they can't get any food at all. There's nothing to buy. Initially, for a few days, it'll be something, but they'll run all the food that's left in his factories and everything else all gone. In the warehouse, everything's all gone. Walmart scars. We're running all that stuff. Once they realize no food, in those few days that the food is here, aid might cost you, what, $1,000 an aid? Can you afford that? Because they don't have no oil to transport the stuff. I mean, if they can't get oil, how much you think is what, $10,000 a gallon or whatever? So if they do that, that means they got to support the food from, if they can get it from the farms, because people around the farms are going to took that already. Right? They got to get from there to processing place, to process places, warehouses, right? So warehouses to the stores, right? And how much that will cost? By the time you get to the store, what? It costs you $10,000? If they can get that far, because they get hijacked there. You understand what I'm saying, brother and sister? That's instant famine. That's why you'll be drinking blood, because there'll be no water. How do you get water to you? How do you get your water? If you don't get it from the stores, you get it from the sink, and they got to pump it in. How do you get pumping in the oil to do that? So we have no food, no oil. It's coming. As soon as that war breaks out in a minute, it's right behind that. See? And they're going to see the first good hit. See, I heard someone say, well, there's going to be famine in the Middle East. Not been a fan of the Middle East. I mean, to say things correctly. There'd be a famine in false Israel. It's more like, famine might be a word, but they're under siege, and no food will be allowed to go in or out. And that's why it says, men's hearts be filled with fear. Those things come upon the earth, because powers of heaven be shaken. That means heaven has to be somewhere they can see, recognize, otherwise how they know it be shaken. The heaven is Middle East. And you think they see what happened to false Israel over there, when it's taken down, right? It's under siege, right? And their nuclear trigger is trying to be a blank. And they're under siege, and they're starving. And they're going to have drones all over the place. Wise people, this is the scripture say they're going to cannibalize each other. Son of father, he be son of the fathers. And they're going to see us all over the world. The cannibalism is going to take place in false Israel. So we'll start there. And they're going to say, you see it coming here. They said, men's hearts be failing. They'll feel those things come. They know it's coming here. It's from European countries, specifically America. So they know it's coming here on the way. And especially now the teachers, everything has become clear. They know it's on the way. And their hearts failing for fear. They know it's coming. But their hearts failing for anxiety of it, anticipation of it. What do you think will happen once it gets here? So that's the famine, brothers and sisters. So we're going to talk about some more detail about famine. That event will cut America off and it'll be a famine. Total famine here. No food at all. None, zero. They will be doing a smile on their face, though. And first, it's going to come out. It's going to be like I'm going to go a lot of detail in this, brothers and sisters. I say, flee. Why did you flee? Why are you telling you to flee? You're not fleeing from the army. You're not fleeing from the Air Force. You're not fleeing from the police. You're fleeing from your next door neighbor. They tell you don't go in your house. Don't get your baby and there's one. But if you're fleeing from the police or an army or whatever, right? It may be just for you to run anyway because you run right into them, wouldn't you? And you didn't have time to get there anyway. So if you're fleeing from the army and you're fleeing from the police force, they catch you when you get on the highway. And that's not what you're fleeing from. You're fleeing from your neighbor because they're going to eat you. And it says it's going to be seafood at first. But when it kicks in, right? They'll say, hey, we got food. Why don't you come over, Sammy? See, got a lot of Negro bus out there living out there amongst them. See, most of the original people could be in the cities. They don't have to be doing much fleeing. But the ones living out in the suburbs, remember, civil rights movement, they want to be close to master, house Negroes. See? But you got a lot of us out there too. A lot of us out there too. Ain't just the demons. The house Negroes, just not them. But it says flee, because flee your neighbor. They say, hey, come over, Sammy. We got food here, man. You don't know, you're going to be the food. Walking, boop. They say, no, you're in the oven. If they have an oven, they probably don't have an oven. Unless they got a gas oven. When the gas runs out, that won't work. Anyway, you're going to be in the pot, whatever. You're going to be the meal. See? And people be missing everything. And then that can be a little while, maybe a week or whatever, before they people figure out. They're eating people. And that starts another whole war. And we get into as we get along in the series. See, but that's why it says flee. Because they're going to be eating you. You don't believe it? Let's see what Scripture says. Let's see what Scripture says, brothers and sisters. Okay? Just a little graphics. Okay? Starving. These people can't run. Females, they have missed the meal in 5 years. Taking for other people's mouths. We will go through I'll do some research. We'll go to some biblical scriptures, see what they have to say about it. Look at this one. This is what the Lord God says. This Jerusalem, I place her at the city of nations with lands around her, but she has rebelled against my ordinance, more weaker than the nations. So you think they're talking about Jerusalem? So you understand this talking about America here. See, more than nations, and against my statutes more than lands which surround her, for they have rejected my ordinances and have not walked in my statutes. Therefore, this is what the Lord God says: because you have more turmoil than nations that surround you, right? And have not walked in my statutes. So all this stuff is going on, right? No execute my ordinances, no acting in accordance with ordinances of the nations around you, right? It means you don't obey your commandments and stuff. You do whatever you want to do. You put things with people and everything. You make agreements you don't keep them. You know what the so-called made Americans or whatever, right? Therefore, this is what the Lord said: no, I will execute judgment against you in the sight of the nations. That means whoever this nation is, the judgment is going to be against them, and everybody's going to see it because they're their target. So, who is this nation that's so bad that God's going to particularly target them? See, he says, do as you have done shall be done to you. The judgment take place 1619 and 2019. That's the 40 years that they were in the covenant. The 2020 will be the judgment. It came in right on time. Kill the firstborn, that's the elderly, and pass over us. It did. Check the World Health Organization. See how it affected Africa. Somehow it wasn't affecting Africa with blacks, but they tell you dropping like flies, right? That's beginning of judgment. As you had done, shall be done to you. So America, what have you been doing for the last 40 years? How'd you get this man? What happened to you? Genocide? What happened to brains over here destroying us? Raping us, killing us, murdering us, and everything else? As you had done, shall be done to you. God has not mocked. So you're going to be made an example of for me. That's what it says right here. Let's go a little further, bro. It says Ezekiel. I'm actually putting in so you can go in and do it yourself. He made himself, no, here's Ezekiel 5:10. And because of all your abominations, I will do among you what I have not done, and like which I will never do again. It says also in the Quran, it says, I will punish you like I've never punished any other nation before. Because it says, they was asking Jesus, hey, we need food. So, okay. So the last time I will give you food. But if you disobey me after I do this, right, I will chastise you like I chastise no other nation ever. Talking about the same people. Adam. Right? I'll never do it again. So you talk about that happened way back as far as Israel 4,000 years ago. Then why are you talking about? And now we're talking about the great tribulation going to be worse than it before. So they couldn't be talking about like I said, never do it again. So there got to be something happening now. Because this is what time of unprecedented trouble. Then this makes it happen now. Because we said never do it again, so if that happened way back then we shouldn't be worried about anything. Because they'll never do it again. But they're telling them to be a great destruction. So we got to turn around now. See, you can tear stuff apart if you got a mind. But if Farrakhan just told you something, you shouldn't think. Don't think. Just listen to him. Therefore, fathers will eat their sons among you. Cannibalism. They would do it as a famine, a total famine. The pets are gone. The dogs are gone. This time next year will be a dog in America. Will be a cat in America. Oh, I just got this platform. Because you can't say about cats and dogs. You say about negroes. You can't say about cat and dogs. Therefore, fathers eat their sons among you, and sons eat their fathers. For I will execute judgment on you and scatter you all your remnants to every wind. They try to say it was us. We weren't cannibals. They try to make us cannibals. They wasn't cannibals when they came and got us. We weren't their father, we weren't their son, their father. We wasn't doing that. They try to make that applies to us. Right? See? For I will execute judgment on you and scatter all your remnants to every wind. Therefore, as I live, declares the Lord, if that applied to us, that meant all Africa could have been dispersed. If that applied, what did it imply? It says some of you, it was done to all Africa, it was the whole nation, it was done to all Africa. Right? We're talking about a whole nation here. That means it was done to all Africa. It's also about us. All Africa has been dispersed right now. And And therefore, as I live, declares Lord God, because you have defiled my sanctuary with all the detestable idols and with all your abominations. That gets a deeper thing. But we're talking about real Jerusalem. That's another story. I definitely will also withdraw my eye, and my eye will have no pity, and I will not spare these. Woo! So day of wrath is come. It's told the Lamb and the God. Who's the Lamb? The one broke the 7 seals. He said, have no pity. None, zero. Why? What you done hard cuss my people? Chapter 8 said, do double. And a third of you will die by plague or perish by famine. That famine is supposed to feed you, but perish by it. Plague and famine. When the plagues among you, a third will fall by a sword among you, a third will scatter every wind. I will unsheathe a sword behind them. That means the war is coming here. That's the goat war. We're going to talk about that later on. So famine is just beginning your problem. You have famine. When the famine, you have wars during the famine here. Then the war over there. During the famine, you're going to be a war over in Armageddon East. Right? But there's going to be war here too. I'm going to get to those. We get to those wars. Right? But if you got a famine, everybody's going to be eating everybody. No food. You can't trust anybody. That's why children be great with it. They can't stay home. Because they'll be eating. What happened to Sally, Mom? Oh, I ain't seen her. How come her hair is in that pot? Okay, Leviticus. And if despite all this, you disobey and continue hostile to me, because they don't obey, go right now, you see what's going on? I'm a man. I feel like a man today. I feel like a woman today, right? I would do anything. And it tells you script. That's totally. She had no discipline. A part of discipline because it takes energy to have discipline, and they're weak discipline by nature. That's why I had to keep sending prophets to them to boost them back up. So we're very disciplined people by nature. They're very undisciplined. That's why I had to prophets they kept falling away. They're disciplined, and what's this? What do it mean? In other words, you can't discipline your body. Your body just wants to do everything it wants to do. You want to eat all the time. You want to do everything. All your lose taste, right? All your every sensation. It's out of control. So you want everything. You want to be a man. You want to be a woman. You want to sleep. That's what that means. That's a sign that you're being destroyed because you have no cap. You have to control your appetites because your body's out of control, and so you try to satisfy all of them. So you just they know what you are, anything. You're doing this, you're doing that, you're doing everything you can think of because your body's just out of control. You're doing all this stuff. That's what's going on right now, and that's a sign of destruction. Because when you lose discipline, it means you lose power. That's another story, but I'm not sure I'll get to deep into that. Okay. So they use the word discipline. In spite of all this, you discipline, continue hostile with me, continue my hostile rage against you. Hostile rage against you. It's talking about God himself. And so I swear him also, we'll talk about that in a minute. And I myself will discipline you. So you're going to put some discipline, because you don't have any. For your sins 7 times. Woo! Till you begin to eat the flesh of your own sons and daughters. Here again, famine. Why you just why you eat the flesh of your sons and daughters? Because you have no food. There's no food at all. I will demolish your high places, overthrow your incense stands, and cast your corpse upon the course of your idols. In my loathing of you, I will lay waste your cities and desolate your sanctuaries, refuse in your sweet-smelling offerings. So devastated will I leave the land that your enemies who come live there will stand aghast at the sight of it. And you I will scatter among the nations at the point of my drawn sword, leaving your countryside desolate, your seas deserted. We're dragging him with ships, not by swords, but that's another story. Well, whatever. And then shall the land during the time of his low waste make up his Lord's Sabbath while you're in the land of your enemies. Then shall land have rest, and make up for a Sabbath during all time that lies desolate, enjoying the rest that you would not would have on your Sabbath when you lived there. That gets to a little more spiritual stuff, but I'm not going to, that's not the point I'm trying to make here. I'm just talking about the famine. And I will, this is Jeremiah now. And I will frustrate the plan of Judah and Jerusalem in this place. I'll make them fall by the sword before their enemies, and by the hand of those who seek their life. I will make their their corpses food for the birds of the sky and the animals of the earth. I also turned this city into an object of horror and hissing. She said we wouldn't have no cities. Remember you told me we had no cities? We was in the jungle out there, right? So based on that idea, it could be us, right? We said we had no cities. We was in the jungle. We was the apes out there, right? But it says, and turn this city into an object of horror and hissing. Every passerby will appalled his because of its disasters. Now, here we go. And I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and flesh of their daughters, sons and daughters, right? They'll eat one another's flesh. Not just son and daughter. They eat one another's flesh during the siege. What siege? That's when the goat comes. There's another war. Because China's coming. China's coming. We're going to talk about that war. And the hardship was the enemies of these who see life will torment them. Okay? Because when this famine kicks in, it's going to stay until Armageddon's over, Armageddon West's over, and Armageddon East. Because Armageddon signals the end of European civilization. That's not the end of all the wars. It's the end of European civilization. That's what Armageddon does. He says, well, in all wars, no. That just began a lot of wars. See? Let's move on. Here's Deuteronomy. The Lord will bring a nation against you from far away, from the end of the earth. As the eagle swoops down, a nation whose language you will not understand. Yes, that would define. You see, the thing is, if they said it was us, then they have to admit they treat us really badly, didn't they? Right? A nation with a defiant attitude who will have no respect for the old, nor show favor to the young. Furthermore, it will eat the offspring of your herd and produce your ground until you are destroyed. So they would come in. That wouldn't happen in Africa. They didn't go in and take over the land. They found the colonialism, right? See? Caucasus. That was the word Caucasus. I couldn't get that word out for nothing, but Caucasus, right? So they came in, they took people out of Africa. It was a while before they went in and tried to colonize it, right? Furthermore, they eat the offspring of your herd, right? Just eat your cattle, that kind of stuff, right? That didn't happen. Didn't happen in Africa. Until you are destroyed. A nation that will leave you no grain, no wine, no oil, no newborn of your cow, or the young of your flock, until they have eliminated you. Africa's not been eliminated. Africa's not been eliminated. And it will besiege you and all your towns until you, that word to besiege, they didn't come to besiege the whole Africa, until you have fortified walls. What's weird? High fortified walls in which you trust to come down throughout your land, and it will besiege you and all your towns throughout your land, which Lord God has given you. First of all, nobody gave us Africa. We lived there forever. America was given to them. See? It was given to them. It was, we say given to them like it was a present God gave. No. See? But Adam was given rule. That's what it means, bro says, but, he be careful reading these things. But Africa wasn't given to us. Or given to, see what I'm saying? Then this is Deuteronomy 28. Then you eat the offspring of your own body. This is foreign bonuses. You don't do this unless you eat no food. Then you eat the offspring of your own body, the flesh of your sons and your daughters, who Lord your God has given you. See? That didn't happen in Africa. They got covered with camels. We had camels over there. And even if we weren't, this didn't happen there. This did not happen there. right? Africa was the richest country, during that time, Africa was the richest country on the planet. Just wasn't united. During the siege, Africa wasn't under siege. When they came and got stores out here, Africa was not under siege. The African kings and everything else, they were fighting, they might have been fighting each other to some extent. There was no siege. That siege of the goat comes in. China. And the hardship by which your enemy will oppress you. The man who is refined and very delicate among you will be hostile towards his brother. See, we're totally hostile in America. There's not been a friendship. Everybody will be hostile to each other. It tells you that. I said total destruction here. And towards the wife he cherishes, he's going to be hostile to everybody. His brother, his wife, and towards his children. So that means everybody's going to be against each other. Because it's hunger, it's total chaos. And so that he will not give even one of them into the flesh of his children. He won't even share, he's eating his children, he won't even share with his mother, his brother, anybody. He's eating his children, right? Which he will eat. Since he has nothing else left, there's no other food during the siege. That never happened anything that happened in Africa. Nothing even close. During the siege. And the hardship of which your enemy will oppress you in all your towns. Go further. The refined and delicate woman among you who would not venture to set the sole of her foot on the ground because her delicateness and tenderness will be hostile toward the husband she cherishes and toward her son and daughter. Same thing, right? And toward her afterbirth. She's pregnant. She has afterbirth, right, that comes from between her legs and toward her children, to whom she gives birth. But she will eat them secretly. Eat them for lack of anything else. During the siege. Nothing that happened in Africa. It's going to happen here. Apocalypse, brothers and sisters. Famine. Stage 2. First the war, which will trigger famine. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Get out. Or you build them in you. Okay. Take also the wheat. Okay, this is equal, right? Take also the wheat, barley, and beans, and let him those millet and spelt, and put them in one vessel, and make the bread thereof according to the number of days that thou shalt lie upon that side. Even 309 days shall thou eat thereof. And thy food which thou shalt eat shall be by weight 20 shekels a day. From time to time shalt thou eat it. And thou shalt drink water by measure, 6 parts of him. And from time to time shalt thou drink, and thou shalt eat it as barley cake, and thou shalt bake it in their sight with dung that come out of men. They're eating dung that come out of men. Shit. That's what I'm telling you. They're going to eat, and they shall bake it in their sight with dung that comes out of men. Even thus shall children of Israel eat their bread unclean among the nations where thou drive them. See, what is saying right here? Now you're talking about us. This is what they fed us. They fed us. Chitlins. That's what it was called back then. Until they let you out the fields. They want to sell it to you now, so they took the S off and put a C here. And you still buy it. And you see it when you eat it. You smell it and you see it floating. Okay? And right here. And the other say, even thus shall the children of Israel eat their bread unclean among nations where I drive them. Then said I, O Jehovah, ho, my soul has not been polluted. For from my youth up until now have I not eaten of that which of itself or of his torn bread beast. Neither came thee of down flesh to my mouth. He said unto me, see, I have given 3 cows, right? This is deep, brothers. I'm not going to the depth. If read it, those you've been studying, read it carefully. You'll be surprised what you're saying here, right? See, I give thee 3 cows I have given thee cows dung for man's dung. Thou shalt prepare thy bread thereof. Well, here's talking about Suleiman. See, it says, he's talking about our people, right? It says that we don't eat unclean food. It says Suleiman eat unclean food. They said he would stop. He wouldn't. Cow dung would be as far as it would go. It wouldn't get the human dung, which they gave us during Holocaust. See, but he suffered too. They say he suffered like the rest of the people. But he said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll stop at that point. He said to me, see, I've given thee cow dung for a man's dung. Instead of that, I will give you a man's dung. You don't have to give that. Because if he made sure money eat that, and he's a lamb, talking about wrath, oh man, it went off the page. Whoever you said to me, son of man, behold, I will break the staff of the bread of Jerusalem. I shall eat bread by weight. See, he's talking about, when I told you, this Jerusalem talking about America, right? And they shall drink water by measure, and this man, they shall want bread and water, and be dismayed with one another, pound with iniquity. I probably shouldn't have gotten this one, but this is a little too deep, but then maybe you will understand. Okay, Deuteronomy is another thing here, right? I'm just going down to the part where I got highlighted. And the Lord said, bring you into the land where you are entering to take possession of it. Right, we're going home. This is where we're going home. The Lord, your God, brings you into the land where you are entering to take possession of this. We're going home. Abraham the covenant, right? He drives away many nations from before you. See, we got to go in the war. We got that's another war we ain't talking about here, right? And he tells the Gishmites and the Amorites, the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and Jehovah, and 7 nations greater and mightier than you. See, all nations against us. You can't be talking about America here. Because America will be the greatest nation. Nobody's greater than America. It's us. All nations against us. Because all nations are greater than us. Because our nations are broke down. We don't have a nation. Farrakhan made sure of that. 7 nations greater and mightier than you. And the Lord your God turns them over to you, and you defeat them. You shall utterly destroy them. That's that rock stone that's going to crush all the nation. That little stone. Because all the nations are greater than that stone, but he's going to crush them all. Right? You shall not make covenant with them, nor be gracious, no show no pity at all, none. Furthermore, you shall not intermarry with them. We're going to bring them to NOI. If you bring them to NOI, that means they're brothers and sisters, right? So how come they can't marry? You only got one that Abdul from Mexico, whatever. He's a demon. He married some probably another demon, dark skin tone, I don't know, right? And you shall not intermarry them. You shall not give your daughters to their son, nor they take their daughters for your sons. You know, Mama said it should be number 5. Okay, you can bring them in. He said, I got the message back, but that was one thing. We prohibit that. But he said he's teaching God's Mama's teaching. So they would turn themselves away from me, from following me. Right? That's what's going on. They do Farrakhan. And they will serve other gods. Then the angel of the Lord will be killed against you, and he will quickly destroy you. But this is what you shall do to them. You shall tear down their altars, smash their millstones, cut their asherim to pieces, and burn their carved images in the fire. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for his personal possession of all the people who are on the face of the earth. Abraham's covenant. See Abraham. And that can't be Farrakhan if he says follows the devil. So he can't be see Abraham, can he? So we got a few more of these, brothers and sisters. Isaiah. This is what the Lord said. Behold, we're talking about the family, you know. I will lift up my hand to the nations and set my flag to the people. I'll set my flag to people. They will bring your sons in your arms. Listen to this. And they will, see, in other words, I will lift my hand to the nation, and I'll set my flag to the people. Those we're going to set our flag. We're going to set our flag. And I'll bring your sons, and they will bring your sons in their arms. They're going to serve you. That's what we're talking about. They're going to serve us. And your daughters, they will carry on their shoulders. The kings will be your guardians. The made king of the world. They're going to protect you, right? And they're the princes, your nurses. See, they can be our servants. They will bow down to you with their face to the ground. This is your future, brothers and sisters. And lick the dust from your feet. Isaiah 49, go look it up. Lick the dust from your feet. That's particularly for our sisters. They will lick that That's from that, because the way they're our sisters, I said we're going to lift our sisters up. All of this is going to worship at their feet. And you will know that I am the Lord. Those who hopefully wait for me will not be put to shame. You be patient, brothers and sisters, you will be put to shame. And can the prey be taken from the mighty man or the cat from the tyrant? Time be rescued? We're the prey. America's the tyrant. They've been tyrannical against us since we've been here. We're the prey. America's not the prey. We're the prey. They're the mighty. There's this. Come on, our people. One whole thing about the plagues was to get true Israel out of Egypt. Indeed, this is what the Lord said. Even the captives of the mighty man will be taken away, and the prey of the tyrant will be rescued. For I will contend with the one who contends with you. He's going to contend with America, but contend with us. And I will save your sons. I will feed your Here we go again. I will feed your oppressors with their own flesh. Now, who is we oppressing? If that was us, who is we oppressing? We're oppressing anybody who's on back in Africa, right? I will, who oppressed us? We oppressed 40 years, oppressed for 40 years. I'll feed your oppressors with their own flesh. And they become drunk with their own blood as with sweet wine. They ain't gonna be any water. You ain't food any water. So we have to drink blood. And you man who knows I, the Lord, am your Savior, your Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. Father says he's the Savior. He's really his will. Yeah, okay. I'm just showing you what the scripture said, brothers and sisters. Lamentations. It is dry. It has come like wood. Better off for those killed by sword than those killed by hunger. That means, let's tell you, it's going to be so, the family is so bad, you'd be better if killed by a sword. You'd rather be killed by a sword, because if you're killed by hunger, that's much worse. For they waste away, stricken by lack of reduced food. There's no food. They waste away. The hands of compassionate women bore their own children. They became food for them due to the destruction of the daughter of my people. That's consequence, repayment, revenge. They bore their own children. They became food for them due to the destruction of the daughter of my people. That's what they did to our women. Now they're eating their own children. Boring them. The Lord has spanned his wrath, and he has poured out his fierce anger. He has kindled a fire in Zion, and it will be consumed in foundation. The king of the earth did not believe, nor did they have any other inhabitants of the world, that the adversary of the enemy would enter the gates of Jerusalem. That the adversary and enemy would enter the gates of Jerusalem. And it gets into the war of Middle East war, but I'm not going to talk about that. Right, so I'm not going to explain that here. See, Lord, and look, with whom you dealt this way. Should women really eat their children, the little ones who were born healthy? Should women really eat their children, the little ones who were born healthy? They were born healthy and they eat them. Children, you're talking about babies, the children that was healthy. Should priests and prophets really be killed in the sanctuary of the Lord? That's about these preachers and everything else. They eat them. They don't blame for lying, but they paid them to lie. They wanted to hear them, but now they've been caught. They're going to blame them. They don't eat them. I told you, Muhammad said this stuff. He said he wouldn't be one of these preachers if she was made of gold and silver. I'm telling you right now, these preachers, they won't have a chance. They're going to turn them right away and say, hey, you should have warned us about this. You told us, right? Anyway. Okay, you can read as you leisure, boy. Says I'm gonna cause I got quite a few more things to do here. Say. Okay, now we're gonna talk about we're gonna talk about the seals, and then we're gonna do something else. Let me do something right here real quick, brothers and sisters. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, 1 second, brothers and sisters. to answer this. Right back. Thank you. Thank you. Verses that said these interruptions. But just wig it out. Okay. What I'm doing here, brothers and sisters, this is angel, and if you look at chapter 6, the seals. And I don't understand this, but like I said, you have to break the seals to understand. I'm revealing it to you. Okay, so I'm going to go here, and I'm going to talk about the first 4 seals, right? Because it gets all about the family, right? And I saw when you open the lamb out of 1 out of 7 seals. That's the first one. Heard out of the 4 living saying, "Where's the thunder? Be you coming?" I saw, look, a white horse sat upon a having bow. White horse, having bow, and was given crown. He will not conquer in order to conquer. It means he makes 2 conquests. This one sitting on his white horse. And the point here is, right, he has authority. Right? See, he for conquering and conquering. There's authority. Keep that in mind, right? Okay, he has 2 conquests to make. Keep authority, keep that in your mind. Now, when you open up the second seal, the second heard voice saying, "Be you coming?" Now another was fiery red. This is a fiery red, and the setting point was given to him, take peace out of earth, and to give him, in order that one to kill one another will slaughter, and was given a great sword. Remember, he took peace out of earth, and he was given a sword. First one got authority, this one got a sword. See, this one got war. He got fight. He wanted to fight. The other one got authority. This one has a sword. Keep that in mind. Authority, sword. Right? This has authority. He's come. Right? He has control of something. This one has a sword, and he has, he's taking peace away. So that's war, right? Okay, let's look at this a little further here. Keep that in mind now. Oops. And then you get the third seal. Now keep verse 2 in mind, right? You open the third seal, I heard third living saying, "Be you coming?" And I saw, look, horse black. The first had a white horse, a red horse, and a black horse. Second had a yoke in his hand. He got a yoke. So I'm not going to spell the yoke and everything, right? But I'm just going to get to the point here. And I heard as voice in the midst of the 4 living saying, "Showings of wheat and denarius and 3 shillings of barley of denarius, some money. So it's 3-1 here. It's 3-1. And oil and wine, not you should treat unrighteously. But just keep in mind, it says 3 shillings of barley of denarius. Right, you got 3. Okay, wheat. You got 1 wheat saying for 6 shillings of denarius, that's $1, right? You get 1 wheat for $1, but you get 3 barley, right, for $1. So 3-1. So for $1 you get 3. For $1 you get, if you get barley, you get 3 of them, but then you get 1 wheat for $1. Okay, it's 3-1. Keep that in mind. And you open the seal the 4th. Remember, this has something, right? It's food. It's food. It's something with food, right? So now you got authority, you got a sword, and you got food. Keep those in mind, right? And you open up the seal of 4th, I heard a voice living saying, "Be you coming?" I said, "Look, greenish yellow horse." They say pale, that's the King James Version, that's wrong. And said upon it, man whom death and Hades was following him, and was giving him authority. That's the first one, right? On the 4th earth, so yeah, on the 4th earth, that's America, but I'm not going to try. Well, maybe I will try to explain it as we move on. The killing long sword, authority, then sword, then famine. Right? Food, authority, sword, food, famine. And death by wild beasts of the earth. We're going to talk about that last part. Just told those 3. Remember? So that's what he's talking about. So he's telling you what those 3 stood for. So who are those 3? Who are those 3? See? So the bottom line is, what you really want to know is, right? It says, who's this barley and who's wheat? Because that's the food. That's the food they're going to be eating. Let me say this clearly. Remember, the third one is about famine, but that's food. That's the food they're going to be buying and selling. So what is that food? And so how is that a famine if they got that food? How is it famine if that's food? If that represents food, how is it famine? Because famine represents that 3rd horse there. So this means famine. But we got food there. You can buy this food. Right? So look at that carefully. Now here's the angel key here. You have those 4 horses. See? You have the white one, the red, the black one, and the green one. See? And they represent the original nature, 4 parts of it. Right? 3 of them are demons, 1 of them are saints, or wheat, barley and the wheat oil, chaff and wheat. That's what it means. I know those you understand the key. This is going right past your head. But those who stand the key, they understand what it means. That means that's what they're going to be eating. Eating you. You're going to be the food. If you're here, you're going to be the food. 3 demons, that's the barley, and 1 wheat. That's the nature of Islam. After it's resurrected, after the fire comes cast out. That's what it's telling you. Because that couldn't be talking about food. How can it be talking about food? There's a famine. There's no famine. How are they selling food? There's a famine. There's no food. They tell you there won't be any food. And the only food going to be is people. And so that means that barley and wheat represents people. We understand, brothers and sisters. That's what I'm trying to show you here. Maybe you get it, maybe you don't. Hope you get at least enough to get the hell out of here. Get out of here. Run. Flee. See, there it is right there. Get authority. 4th of the earth. 4th of the earth. See, those represent European countries. America, Britain, falls Israel, America, Britain, Russia, and Europe. That'd be a 4th earth. And that's 4th, right? And America is the 4th. That's one. See, who's that when you get 4th? See, there's one down here, so he was giving, and if you understand the angel key, that's an African. The first was African. The second was Asian. The third was Oriental. And the last was European. That's what you got top here. If you understand the key, the top part, that represents Africa. The middle, the one down that represents Asia. That's why I got the symbols there. House of Saad, that's Asia, right? Orient, Buddha. and Europeans behind him. So as an African, they say that was Obama. For conquering it means his first conquest being president of the United States. You have another conquest to make. I'm not going to talk about it right now. Right? See, let's talk about there. So he had authority. It would be Africa that would have authority over the earth, over America, 1/4 of the earth. So what European country had an African that was ruling the country but America? Mm-hmm. So I hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So that's what we're showing here. There's more brothers and sisters. Where we're in here. Move on, brothers and sisters. Get out. If you understand anything else, brothers and sisters, get out. Take a couple months. If you can afford it, go to Africa, someplace. Just get out. Get the hell out. Don't like me, you don't like what I'm saying, just get the hell out. Don't take my chances, go. Just go, brothers and sisters. Just go. Okay, here we go. Get out. Get out. Oops, okay. I see what happened here. I'm not going to fix it. I'll let it go. Ooh. Okay, this is angel key here again. Okay. Show what it looks like. That's one. It takes different forms depending on the chapter. So here, I'm showing that because I'm going to quickly go through where we are right now, leading up to Pablo. I said the war in the Middle East, right? Against false Israel, America, Britain, and against it. That's what trigger apocalypse. That's the war in heaven. Michael's angels go against dragon's angels. Who's a dragon? House of Sod is angels of America, Britain, false Israel, and angels of Master Muhammad is the Shia. They try to say Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan's the two witnesses. Okay, I don't waste time. Okay, well, I'm not sure. I'm going to go this pretty quickly. We're talking about chapter 11. It said they witnessed 42 years. They did. From 48 to 1990, and then America would invade the Middle East. That's what we're talking about right here. I'm going to go with this briefly, brothers and sisters. See? And so they made the Middle East, they would be thrown down, and there'd be an opposition right there for 24 years. See? 3 years and a half. Half of what? Half of 42 years was 21. That's 24. It's for 24 years, right? See, that was sanctions and everything else, right? He was under that position for 24 years, right? And then come the JCPOA, right, under Obama, right? And they had been the foot of nations for 42 months, 3.5 years. And that came into effect in January 16. And they'd be in that situation, and then there'd be another 3.5 years, right, negotiate with the European country, 7 years altogether. They get back to Daniel by the 7 weeks, in the middle of the week, they'll break an agreement. That's Trump. He broke the agreement in the middle of the week, right? So that's well, anyway, I'm not going. Anyway, so there it is right there. So in the full nation, be under UN. They was on the authority of UN for 3.5 years. Trump broke the agreement. Okay. So now, right? They negotiating back, still in the sanction stuff, negotiating back with European countries, trying to reestablish the JCPOA, and that goes for 3.5 years. We will bring you up till this year, January 23, from 16 to 20. That'd be 7 years. Let's bring you up to here, right? So that's what it says. After 3.5 days, Spirit of God. Now, we might say those demons. I said there's also the 7 spirits of the God, and there was the corrupt spirits, and that's the God idea. False Israel, Satan, so he's God as well. So that's his spirit, because he's at control of one of them, right? They got the cross and that kind of stuff, right? And that's I'm not going to get too deep in there, brothers and sisters, but it says 3.5 days, half the spirit of life of the God came to them, That spirit of Satan controls. So now they're there. See, it took them 3.5 years to get there. Okay, so now at that point in January, right? And then what happened? January this year. Then what happened? Then it said be silence in heaven for half an hour. Now that gets deep. I'm not going to detail here, brothers and sisters. That gets back into the fifth seal where it's silence there. Every seal he sees will be hidden in the fifth seal. And that, I'm not going to try to connect that to this because it gets too complicated to explain it, brothers and sisters. But also, when you understand, if God be on the right there, when you understand your key, remember each part, three parts represents Africa, then 3 parts, it's 12 parts altogether. Then 3 parts represents Asia, then 3 parts, and so forth. So this part represents, right? So in the top part of each one, there's the Islamic part, the gold part, or the ears. Right? That would say in the seven, he has in seven church, he has an ear. That's another story, brothers and sisters. But anyway, and the middle represents the hands, and the bottom represents the feet. Right? So what's happening here is that the shield represents, because they don't remember they're in position on the top. Right? But now they're in this position right here because they just rose up. Right? First, they said, stay upon their feet. They would say, and after 3.5 years, right? After 7 years altogether, they would stay upon their feet. So they're upon their feet now. But they be silence in heaven about 6 months. What silence? When you have ears, hands over ears, that's silence. And so that would take place about 6 months. It says, don't say exactly, that means from January, that'd be May, June, July. That means there'd be silence. In that condition there, don't mean total silence. That condition because hands cover the ears. And then the war would take place. That's what I'm telling you. That's my calculation. I'm putting it out there. The war will take place in the Middle East between May and July. I've been holding it back for years. I've been holding it back even all this year. And people that were studying, I said, if you figure it out, I gave them enough information to figure it out, so don't say anything. But now, we're so close, we were a month away. And it wouldn't be a prophecy if I didn't tell you in advance, would it? I ain't like Farrakhan, I'll tell you afterwards. But there's nothing they can do about it any time. Because right now, it's so hot. Only thing I have right now is boiling or turn the fire off. And they can't turn the fire off. That would be a miracle if they could. They can turn the fire off, and all of a sudden everything calms down, and May and June, everything calms down, and no war, and peace breaks all over the place. Right? That ain't gonna happen. But if that did happen, that'd change everything. We can just throw the engine away all over because hey, we got peace. So when they say peace, sudden destruction, but that's talking about something else, brothers and sisters. So that power is going to boil at this point, it's going to boil, and you're going to turn that water fire off. And so that's what I'm telling you right now. So right now, in the next, you have world peace. In 3 months, you're going to have world destruction. But not destruction, you're going to have the beginning of apocalypse. So in the next 3 months, you have the beginning of universal peace or universal destruction, because apocalypse represents total destruction. Armageddon just represents a battle within that phase, within that dynamic, right? Then the war takes place. The war in heaven, they get kicked out. They lose, kicked out. Syrian Iran is back in charge again. That's how they controls total oil and everything else. American Britain is cast out, as far as Israel cast out. Right? Now the Shia have total control of the Middle East. Right? So that's chapter 12. Read chapter 12. I'm not going to the hours. Right? And this is what happens here. It says Babylon has fallen. That's what it means. Remember, in Britain starting to see, I read the whole thing, understand that, right? As far as this was left isolated. With no air force and its nuclear trigger, a dud. Now they're on siege. Now they will have no food. I'm not sure if you call it a famine, but they will be on siege. No food coming out. None. See? And they're going to be beaten all over the world because they're going to be eating each other in short measure. And then they'll be destroyed. There you go. Then they're destroyed. And that's going to cause an earthquake ramifications over here. Because the only reason they existed was to set up to counter the fact that we choose Abraham. So they had to counter that. Right? I'm going to explain that. Master Muhammad told them that. He explained it. We got the proof, the credentials. We got the history. When it happened, right? So if they destroyed, that means they couldn't have been true to Abraham. That means we truly are. That's going to cause a total earthquake in the minds in America. Minds of Massa, all his children. Total earthquake in the minds. Total. And the famine rolling at the same time. All the plagues were at the same time. And now they know disasters coming. And they're hungry, starving. Total disaster. Right? When we get to that, we get to the demon wars and stuff. I don't get ahead of myself, brothers and sisters. So, famine. The famine's in, and the famine, this part of the famine. Demon devil war. Because the devil's going to attack the demons. They're going to try to attack us. We're going to be in the cities. And soon we're going to protect the people in the cities. The real people are going to be there. He's going to kick out the demons. See, that's going to be I didn't get into that war, but we can talk about it later. Right? See, so I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. But the point is, we kicked them out. That's what demons separated from in Mark, demons had to be separated from the original people. From demons as man. They kicked out. Farrakhan, all of them kicked out. You see? So now in the seas are controlled by Suleiman. The nation of Islam is controlled by Suleiman. The nation of days is set. Thrones are cast down. Means they're cast out. And so now they're cast out of the inner cities, and they cast out, and they're running away from the suburbs. They're in the middle. And they're hungry. And so they go to war with each other. The devil and demons go to war with each other. That's the locust war. I'm getting ahead of myself, brothers, so we get there. Demon devil war. Famine. For food. War like you've never seen before. You can't give up. They're fighting for food. They're fighting to eat you. When they're boiling everything, they're fighting to eat you. A little graphic here, brothers and sisters. See? So demons they all run together. I'm getting ahead of myself here, but because we're going to get to this later. But they say fleeing, because now they're under attack for food. You see? And that's when 4 winds blow at the same time. We're going to see? 4 winds blowing. During the famine. It's probably all famine. 4 winds are blowing. They're fleeing. They come all together. So you got 2 phases of demon war. First we kick them out, clean up in Iraq, kill them out here, and then we separate them from our nation, period. It's 2 stages there. First we got to clean up in Iraq, kick them out. Farrakhan's demons out. But then they all come together. Once they unite, they try to get us to go to war with them. They fight the devils, and we have no problem. We're out of here. They all start together, brothers. Because in 4 winds blow, that's when the resurrection takes place. But what's the resurrection? So resurrection is us being separated from the demons. See, the man in Mark, right? His problem was he was plagued by demons. That was what kept him down against himself. Once he was separated, he got his mind back. That was a resurrection. That's the nature of resurrection, brothers and sisters. That's what's going on with Lazarus right now. See, he's asleep because the demons choking him. See, when you put the chaff amongst the wheat, the chaff chokes the wheat. So he's not physically asleep, but his vibrations are messed up because he's intertwined, right, with the demons. They operate on different vibration levels, so the frequencies are all mixed up, confusing. And once you separate them out, then you got clear frequency over here, you got clear vibration, you got clear frequency over here, clear vibration. So both of them united, but on different frequencies, different vibrations. And these want to stay and fight and take America, and these want to vibrate the hell out of here. Just like in the 60s, right? We wanted to vibrate out here, and they wanted to vibrate, and they went into integration We want separation. We want to vibrate out of here. They want to vibrate into it. But it was all mixed together before that. When this opportunity came, the vibration hit more energy. Now it was able to vibrate to separate, but not totally. But now we have total separation. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. And you can read this, right? This is, I believe it's chapter 9. Talks about the locust war, which is demon war. Okay? Thrones are cast down. There you go. He's on the run. Ishmael is not a demon, he's Levite, but he's the weakest trader. He won't get the same deal they get. And eat just like they've been eating. No forgiveness for him, so you know he's lying. And finally, brothers and sisters, this is what separates I was talking about. Because right now we're confused. We got two people together, locked together. They operate on different frequencies, operate on different wavelengths, on different amplitudes. See? But right now, our amplitude is matching theirs because our nature, we have nature for higher amplitude. Let me get it straight. We have the nature to reach a higher amplitude, higher wavelength, higher vibration. But if you have no, you have to have energy for that. So energy lowered now because energy deprivation is self-imposed energy deprivation right now. So now we operate in this same wavelength they are. Because we can operate on high, they can't operate on high wavelength. They operate at high wavelength they can do right now. But we can operate on high, but because we have enough energy, right? So like you got a man that's got the Hulk, right? Yep. You got someone else, he can get 10 times stronger, Hulk, but he don't have enough food, so he only is strong. He's the same, but if he get more food, he can be stronger. Hulk can get even stronger, if you understand what I'm trying to say, right? So I'm saying, so we operate in the same way as them because we misuse our energy because energy deprivation. So now we can, if we start focusing on energy, we can operate on higher frequency. And that's what Suleiman is here to do, because he's vibrating higher frequency, and his frequency is interfering with yours, so it's causing you to vibrate higher level. And once, at some point, your vibe is going to be enough to separate, because you won't be on the same level anymore. And the frequency they conflict so much with each other, have to separate. See, because that's what light, see, the reason why light spreads out, because all the wavelengths, all the different lights on different wavelengths. So they conflict with each other, so it spreads out. But laser, right, they're all in sync with each other. So laser beam is one beam is straight and it can burn a hole through metal. But regular light, they have all these different frequencies, red, yellow, all these different frequencies, and so therefore it spreads out. That's what happened to us, right? See? So that's what's happening here. What happened is that once you increase because right now you're in the same wavelength as them. But when Suleiman is causing you to increase your wavelength, your frequency, right? And at some point it's so strong enough, it's so different layers. That's what happens. Okay? But as we become a one nation, unified nations, they do too. Because now everybody, all of them operate saying they don't have our frequency interfering with theirs, and theirs not interfering with ours. So now they're coming united. That's a demon war here. They're united. It's going to be a terrible war here. 17 million strong. They're going to end up losing. But in 5 months, they're going to tear this country apart. Under famine, total war, total commitment. Ain't going to be electricity or gas kind of stuff. Total commitment. Children, everybody's going to be involved because children couldn't get eaten. Total commitment, 17 million strong. And we're going to tell the United States, we rise up a great army. We're going to be united too. Because now we don't have the interference of their frequency mixing with ours, messing ours up. That's going on right now. Because they saying one thing, you say something else. They say, oh, love devils. You say, I don't want to do it. You know, we got two different opinions. And so right, then we'll have one opinion. We're going to be united, and they're going to be united. But they don't try to get us to work with them. We don't want to. We're out of here. We're going to stand, brothers and sisters. Let me touch on this a little bit. This is the mathematics of deception. Everything's mathematics. I'm trying to give you the mathematics of everything, brothers and sisters. This is mathematics of deception. Mathematics of deception here. See? So this times this equals that. That shows you how much. So you can go in and look and do it on your own, brothers and sisters. I'm just trying to show you the bottom line here is how they use the mathematics against you. There's another way. Because they can tell you the truth and still kill you. How can they tell you the truth and still kill you? Because they give you a general. Oh, watch the weather. Well, that's truthful. But no details. Don't tell you a tornado's on the way. Say, watch the weather. Well, I told you, watch the weather. You can't say that I told you. But ain't tell you the tornado's going to be in tomorrow. And it'll come and tear up all this city. He did tell you, watch. You see what I'm saying? He didn't give you details. So by the time it rolls in, you had information, but it didn't do any good. So you had nothing. You got your ass tore up. But the other person gave you details. And that's what's happened here. Both of these equal each other, but one has details and one is summary. One is general. See? The other person says, oh, a storm is coming, and it's going to be here Wednesday at 2 o'clock, right? It's coming from the west. See, now you know I'm going to move south, right? I ain't going to be at 2 o'clock. So both of them told you the truth. See? But one deceived you by telling you the truth, because they can say, I told you. And so now, you watch, but you know what to do. Now that's Farrakhan's way. Not that he knows the mathematics what he's doing, but I know the mathematics what he's doing, because Islam is mathematics and mathematics Islam, and they may know the mathematics do, but I still know the mathematics of it. So scientists know the mathematics, all this stuff. See what they would do, says a lot of them knew what you would do. See, you don't know the mathematics, we know mathematics everything. See? So, here's a sample right here, right? He said X represents the time period you are. And T represents, right, the period, the time of the event. So if the event is happening in 2023, right, and right now you're in year 21, somebody come and tell you, hey, there's going to be a war. Okay. You got information, right? Someone's giving you details. Those have details, they got information, both got information. Well, you got all those wars coming, right? So you put that in there, and boom, right? You put that in there, and both equal, right? Both comes out to 4. Do the math, both comes out to 4. Both got information, right? One got details, and one just got information. No lies there. No lies. And then you go year 2. Same thing. Both comes out to 5. Right? And the guy said, hey, storm comes in, it's going to be a 5 points on the Richter scale, whatever they call that stuff, right? So, hey, okay, you got more information, right? But you don't know when, you don't know where, there's no storm coming in, and it's going to be 5 on the Richter scale or something, or earthquake or whatever they call that stuff, right? See, 10.8, whatever. So you got more information, but no details. See, maybe a little detail, but not when it matters. I'm going to tell you, hey man, it's coming in. It's going to be this intense. It's going to be this intense, right? It's coming from the west. It's going to be at 2 o'clock, man. Right? It's going to be coming at 50 miles an hour. That means if you got 60 miles an hour going all direction, you're going to miss it. Well, all you know is, man, it's coming in. It's going to be just powerful. And you don't know when and where. Just watch the weather. And then what happens when the event comes? Then the event shows up, the day of the event. Right? It's third year, so you put 3 in there. Events happen the third year, right? You're the third year, you put the one that had the summary, you had 0 now, you got 0. That's mathematics, not a trick. And you got 6. So when you had details, they got 6. See? They got details. I built that ark, because they got details. I'm going to say, hey man, flood's coming in. Okay. So now when the flood comes in, he knows all about the flood. He knows all about it then. But it don't do him no good. They don't have details. Remember, in the ark, they gave details how to build and everything else. Everyone just got, there's a flood coming. You understand what I'm trying to say, brothers and sisters? And then what happens in the day after, right? Now, brothers have total information, because now you just drown. But when you were drowned, you knew exactly when the flood came. You know exactly how it was going to be everything, because you got drowned in it. See, you know exactly what time the storms come in, right? You know exactly how tense it is and what direction coming, because you're in it. The other one's out of it. So you got just as much information they got, maybe even more, because you're in it. You got destroyed by it. The other one was saved by it. That's what Farrakhan's doing. Because when apocalypse hit the fan, you ain't talking about the world release, you don't know about all that stuff. So you know what to do. I'm telling you to get the hell out of here. He's telling you just pray. So when it comes in, Armageddon is Armageddon. Just pray. Just believe in him. Obedience. Put on the armor of defense, or whatever you call it, right? No details. So what I was in, you don't have any idea, but you don't know about that's a tribulation. That's why you go with tribulation. Because we're trying to avoid your tribulation. So now you're in tribulation, now you know who the devil is now, you know who Satan is, you know everybody then, but you're in a tribulation. I'm telling you, the apocalypse that leads to tribulation, I'm trying to tell you, get the hell out of here. Give you details so you can make a decision. Rather than just telling you, just go in secret chambers and pray. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to store food? What am I supposed to do? When is this going to happen? I'm telling you exactly. I'm telling you, expect the apocalypse, right, to begin, the war to begin in the Middle East, right? Within the next few months, within the next 2 or 3 months. Brian just said, well, I'm already started. You don't know what we're talking about. This is mathematics, brothers and sisters. Islam is mathematics, Islam. Proving in no limit of time. I'm proving everything I'm saying. I'm getting mathematics, not a trick. Do it yourself. Details, brothers and sisters. This gives you the whole sequence. Details, brothers and sisters. Details, little details. What happened now? Oh, I didn't advance those. Okay. The pesky details. Right? Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm going to leave it there. Hope you understand. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. And then this is part 3, part 4. Hopefully tomorrow. 13th part. All the stages of power, all the major stages. There's some stages in the middle. I'm just talking the major. All the wars and things that events going to happen to cover the whole apocalypse until the last war. Which is not Armageddon. Armageddon is just one of the wars. We're on to phase part 3 tomorrow. Yeah, no, not just the part. Part 1, 2. No, part 4. I got myself mixed up with. I think it's part 3 tomorrow. Part 3 tomorrow. Okay, brothers and sisters. No distractions. So I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Shalom alaikum, sisters and brothers. Show me why he here, rest of the covenant, breaker of 7 seals, crusher, the judge, ancient of days, brothers and sisters. Terrible times. This is the 4th part of the series, countdown to Apocalypse, the Apocalypse series. Not getting us anywhere but here. Conjecture, supposition, guesses. I'm giving you details here, brothers and sisters. And you need them. You're going to need them. Yes, you're going to need them. Now, people are lost for lack of knowledge. You're going to need this knowledge. And if you suffer from lack of knowledge, it's one or two things. Either you just reject it, you don't want to hear it, or because these demons and vipers out here are blocking it, and they will pay the price for that. Because, brothers and sisters, the apocalypse is all about the destruction of our enemies, the consequence of what they've done to us. That's what it's about. But what's embedded in that is their plans for our destruction. Worldwide plans for our destruction. All the nations are out for our destruction. All of them. It says, these 10 kings will make war with the Lamb. Who are these 10 kings? That's Asia and China right there. That's 2 of them. See? And then, God and Magog, they met open warfare on us for the last 500 years. Open warfare. Then you got Ishmael in the Middle East. They called 150,000 years ago. They got their possession of our land, our culture, our language. And there's one oppression just as much as our open enemy has. Every nation is against us, everyone. And then the last one, the war of latter days, Gog against Israel. That's not talking about against false Israel right now. It's trying, that's Russia. No. See? That's Africa. Our brother, Esau. Twin brother. He's going to make the final attack. Every nation is against us. Everyone. Everyone. And then we got this hybrid nation, our hidden enemy, in wolves sheep clothing. That's our private enemy right up front, close and personal. Falcon's one of the main ones, the chief leader, chief demon. That's the one that's hurt us most right now. Because they're the bait to the trap. They're the bait to the trap. All nations set a trap for us. When the goat comes in, you think they just come in and take out the ram? They're trying to get us too. If they can. Yeah, they're going to make it's going to be an agreement. They're going to be forced to come here, right? But in their mind, that's one of the things they want to do. I told you, there was a spirit. It says it was a God that inspired them to come after the harlot. But remember, they're one of the 10 kings too, aren't they? They're one of the 10 horns, aren't they? So deep in their heart, right, they want to take us out too. You got to read carefully. It says they come in here, they come in to take out the ram, but they want to get us too. They want to get us too. That's the reason why, and Matthew 100 knows that. Yeah, they're going to make an agreement, they'll break it. Because once they get here, they'll take us out too. That's why we're taken out of here. See, can the prey be taken from the mighty? We're the prey. Every nation's out to destroy us, every one of them. You have no friends out there. The only friend you got is Master Fard Muhammad. And the Master of the Covenant, who's given his whole life and soul for you. You know, I explained, I said, past, see, I didn't ask for this. And like I said, when I was a shorty, right? I had all these visions, and none of them were good. None of them were good. I hate every one of them. But they, in a way, prepared me for what's going on now, because I don't know what's going to happen. I don't need angel for that. I don't really know, because what the vision told me exactly, and everything's happened so far exactly right, and it's terrible. It's terrible, brothers and sisters. I had a terrible time. Some things I can't even tell you about. Some things I just been kind of tell you lately, give you a little bit of taste lately, because some of you it will just crush you. Because, you know, that's why Elijah Muhammad said, you don't know what you're up against. You're up against all the nations. Elijah Muhammad had to go against Gog. But so soon I got to go against the whole world. The whole world's against you, and you have no knowledge of it. And you will, it says, right? It says, there's a trap set for the happens to you. It's a trap. A snare. It says, let's be shrewd. Don't tell me how we're going to deal with them. See, we don't know it's coming. It's coming. I can see it clearly, but you don't see it. Because it's not coming the way that you can see it. Those things will come the way that you think, oh man, you're like the mob, right? They don't send your enemy after you. They send your brother, your sister, your uncle, somebody that you wouldn't suspect. And you said you're not partying, having a little party, everything else, next thing you know, your throat was cut. I know all their plans. Somebody can tell, somebody can't, because I don't want them to know how much I know, because once they switch up and try something else. It's your destruction that's on the agenda. Universal agenda by everyone. Because you come into power means their destruction. Because they have to operate on wavelengths they can't operate on. They have to operate on a frequency. They have to vibrate at a frequency they can't operate. They can't. Because in our world, they will be in submission. And they probably want to be at. See, in that world, we were in submission. In our world, they've been submission. They don't want that. They don't want to be submission to us. They don't want to be. No more than we want to be in submission to them. I mean, I get a gym that. Right? I said, I ain't going to submit to them. See? But their problem is, see, they should listen because they put themselves out of tune, out of step with time. Well, I should say that because we control time. They put ourselves out of step with the universe, the flow of the universe. And so that's why I'm telling you these things right now, brothers and sisters, because we're at it. I mean, dark clouds all over the place. And it's not going to be rain, just the rain, brothers and sisters. I need to tell you, these hailstones, and really that's not adequate. Because on this country, we rain down hell and damnation, destruction like you can't ever imagine. The rage is going to be so terrible. Famine. And so what we're talking about here is we're going to talk about economic collapse. So we're on the 4th level. I think it's a 14 stage presentation. I'm taking you from ignite the apocalypse all the way to the end of apocalypse. And so blessed are those, right, where good has come forth for, and they will hear the faintest sound of raging roaring of hell. That's the elect. And then he pulled out someone because you don't even hear any of this. You're not seeing of it, but some of you are. You got tribulation, you're going to see up close and personal. And you don't want to see that. You think you want to see that? Well, it's going to be it's going to be a awesome time. It says that there be none like it. That year said be none like it ever. It's a year, a period of 1 year, it's going to be like it never was before. Never was before. None like it. That's talking about specifically destruction of Iran, that 1 year. Because once Babylon falls, it says one day, all her plagues and everything will come in 1 day, 1 year. And this place going to be, you don't want to be here, brothers. Get the hell out. Brothers and sisters, get the hell out. Get out. You don't want to be here. No food. No water. What's not going to be eaten? It tells you I sprain, I kill you in the famine. No heat. No TV. See? No air conditioner. No cost. Just hunger. It's just hunger. And eating or be eaten. Children will not be safe. So that you'll be gray-headed. Because once everything else is gone, all the pets and everything gone, they're next. Defenseless. Why you think will make children gray-headed? They can't be around their parents. So they'll be out on the streets. And they can't be around each other either. Because they'd be hungry too. They've been little gangs. But the gangs are hungry too. And they can't find anybody else. They're going to prey on weaker members. Brothers and sisters. Count down the powers. Like I said, demons right now, they're the bait to the trap. Because you follow these demons. These demons. Oh man, America's great. Love America. It's our country and fight. They're the bait. And you think they look like you. They say, oh yeah, listen to them. They draw you to destruction. Okay? And then you be the first thing on the menu. Here's all the food. Come out of my people. Come out of my people. Come out. Oops, what I'm doing here. Come out. You don't want crucified, brothers and sisters. You don't want to be crucified. To everything for your neck, and they left you totally naked, stripped down naked. Only they could make completely naked is Suleiman. He got a little something to cover his nakedness. But our people, they totally naked, nothing, left you with nothing. Totally naked, totally exposed. Your language, your culture, your country, your women, everything. They took everything from you, left you with nothing. Your children left you with nothing. That's the crucifixion. You're telling somebody on the cross for 3 days is worse than what we went through? They're lying to tell you, oh, he's on the cross for 3 days. And he went through worse than we went through for 400 some years? Put up on that cross every day for 3 years, as opposed to 400 years, that's what we went through. With no hope and nothing. They took hope from us. So we had hope. We knew about consequence. We knew what they did, right? We wasn't afraid of death. And we also knew we had faith. See, we didn't have fear. Let me explain it this way, bosses. We didn't have fear, and we did have faith. See, the two F's, right? Fear and faith. We had faith, and we didn't have any fear. So we put fear in us, right, and take our faith away. And we did that. We put fear in us, fear of death, that's what it says, because of the fear of death, they suffered enslavement, right? Servitude all their lives. Because of the fear they had put in us. You took your faith away. See, because we knew we had no fear, and so Mass was in trouble because the only way to control us, he had to fear us because it was only two things that was going to happen. Because we had no fear, right? We would take them out because we wasn't fearing death, or we just do it to ourselves. Many of us just kill themselves rather than go through this hell. So we had no fear of death at all. See, and thus we had faith because we knew that every action has absolute reaction, and most of us Muslims begin with, so we knew that what they did to us is going to pay for it. We knew that. They took that away from us. See? Instead of hoping and praying for revenge, when we knew it would happen, we started praying for our enemies, loving them, right? The more they beat us, we're loving them more, encouraging them to beat us. We took both. They also took our faith from us. Give me face. The demons. They got our face. Through us. They took everything from us. Everything. Family, I mean, all the F's, right? Everything. They took away from us. Everything. That's the cross. That's the true cross. That's a true cross, brothers and sisters. And nothing changed. And those are guilty parties. And now they pretend like, oh man, don't blame us. Our fathers did wash hands and stuff and everything, you know, forget about it, man. Well, that happened 400 years ago, man. You still worrying about something happened 400 years ago, and you know, we changed and we're making progress. It's like a rapist said, well, I used to rape you, right? 7 times a day. Now we're doing 1 time a day, man. We're making progress, ain't we? Really? We're a nation. You guys remember told you we're a nation. So why are we under your control? We should be a sovereign nation. We didn't get to go to war with you. You went to war with us. See? See? So that's like everything. It's always done with Suleiman too. See? Except, right, they can take his fear. They couldn't give him fear. They couldn't take his faith away. He had that in his spades. Everybody knew there was something different about him. I didn't realize until I got older, because I didn't have no fear of these folk ever. See, so I covered my neck in this, they couldn't cover theirs. I had no fear of them ever. And I've been up against them left and right. I had no fear of them. And I always had faith. And that's mass. I knew whatever happened in consequence, all those things I just knew. I was born with that. But like I said, I had these visions, brothers and sisters, and they're not pretty. I'm trying to warn you, get the hell out of here. So let's proceed, brothers and sisters. Part 4, economic collapse. Now, I brought you up to the start apocalypse. Okay? As we talked about, right, the war in heaven, or at least that ignites the apocalypse. I brought you up to the point of it, and it ignites it. So we got that far, right? Then I told you one of the first major repercussions of it is the famine. Let's talk about that. See, now we're going to economic collapse, because this sets the stage, right, for Armageddon East. So each one of these generally sets the stage for the next one. See, because war in heaven sets the stage for famine. Because it cut Europeans mostly off from their Life's blood, oil. See? Which said stay famine. Because everything industrialized, everything else, and people on the farms and stuff, they got to get food from the farms, processing places, warehouses, to the stores. And you got to get there and all that. What's the common denominator there? What connects all that together? Oil. The oil, that's what breaks apart. Doesn't happen. That chain is broken. And that's why Muhammad's going to break that chain. When he goes to war in the Middle East, where anybody's got it now. See, that's about to happen. That's what we're talking about now. 3 hot spots I've been telling you about. The death triangle. Middle East, China, and Russia or Europe. And we're going to bring that into focus, European aspect of it. Well, I said Iran, right? China. And put Russia, put that away. So we're going to do this economic collapse, see what it means. The first brother says, get out. Now something got missing here. I missed something here, bro. Let me back up here for a minute. I missed something here. No. That wasn't it. Huh? Huh? Okay. Get out, bro. Says get out. Get out. Right? It tells you right there, right? I'm not going into detail. I've been talking about this quite a bit. But right there where I wrote, because this is, the Bible says, this is important to your survival. After these I saw angels stepping down out of heaven, having authority great, and the earth was lightened up by the glory of him. And he cried out a strong voice, saying, she fell, Babylon fell. Fell Babylon the great, became a dwelling place of demons. Talking about people, demons, they come to dwelling place of headaches and dispositions and anxieties. People, why can't he's trying to convince you that demons are some spirits? It's like he's trying to tell devils ain't devils anymore. This is because he's a devil. He's a demon. Demons are devils in black skin. He's a devil. So it means he's a devil. He's just black skin, we call him devil. He's still a devil. So now he's trying to convince you, oh, no such thing as devils and demons. Some of them are good. That ain't what the Bible says. That's not what the lessons say. Anyway, demons are people. He's a primary demon. 40 years of raping our women, producing a whole hybrid nation of demons. That's their children. I don't care what complexion they have. You are the seed. You are the seed. And prison of every of demons, prison of unclean spirit, unclean bird, so far, so on, right? Because the wine, anger, of fornication have fallen in all nations. Or is this who is the BLACKMAN is he called all nations before? Who has control of nations? Who's dominating all the nations in the world? Is it Russia? Is it China? Australia? Britain? Britain used to. It's like 666. There's no mystery there, brothers and sisters. There's no mystery there. Just read what it says. You identify them because they're the only nation on the planet that will sanction people for not doing what they want to do. You better buy or sell unless you do what they want you to do. And if you don't worship that image of the beast, which is false Israel, they will kill you. Exactly. There's only one nation on the planet does that. One nation on the planet does that. Sanction everybody. You don't buy or sell what you buy and sell with dollars. Who controls the dollars? But this is not complicated. It don't matter what you got here. If you worship that beast, you go in there, you're going to be destroyed. It says, if you got that mark, the mark is here. You worship them, worship false Israel, you're going to be destroyed. Your name will not be in the Lamb's Book of Life. You'll be destroyed. It's not a mark. You want somebody put 66 on you? No. It has a meaning, but that's not that kind of meaning. You have to understand, you can't understand that. It identifies a certain person, but that's what it is. Who is no other clan, is no even close. It sanctions everybody. You don't be able to buy and sell. And who controls the means of buying and selling? America does. Their money, a dollar. That's not complicated. You don't need a ruler. You don't need a calculator for that. You don't need a computer. So if he's deceived by that, you deserve to be destroyed. That's clear who 666 is. The street beasts all together. God, Magog, and Antichrist. Who set false Israel? Britain. Who supports it and nourishes it politically and militarily and so whatever. America does. And false Israel, what? It's an image of Britain. They had the same, they adopted their government style, not America. That's what I mean, image of the beast. I'm not going into any more detail, brother. That's simple. I'm not going to. That's simple off on the surface. There's no, some country going to come on the scene that's going to, these fools tell, there's some country going to rise up in Europe and they're going to take out America. That's their story. And when they take out America, they're going to be this big rapture, where God's going to rapture all Americans. They're so good people. See, they wasn't rapists, they wasn't murderers, they wasn't kidnappers, they weren't enslaved and terrorists. No, they were good people. The land of free, home of the brave, right? Where everybody's 100% human. Except in the Constitution, there's certain people that's not even human. They wasn't raping women, they was pleasuring them. See? And they wasn't feeding children the gators, right? The children just jumped up and jumped in the gator's mouth. They're trying to rescue a child by capturing a gator. See, this is not complicated stuff, brothers and sisters. But if you're deceived by it, that means it tells you, if you got that mark of the beast, you through. So I'm trying to erase that mark, or if it's erasable, but if you go cross them down, that's like, that cross, that's something like, when that cross tells me, get the hell out of here, man, I'm trying to save my ass, I'm going to be destroyed. Because that cross is a lie. They enslaved us, beat us, raped us, under the banner of the cross, took this land under the banner of the cross. They did genocide this whole nation of so-called Native Americans under the banner of the cross in the name of their false Jesus, who don't look like anything like the Jesus of the Bible, lands with hair and brand brown skin, because he's Satan. Satan will appear as angels of light. So he looks like some angel of light. That's Satan. Because what's the works of Satan? What's the works of Satan, brothers and sisters? Is it known by the works? So you're going to say genocide of this land, what they say about killing, stealing, and destroying. They stole this land, killed off the inhabitants, and they brought over and destroyed us. So whose are the works of those? Are those Satan's works or God's works? Because those are God's works to tell you the hell problem go with Satan. Satan said he is the God of this whole world. Even Jesus said he's the God. That means he's control. That's the God they're worshiping. Those are works. Anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Anyway, let's move on. Here it says, and her little voice out of him said, come out of my people. Said, get the hell out. So you don't partake of their plagues. Right? Her sins, all that stuff. You don't, because if you hear, you won't catch it. This place is going to be a hell like you can imagine, because we went through hell 40 years here, and they said they're going to condense 40 years of hell into 1 year. Can you imagine that? 40 years of hell into 1 year. All that hell is going to take place in one. And we went through abject hell, you can imagine. They try to tell you hell is after you die to convince you that they're in submission. Because you was in hell. And it was the devils that was stabbing you and beating you and raping you and everything else. There's no one else. Because you wouldn't be the real devils after you die. And the real hells after you die. Because if you knew that this was it, you would cut a stroke. You would never do that. You would never take advantage of winning your children like they did. If you knew this was the real hell, they was the real devils. So they trick you. And they usually trick you with the demons. See, the preachers, they're all demons. Chef Dollar, T.A. They're all demons. Muhammad said it. He says he would be in their shoes. We call them demons, but he said he would be in their shoes. Their shoes made of gold and silver and diamonds. We said, boss, we're going to move on. because I want to get to, so I want to just, get out, get out, get out. See here? This is, get out, brothers and sisters. So if you don't like me, you don't like the way I look, the way I talk, my complexion, right? My demeanor, just leave. Take a vacation. Take a 3-4 month vacation if you can afford it. Don't stay in this hemisphere. Well, even if you stay in this hemisphere, just get the hell out of this country. I mean, you're better off. But you don't want to be in this hemisphere at all. Right? Go to Africa. It's going to be bad there too. But you want to be here. This is ground zero. Ground zero, brothers and sisters. And it will not be pretty. Ground zero here, right here, America. See? That was God's wrath. Because it comes in for what they did to us. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. Hello? Who's this? Okay, one second, please. Oh no, she's not here right now, but I'll have to call you right back. Call you back in a few minutes because she stepped out for a minute. Okay, thank you, bye. At this number here? Excuse me, brothers and sisters. A lot of things going on right now. Second brothers and sisters. I got excuse me. Nothing's going on right now, so. I kind of lost my train of thought here, but let's move on, brothers and sisters. I lost the train of thought, so let's move on. Okay, but yeah, we'll get out. Get out, brothers and sisters. This is ground zero. And 40 years of hell they get, so they compress into 1 year. Can you imagine all that? On these folks, people. And that's not the end of it, because chapter 18 on the angel, Revelation says, doing them the double as done to you. And then you go further, like Jeremiah says, God's done 7 times to them what they did to us. How is that possible? If you understand the Holocaust, say 7 times that? Even double that. I mean, the Holocaust itself was horrific. The wrath is upon these people. They mess with the wrong people. It says, no other nation be punished like this nation, never again, ever, even close. Nothing like what ever happened. That's instructions coming. Get out. We don't be any part of that. Get the hell out of here. Go to Africa. It's going to be out. This is going to touch the whole world, right? Okay. But this is ground zero. You're going to be far away as possible. Everybody's going to be touched by what's about to happen. See, and don't get discombobulated by what Farrakhan's talking about, because the war of Armageddon is only going to touch the European war. It's European war. It's not going to touch the whole world. It's not going to engulf the whole planet. But the apocalypse will. And the apocalypse, Armageddon, which they call Armageddon, is just a battle. Just a battle. We're going to talk about it in a few more sessions. Mm-hmm. Okay, Apocalypse, Part 4. Part 4, brothers and sisters, economic collapse. Remember economic collapse? See, economic collapse. That spells doom, because Europeans had economic control over the planet for the last 5 years. Economic control. And now, with the economic system, right? See, you have the fuel and then you have the system. Oil fuels it. But the system is what controls. See? And you have to have discipline, right, to maintain that control. And now losing discipline. All these are signs of destruction. See, the story about Sodom and Gomorrah is they tell you, when a nation loses discipline, it means they're being destroyed. Because it means they don't have the ability to discipline themselves anymore. And we have discipline. So if you go right now, if you lost all discipline, all your appetites, what would you be doing? Be eating everything that you can get hands on, no matter where it is. You'd be indulging in every kind of sexual endeavor. Every kind of sexual endeavor you indulge in, because you have no control over it. So you have to control these things. You have to control your sexual desire. You have to control your emotional desire. Right? You have to control all your what we call senses, appetites. Those things they have to be controlled. As part of being human, you just control the animals, right? They don't control those things, well, they control to a certain extent. But you have to take and see, they do it by instinct, but you have to do it consciously. And that's why prophets were sent to Adam, consciously sent to Adam, because he kept losing control. He didn't have natural discipline. We have natural discipline. We got discipline that you couldn't imagine. We didn't have enough discipline to go to one foot in the universe and next. But they don't have enough discipline in the last 6,000 years. They couldn't even handle that. It takes energy for everything. So it was now that, right, they try to, the structure that they control the world with is under intense pressure. Because under intense pressure means you got to get more energy, add more energy to it to keep it strong. If your structure is under intense pressure, and you guys keep putting support and stuff in there, that's energy to try to keep it from collapsing. That means you got to take energy from someplace else. See? So I get borrow money now because they don't have enough energy, so they borrow money, which really doesn't. When you borrow money, well, it doesn't do any good. You think it does, because when you borrow, that's another deception here. Because you borrow money, but you create negative luck for yourself. That's another story to get. I'm not getting to it, brothers and sisters. What I'm just saying is, borrowing money doesn't do anything for you. It really hurts you. And you don't realize, I mean, there's some benefit to it if you understand how to use it. But
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
By Salam Alaikum, sisters and brothers, brothers and sisters, Sulaiman Rahim here. The judge, messenger of the covenant, breaker of 7 seals, crusher. Sisters and brothers, next episode in the series, Countdown to Apocalypse. Countdown to Apocalypse. This series gives you the countdown to apocalypse and then gives you details of events, the major events that will take place during the apocalypse. The apocalypse is a comprehensive war against this reality, not Armageddon. Armageddon is just one phase, one battle, one major battle in it. So when Louis Farrakhan is telling you his generalities, well, you know, first of all, we're not in Armageddon yet. He called it Armageddon. We're not in it yet. We posted quickly, we're not in it. See? And we're not in the apocalypse yet, but we're close to it. See? By my calculations, right, the apocalypse shall start within the next 3 to 4 months, sometime between May and July. So we'll see. There's details. Let's put it on the line, Farrakhan. See, you missed the 1619, the 2019. You missed that one. That was an easy call. 1619, 2019, 40 years. 2020 be a plague that will start the process while going home, Abraham covenant. It will start with a plague that will kill the firstborn, means elderly, and pass over us. Not exactly what was happening. It wasn't passing over you because you're a black-faced devil. See, it's not going to pass over. It's not going to pass over the devils. As far as Israel get hard than anybody else, so that proves they're not who they claim they are. So there's another calculation, brothers and sisters. Sometime between May and July, apocalypse will start. I gave a countdown up to the apocalypse. That was the first episode in this series. Now I believe this is series 5. And this is the 5th one. Fourth or 5th one. I'll see if we get into it. But this is Armageddon West. Armageddon West. It's 2 Armageddons. Armageddon is a European war. East is over in Europe, and West over here. This European war is a war between Europeans. See, no matter what their skin tone is, whether it's white or black, right? It's war between Europeans. Because the demons, right? It's their children. They try to pull them out, stick them off on us, because they didn't want them, plus to destabilize us. We get into that, brothers and sisters. Countdown to apocalypse. The crucifixion. They crucified us 500 years ago, brothers and sisters. Took everything from us. Everything. Left us nothing. Completely naked. Only thing this generation here, generation of Suleiman, right, they have a little covered in nakedness a little bit. Because Suleiman's presence. Because if he had to go through that, it would have been over on that. this story would have been over by now. This book would have been closed. Like it says in Ezekiel, right? It says our enemies, it says, right, they'll be made to eat cow dung, right, and even human. And that was a sign that Suleiman had to eat that as a sign to us people had to go through, because they would make us eat chitlins, cow dung. That's where chips come from, cow chips. That's why we use so much spices. They don't do that stuff in Africa. All that spicy stuff, they cover up. They force us to eat it. I may have misspoken initially, but they were talking about us. See? So he was supposed to eat as a sign that he would have to go through that too. See? But it says, human dung also has, and it says, no, we wouldn't make them do that. He said, no, it'll be a sign, but you won't have to, but you will have to cow dung. Because if someone was made the human dung, then that would have been, now then case closed and over with. See? Over it. That's why you see one on the right got little clothes on, one on the left none. Because it went to 40 years, just like that. By the time of Suleiman, right? There was just a little bit to cover his nakedness. Of Elijah. To cover his nakedness. See? You didn't have that before Elijah. Took everything away from you. That's why Elijah has come first, prepare the way. Okay? That's why I see all these things going on right now. They had to prepare the way for Suleiman because they had to make his way as straight as possible. Because he had to go through the same thing that we went through before the 40s and 30s and lynching and all that kind of stuff. No, this was the king, skull reaching up. Then, that's why it says, I'll have my message prepared away before me. Read that carefully. Read that carefully. I mean, see, you get things mixed up. It says, okay, the messenger of the covenant suddenly come to his temple. Now, if it's his temple, it couldn't be Elijah Muhammad because he comes to his own temple. Suddenly comes to his own temple. Right? So you get the pronouns. These are riddles. I mean, these are sealed books. And it says, but who's coming after Elijah? Elijah prepared the way for the messenger of the covenant. So that's who's talking, the messenger of the covenant. I hope someone messenger to prepare the way before me. Elijah was prepared the way before the messenger of the covenant. But you had intervention there with the one that was robbing God. Robbing his whole nation. How can it clearly be? Are you robbing the whole nation? What nation are you talking about robbing? Who's robbing God? The messenger of the covenant clean up the mess. He's going to say he cleaned up Elijah's mess? No, he cleaned Farrakhan, the demon's mess. Read that carefully, brothers and sisters, if you will. Anyway, we're going to move on, brothers and sisters, but the crucifixion, nothing's changed. Those are our crucifiers. They still crucify us. Economically, socially, religiously, and everywhere you can think of. Well, this is over there, identity. See? They're robbers of our identity. See? God, America robs of our wealth. See? They don't have a part in it. But that's about to come a screeching halt, brothers and sisters. A screeching halt. Come quick. Armageddon West. Let me take this. Hello?
Hi, Jeff. My name is Laura. I'm a fiber.
Yes, how are you?
Good. Yeah, I'm calling because I noticed you were looking for commercial auto policy. Normally we like to do an application with you. Make sure that everything's answered correctly. So you could have...
I talked to someone that really gave me a quote of $1,000 a month.
Have you spoken to somebody already?
Yeah, they gave me a quote of $1,000 a month.
Okay. Did you have any questions? I'm going to speak with an agent.
No, I mean, that's totally outside of my price range, so we have no point to go any further.
Okay. Okay. Well, if we get in touch in the future, just give us a call.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Excuse me, Bones says this series, that's my interruption. Let's stay in my situation right now, Bones says, because things are very hectic, very critical. We're in a critical time. And we know it leads up to Armageddon, leading up to the resurrection is going to be very tense. And in my life is very tense right now. He's not coming across, believe me. And my life is very tense right now, and I knew that. Like I spoke earlier, I think I said in the previous one, I had these visions when I was a little shorty, right? And I had all these visions about these times. And And some have come true already, but it was very difficult. I didn't like any of them. You know, the result, I mean, like you go in the furnace to be purified, right? And it's hot and hell in there. But you might like the process, but you like the outcome. I don't like the process. As Christ said, you think you're into the garden, suffering affliction and pain and suffering and war and all that kind of stuff? Because that's the way things go. Because anytime you try to make progress, you're going to be opposition. And our opposition is the entire planet. They're not going to let you just step forward and just take over. You have to have you under their feet for 50,000 years. And who's going to feel that pressure more than anybody? He's the one making a change. He's the one out there in the forefront changing reality, right? To help you. Make it easier for you because you got to change your own reality. He's giving you upper hand because he's like, you know, you're going through a forest, right? And you got the trailblazer. You got the person in the front. He's cutting the bushes down, but he's taking it easy. But you got to do the work. He's cutting it down. He's helping you. So he's in the front, in the forefront. And that's why I said the Lamb that broke the seals, like he was slain from the foundations of the earth. He was suffering more than anybody. That's the whole thing about that on the cross again. So he suffered the sins of the whole world. Not he was saving people from sin. He suffered the sins of the whole world. That means the whole world is sinners, and all the evil that they're doing is on him. He's suffering the sin. Remember, the sins, right, the sins is against this reality. The new reality is coming in, and the whole world is against it. And he's the only one in the forefront trying to change it, other than Master Muhammad. He's trying to change it from a different level. See, the Sunnah is changing it from the thought level. See, he's on the ground, right, leading that fight on that level. And you'll be Exodus, the guy in the sky was just gave support. But it was Joshua that was leading the war, leading the fight, on the ground. He was the one taking the shots. But so the God would protect him from the sky. Read Exodus. He was in the clouds. He's not putting him down because he didn't ask for Muhammad. He's a warrior. He no doubt about it. He's a warrior, and he's going to war in a minute. So the wrath, or he's getting ready to war, and we're going to talk that in a minute because he's getting ready to go to war. He's going to. Hey, what he says in chapter 19? He's a warrior. He came over here by himself. Well, he actually had companions with him. He said, "You don't get that message of the black man, do you?" See, a lot of them spoke about these things. I was there. See, that's why I had seven companions with him. See, they watched his back while he was here. Okay, Elijah Muhammad thought he met one of them when he was sick in the hospital. He said he think that one of them showed up there to watch over him. It's another story altogether, brothers and sisters. But he had two warriors in Revelation. With the God and the Lamb. Says he make war. Chapter 19 says make war. In 5th seal he says there was always how long before you go to war. He's a warrior. Don't make no mistake. Master Muhammad is about 5 feet tall. Him and Elijah Muhammad are the same size. But he's a warrior. And you don't want to foot up your ass. Maybe a small one. Boy, but woo. And let's move on, brothers and sisters. Right? Because in spite of all the stuff we're going through right now, the worst is yet to come. The worst is yet to come. I'm fighting this battle for 74 years, actually. A really intense last 30-some years, since 1990. So what's that putting it? 34 years, 33 years? And it's more intense every year. More intense every year. That's what it takes. Because resistance ever growth. So when I grow, I'm more resistant. So this resistance tells me, I know it's hard. This resistance tells me I'm winning. That's why they're resisting. Because if I wasn't winning, they would be resisting. So I understand the resistance is me, I'm winning. Like when you go in the furnace, how it is, you don't like it, but that means you're going to be purified. Because the more heat, The more it burns off the right, the blemish is and the dross and carrying on. Hope I understand, brother. Says you have to start thinking mathematically. It's just the mathematics of it. Resistance, the more you spend, you're in the elevator, the more space you got, the more people gonna resist because you're squeezing them. So resistance is the evidence of growth. And resistance is going to be intense. Time of unprecedented trouble, time of Jacob's trouble. But Master Muhammad is going to deliver us out of it. But it's intense because I got to try to explain to you. You're going against this whole plan, because the whole plan is vibrating, right, on the level of devils. But I'll take that back because now you got Orientals, they're vibrating on a higher plane, higher frequency. So, and that's pushing pressure on European countries because they are vibrating at a lower frequency. That's pressure. Frequency, vibrations is pressure, brothers and sisters. You know, when you see waves, that's vibrations. You're just rocking the ocean water. Right? There is vibrations. Vibrations is pressure. See? You have different levels of pressure, different vibrations. What I've been talking about is low intensity vibration, I just call it pressure. But the pressure in the way I've been talking about it previously is just low vibration pressure. But when you think in high vibrations, that's why thoughts can conquer the universe. Because we think on a higher level than any vibration that the universe can generate. We think of how our brains have a greater vibration than the sun, the stars, the moon, they vibrate too. But we have the high, so we little brains right here. But you have a star, and it's a big trillion times bigger, but we can control them. Because greater pressure overcomes lower pressure. More frequency overcomes lower frequency. Higher vibration overcomes lower vibration. I don't get that point, boys. That's what is God's universe. Because we're so small, but it doesn't matter. Because one little pebble can move an ocean. You put in this going, we're going to start spreading. We'll keep on spreading. You're weaker, then keep spreading. So yeah, we're like a speck in the universe, but higher vibrations. No, nothing in the universe vibrates higher, and we, original people, vibrate the highest frequency, highest vibration level. We vibrate the highest frequency, anything alive. You have different levels. Us, just one step lower. Africa, next lower, Asia, Oriental. So, you understand? We understand, brothers and sisters. But now we've been vibrating on that on a lower level. So therefore, because they taught, okay, I don't want to go into deep in this, brothers and sisters. I get talking, and I one thing leads to another. I can explain more and more things because it's just so much to explain, brothers and sisters. But the point is, vibrations is pressure, but it's also everything is energy. Pressure is energy. But you need energy to vibrate, right? So in other words, if your energy level decreases, your vibration is going to, your frequency is going to decrease. If your energy supply gets lower and lower and lower, and so as the universe expands, the energy that used to be here is not there, so our energy source becomes lower and lower and lower, so our vibration frequency, right, decreases until it got down so low, right, that we had very little control of anything. So there comes Dr. Yakub, he brings in a being that can vibrate on a high level. It was limited. Right? With Lamborghini, they Volkswagen Beetle. They didn't need as much energy to get around. So they didn't need much energy to control, to be a wicked control, a wicked civilization. But like I said, dirty was better than no water. So he'd make Memphis shed blood. But he vibrated on a level he could maintain a civilization. The wicked one, but we couldn't maintain civilization anymore. So of course we vibrated lower than that. And so they had, since we was vibrating lower level, they had control of us, they had control of everyone. But now the energy universe is contracting, energy is coming back. Now we take, and those of us that are sensitive, in a sense, to take that energy to convert it back into mental vibrations, starting to vibrate on a higher plane, then they lose control of us. That's why I see a mob. They control, the man was on, they couldn't control him. He was vibrating on a high level, but, right, he was plagued by demons. He was interfering with his vibrations. It's not together. I'm getting too deep in this, brothers and sisters. Okay, let me put it this way. If you're vibrating on a high frequency, but you got another vibration that's countering it, right, then you neutralize it. So we neutralize a lot of our vibration because they amongst us. They can't neutralize 100% because they can't operate on the same level we do. Unless they keep us from using energy for thought vibration. Because we out there using that energy for vibrating, dancing, singing, watching Jay-Z, and all that kind of stuff. Instead of using it for this. And so they still control us mentally. So they can control the man physically, but they control him mentally. And part of the reason why, even if he operated on a higher level, right, what happens is demons, they neutralize because, say he's operating on a 10, but you got this demon, he's operating on a different frequency, right, but it may be a 9. So he's neutralizing 9, so we are now operating on a 1 because he's neutralizing 9 of it. Okay? I think I'm leaving it there. I'm going to get too deep in that, brothers and sisters, right? But see, that's what happened with Elijah, right? Let me say this. That's why Muhammad came here, he was vibrating on a certain frequency. Right? He's a God. He came and he lifted Elijah up, he had him vibrating on a higher frequency. Now on the same frequency he was operating on a higher frequency than the devils were. And we were. And once he did, he could leave left, and Elijah Muhammad, he was self-contained at that point in time. So he left and he vibrated free. So he made things happen. He started changing the vibrations in America. See, but now you got his vibration, you got this, but his vibration is greater, so he started changing it. And he started affecting the people around him, and the original people, all the people, not just devils and demons and us, affecting everybody. And so so those that could vibrate at a high level, start operating at a high level, those that couldn't was being angered and pushed aside. But he was causing things to change, because he was vibrating on a higher frequency. But the problem is that he wasn't able to do what to others what Master Muhammad did to him, because they was responding to his vibrations. They were responding. So therefore, if he vibrated high level, they would respond to his vibration. When he was absent, they would just stop, because he was the one motivating their vibrations. He was writing his. And that's what happened. When he departed, they stopped, because he was the ones, right, causing them to vibrate. It's like a drum. Boom, 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 boom. You vibrate, so you cause the drum to vibrate. See, because you cause the music, the drums just playing with the vibration you putting into it. But if you stop, the drum stops. This is about us coming along, let's do it. That's how. So there was vulnerable to Farrakhan, because he come in with some other vibrations, and then he's responding. That's what's going on there. I'm going to leave that alone, boss. So I don't mean to go into all that kind of detail. I want to get into this situation here, brothers and sisters. Okay. This is part 5. Okay, part 5. Armageddon West. There's 2 Armageddons. I'm not going into details, but it's Armageddon East, Armageddon West. Armageddon West is Armageddon, what they call Armageddon, is a European war. And that's affecting Europeans here. Armageddon East is over in Europe, physically in Europe. See, Armageddon West affecting Europeans, right? Armageddon East, right? That's Europe. Okay, I hope you understand the distinction. Part 5. Now this gets back to get out, brothers and sisters. America is about to blow. I'm giving you a warning, right? And the watchman says, "Watchman, give you a warning." Now you've been told, this place going to blow within the next 99, up to between now and July, end of July. That's my forecast. If you can, get a world, get the hell out of here. Go to Africa. Oh man, they fight Sudan. Go to Africa. No, don't go to Sudan then, right? All that's about right there, something they got going. But Africa's about to unite, right? And at least in 2 parts. not going to be a whole bunch of countries anymore. They might call themselves states, because Africa is about to split into two parts. And that's going to happen this year, right? Anyway, that's no story together, brothers and sisters. I'm trying to bring you up to speed about all things that happen, because once apocalypse start, it's only going to last. Well, the Armageddon part of it, Armageddon East part of it, right, is only going to last for a year. That's for you. So let's start. All this is going to be gone. A new reality can roll in. Right? Okay. We're just talking about right here. It says, I'm going to read some of it. And after I saw another angel stepping out of heaven, this chapter 18. 30 great earth was lighting out above him. He cried out strong in voice, she fell, Babylon fell the great. Let's talk about America, right? As you can't dwell in place of demons, that means that real people. Dark can I tell you, demons are headaches, anxieties, dispositions, right? Memories. No, those don't dwell anywhere. They don't dwell in your mind, I guess. But it says Babylon became a dwelling place. I mean, it's people. So you keep listening to Farrakhan. The reason why he's telling that, because he's a demon. You don't know what demon is. They used to call him, house Negro butts. Used to call them house Negroes. Master's children. Those ones lie in the house. They're us. They're them. We don't see clothing anyway. In prison, every unclean, spirit unclean, in prison, every bird unclean, having hated. Because the wine, anger, fornication have fallen all nations. Who's influenced all the nations? It's not China. It's not America. I mean, it's not France. It's not it's not Australia. It's America. That's what we're talking about. That's what Babylon is, right? And the kings of earth have committed fornication, traveling merchants, capitalism, right? And unreigning love. I mean, it's like getting rich. Marriage is supposed to be rich country on the planet. That's what I'm saying, right? So anyway, it says, get the hell out of here. It says, get the hell out. So, because the plagues, the judgment started 2020. That was the first of it. It's going to get 9 more. The 9 plagues you're talking about, that was Armageddon plagues. And this is one of them. This Armageddon East, West is one of the plagues. There's 9 plagues. And all the plagues were designed for us to get out of here. Anyway, you don't want to be here, brothers and sisters. Time our present trouble is going to be like you can't imagine. We'll move on, brothers and sisters. Just get out. If you don't like me, get out. If you like the way I talk, get out. If you like the way I look, get out. Just get out. Save your life, brother. Save your children's lives. Save your family's lives. You know, if you can afford it, just take a trip for 2 or 3 months. Go to Africa. Don't go to Europe. Okay? See? This right here this is serious. The whole things I'm going to talk about. Right? Trying to do one daily. So I guess it'll be another week before I finish up. Right? Give you a count by count, detailed, right? Blow by blow count of what you can expect in the next few months, in the next year and a half or so. The apocalypse. Now, I'm going to give just one piece of it, and I'm talking about that part. It's Armageddon East, Armageddon West. I'm talking about Armageddon West today. Okay? I understand, brothers and sisters. See? Details. I'm talking about those little pesky details in a minute. So this is Apocalypse, right? 7. Apocalypse 8. Apocalypse 9. Master from Muhammad, 104,000 delivered. Apocalypse 10, part 10. Okay? Apocalypse 10, right? Apocalypse 11. Battle of Zion. All these wars, brothers and sisters. Apocalypse 12. Right? Go verse of Ram. See, if I can say, Armageddon's a war in all wars. There's a bunch of wars beside Armageddon. The scripture talk about. Which we're talking about Farrakhan, lion, demon, devil, silver devil. Apocalypse 14. Lion, that's the last one. That's the last battle. That's one of the worst of them. Okay. Apocalypse Part 5. There are 4 already, this is Part 5. Actually 6, because the first one was to bring you up to the door of the apocalypse. This angel key, brothers and sisters. Angel key. Now, I made an adjustment to it. If you see the previous ones, it look a little different. Because this is the way it looks at during the JCPOA. When Obama was president, when riding that white horse and the angel, when it says, not the one in chapter 19, this is that's 2 different horses. Right? I mean, that's the same horses, just 2 different riders. This is Obama, he's riding that white horse in the first seal. Right? So it's during this reign when witnesses, now Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan is trying to tell you, that's Master Muhammad's 2 witnesses, Syria and Iran, that's been on the foot of the nations for 42 months, 3.5 years. It will start under Obama's reign. Okay, so we leave it. So this is what the key looks like. Now we're going to revisit this as I'm showing you what the whole key looks like. We're going to focus on the bottom part because that's where the action is right now. Okay, so here, see it says, this is where I got China and Korea there. Well, let's go back for a minute and show you something real quick. I'll show you something real quick here. Make sure you understand something. Where you get confused. See here? Now, this key is not set up the way it would be initially. But see, on the bottom down there, you got 3. Those are the European countries. Now, it should be on the bottom, but they should be on the top. Right? But in this case, they're on the bottom. But the top part of each nation, that's the Islamic part. Then you got the Oriental. That's 3. Then you got the Asian. That's 3. The top is gold. Right? So that's the Islamic part. Then you got the African, which is top. But the 2 part there, it's mixed up because, like I said, its symbols change. Anyway, it's 3 per nation, 3 levels, okay? You need to understand that. So we're going to be focusing on the bottom 3 down here. Europeans. See, Iran and Syria is part of European. But they're original, right? But they're on the maternal side, they're Europeans. On the paternal side, they're original. If you understand that. So that's what you understand we're going through this key so you don't get lost here. Okay, so at this point in time, this is between 1948 and 1990. It says they would be prophesizing for 42 years, 1,260 days, which is 42 months, and prophesied. So that means they would be prophesizing for 42 years, right? That's their original position, right there on top of the European countries, because they're the Islamic part. And then it says, then the beast that rises out of the pit, or the bottomless pit. Well, hold it. Where's the bottomless pit? That's talked about in chapter 20. But according to these 9 preachers, they don't come out until 1,000 years into the future, millennia. But here it's saying the beast comes, so it means that has already happened. Unless you're saying this thing is coming right here, right? There's going to be the witnesses is 1,000 years in the future. If you're saying the story about the witnesses 1,000 years in the future, if it's not, if it's happening now or near now, that means the apocalypse, that chapter 20, them coming out of the pit has already happened in the past. It's a past thing. Because don't say a beast come out of the pit 2 times. Out of the pit or abyss, whatever you call it. So that means it's the one that comes out, it makes war against them after they did for it. Look at this region, I'm not going to read all these things, brother and sister. So that means that happened in the past. So if you understand what happened in the past, that's European history. Because in the dark ages for 1,000, that's what they try to hide that fact from you. They're the ones that was in dark ages. For 1,000 years, and it was kept down by the Islamic Empire. They resurrected the empire of Prophet Muhammad. Of resurrected empire of Abraham. Abraham built the Kaaba, Mecca, and Medina. Yeah, they don't want you to know that, because they want you to associate Abraham with Islam, because then that would throw you off, wouldn't it? Throw you for a curve. See? And you had to be resurrected by Prophet Muhammad, because the Kaaba, the pilgrimage, all that stuff is already in place. Maybe not Ramadan, but the Kaaba, the pilgrimage, all that stuff is already in place. And that's when Prophet Muhammad was born. Okay, so anyway. So it said so it's talking about who came, and these 2 would be guarded and make ox, and they would cover her Who are the two only European empires there's been since you know about it? Two world empires. Who? Rome wasn't a world empire. It was Genghis Khan. Only two world empires, Britain and America. Britain said, what, sun does not set on the British Empire. We covered the whole world. And America has two as a second. That's that the ran with two ones. The great one kept last. That means America became a great power in Europe. And then Britain, but they managed the whole world. Okay. So instead of making war against them, this will happen. They cast them down. So in 1990, 42 years, exactly they said, they started preparation of and to invade heaven, the Middle East, because that's what heaven is in the Middle East, brothers and sisters. It's not some place in the seventh dimension, that place. It's here. Hell is here. We've been to hell 4 or 5. They told lies about hell. It's like, it's some place after you die, because they didn't want you to know you was in hell. They didn't want you to know you was the devils. Because if you knew they was the hell, and they was the devils, right? And there was no beyond that, and they wasn't afraid of death when they came here, they would cut your throat. They would never endure, like the Bible says, they would never endure that type of slavery, that's bondage, all their lives, if it wasn't for the fear of death. And the devil had power of death. Who was the master? They called the master devil. Farrakhan, he's saying devils no more. So because they gave us that Christianity has fear of death. So, oh, hell is after, there was hell after you die. Right? When you was in hell. And the people that was carrying that was the devils that was doing to you. But oh no, you're going to meet a devil after you die and it's going to be terrible. Once they convince you that, they have control of you. Because if they did convince you that, you would have cut those. You would never spend 40 years in that situation. So he cast them out. And they've been at it for 24 years, which is 3.5, which means half a foot, 42 years. That's what he said. Half what? Half 42 is 21, and then plus 3, that's 24. 24 years they've been in that position right there, right? And then it says, then they go to the JCPOA, right? On the Fruit of Nations for 3.5 years. They get back to Daniel's 7-year situation in the middle of 7 years, right? Or 7 weeks, right? The covenant will be broken, the treaty will be broken. That's what, so it'll be a 7-year period. So if you take 7, so JCPOA started on 1/16/16. So 7 years from now it'll be 1/16/23 this year. 7 years. So but they would be in there for the middle of that for 3.5 years. And 3.5 years be another, so 7 years altogether. So we're talking about the first 3.5 years right here, right? Because that's just possibly complete after 7 years, which would be January this year. And the Fruit of Nations, that's JCPOA, because under UN authority, right? That's what it means, okay. Then you can read that at your leisure, brothers and sisters. And then they start stepping up. And that takes 3.5 year process, which will bring them to, right, January 2003. And during that process, they've been negotiating with the European countries, because they didn't want to do it. They didn't want to negotiate with America. They didn't want to negotiate with France, Israel. They didn't want to negotiate with UK, right? So that's what it's talking right there. See? They were negotiating, but I said they would not go back to JCPOA. But that's what it is. So they've been in that position, okay? That puts you right. And so, like I said, after 3.5 years. So then, it said besides in heaven, we won't go into details now, brothers and sisters, but it said besides him in 6 months. So now you understand, if you look over here right here, you understand there's your key, right? The top part of each one, when I told you the part of each one, that represents the ears. The middle part represents hands and the foot, both those 3 parts each one, represent feet. So it said they stood upon their feet. After 7, the 3.5, the 7, they stood upon their feet. Okay, they stand upon their feet. It said besides heaven for about half an hour. So it means it could be anywhere between 6 months, 5 months, or 7 months, somewhere in there, because it says about. It don't say exactly. So what happens? So we said, remember, the top is the ear, so now they're on top of each other. And now we'll be starting January. And that's where the conflict been directly between America, both Israel, and Iran, right? And Britain since the beginning of the year. So they're in conflict. They ain't war yet. They're in conflict. And that's what signs, because what? When you cover your ears with hands, that's what happened here. That's silence I was talking about. Now that's 6 months. Which if you take January, then January to February, March, April, May, June, July, right? That'd be 6 months. So put on solid July, or that could be January to February, that's 1, to March, April, May, June, July, right? That's 6 months. So I said that wrong. So it could either happen July, August, or June. 6 months would be July, right? So we said about. So don't tell exactly. So I give a monthly size. That's my calculation. So now, and so at that point, the conflict between because everybody reads the papers. The conflict between Iran and Israel, America is heating up. Heating up, especially because this Ukraine thing, they're helping with drones and stuff. It's heating up. And so they say, we gotta go to war. We gotta go to war. Because the existential threats are full. It's heating up. Right? So, and this was, and then what happens? And the war takes place. That's Michael's Angels now. The Shia Michael's Angels. And so they get kicked out. The Air Force got destroyed. Because remember, Michael and his angels, Michael will be involved in this mess from heart. And they're going to come after with their so-called mighty Air Force. They're going to take it out. So that's not going to work. And their trigger on their family on nuclear, that's not going to work either. Because they find us dead. Because that's why Muhammad, they said he's all the nuclear sites all over America. And so every time one of those ships come near it, sites come in and they can't work. So that nuclear arsenal that Israel think you have, they can use it. They outnumbered 100-1 more. So they defeated. That's this. And they got cast out. And then, like I said, the Air Force are coming to be annihilated. They can't tell American people how it got annihilated. That was not annihilated by so-called UFOs. Russia did it. That partly was going to get them in the fight with Russia. Anyway, so they defeat them. They kicked them out. Okay? And you see right here, read chapter 12. Okay? And that what happens. That's when Babylon falls, chapter 18. That's when Babylon falls. And leaves false Israel isolated. So when Jerusalem's surrounded by armies, it's destruction. Now, they keep telling you redemption. No, it says destruction is near. So false Israel is about to go down here. I'm leading you up to, right? Because now we're in the apocalypse now. See, so that war takes place, we're in the apocalypse. So we're in the apocalypse now, right? It's war in heaven. Then false Israel taken down. That seals the deal. That means we definitely have to be the true seed of Abraham, because that's not supposed to happen. If they're true seed of Abraham. So that kicks off the fact that we're true. That's causing I want to get to that today. That's going to cause an earthquake in itself all over the planet. That we're true seed of Abraham. All nations have done something else, going to pay in spades.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Assalamu alaikum. Sisters and brothers, Suman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, Breaker of Seven Seals, the Judge, the Crusher. Welcome, brothers and sisters. This is Believer Part 6, Apocalypse Series, Armageddon West, Armageddon East. Excuse me, Armageddon West. Armageddon West, brothers and sisters. Armageddon West. Sisters and brothers, apocalypse. The apocalypse is a total global conflagration. One reality has been taken out, another reality is coming in. A second, brother and sister, here. A second here. One second. One second, that's just Matei's little interruption as soon as I start. One second. Brothers and sisters, this resolved. Hopefully, no more interruptions. Brothers and sisters, apocalypse is global conflict, and global war. Okay? There's two targets. The whole world is against us, the true seed of Abraham covenant. But the target of God's wrath is our oppressors. So that's the target, that's the focus of the war. But it's going to drag everybody into it. That's the focus. This whole entire world is against us rising back to power, right? But the chief enemy, when oppressing us, crucifying us the last 5 years, they're talking of God's wrath, talking of the Lamb's wrath, talking of Master Muhammad's wrath. So we're going to go into it, brothers and sisters. Like I said, this is 14, 15 part series. Now, this is 2 parts here, Armageddon East and Armageddon West. Now, I'm going to cover more on this side the day before because I said, well, some of these things could be covered in Armageddon East. But I said, when I do Armageddon West, right, so I just put it all there instead of breaking up 2 parts like that. So we'll see. Let's proceed and see what we get here, brothers and sisters. See, this is the crucifixion, brothers and sisters. We've been crucified. That's what Scripture talking about crucifixion. We were crucified. There was no crucifixion to save the world. It says he was crucified for the sins of the world. In other words, the world was so sinful, was a righteous person, right? If you're compassed by a world of sinners, you're going to be crucified. He didn't get crucified to save them. He was crucified by them on the banner of the cross. They're fake Jesus. Right? He doesn't have bronze skin or woolly hair. It's a fake. It says Satan can appear masquerade as an angel of light. Look at the works. Look at the works. Death in his land. Genocide of his inhabitants. Dragging us over here. For no reason. We didn't do anything to them. Right? Women, men, women, and children, mercilessly raped, murdered, hung, tortured, and terrorized. This is a terrorist nation. Only a system like that could be maintained. It has to be maintained through terror. And they admire the terrorists, Washington, Jefferson. They don't tell you anything, and you walk. All this was done on the banner of the cross. And you mean that's the way God rolls with theft, murder, enslavement, torture, raping, terrorism? If that's it, then what problem you got with Satan? He said, know them by their works. Whose works of Satan? They said they're going to try to make evil good and good evil. That's dumb. Everything done is evil. We should know by now. That's crucifixion. Took everything and for it. Took everything. Nothing. Left us nothing. Our names, our identity, right? They are false Israel, pretend to be us. Our culture, our language, our land, everything. They left us with nothing. But our ability to continue to be tormented and terrorized by them. And said they would trick us into thinking that this hell that we're in, being tormented by devils, wasn't the real hell, wasn't the real devils. That would be a place that happened after we died. We lived it. That was a lie. And they got you to believe it. And once they got you to believe it, then they can manage you, control you. Because it says they suffered enslavement all their lives because of fear of death. Because they gave that false fear. And by who was the control of their death? Well, who was control of our death? They were. And they called them devils. We're devils, right? We have power over death. And I tell you everything, Pharaoh ain't devils no more. That's not the scripture said. It said those who had power over death, some devils. Who devils had power over our death. And so they had power over death, and they told us that death was a doorway to hell and damnation and devils if we didn't obey them and obey what Master said and loved them no matter what he did to us. And really? And so they tortured us all our lives. And we slay and do it because we thought it was going to go worse than this. And this was the hell. These was the devils. Well, now it's a theory. So it's theoretical now, right? Okay. Anyway, brothers and sisters, let's move on. Armageddon East. Armageddon East. Okay. I said, I might have misspoke. East. I spoke West already, but I said East, right? So it all happened pretty much simultaneously. So I reserved, right, the top, my main bullets for this one, right? Main arrows for this one. Because they both Armageddon. You got Armageddon East, Armageddon West. They talk about Armageddon in Revelations, they only talk about that one place. Right? And you got to understand, you got Armageddon East and Armageddon West. See, because Armageddon is a European war. But America is a European country. Right? They're taking this country, but so you have Armageddon both. Maybe you'll understand, maybe you won't. But see, we give you details, and so you know what to do. Pharaoh could say, he called Armageddon. Armageddon started. Really? Well, why did you tell us before it got started? Now it's starting. You tell us now, after we're in it? So we're supposed to do, Farrakhan. Tell me, it's a flood after it starts raining. What we're going to do? Now you know, right? Okay. Just talking about Babylon. Some of you can read your own literature, brothers and sisters. It's chapter 18. Babylon fell. But the thing is, admonish you, says, it really commands you, get the hell out. Get out of here. Farrakhan trying to trick you. Say, no, that means get our cultures, got religion, what kind of stuff. No, it means get the hell out of here. This place is about to blow. So they be taking out plagues, right? But you not share her sins or plagues, right? Okay, you stay if you want. Get out, brothers and sisters. This place is about to blow. If you get forward, get your hell out of here. Take a couple months off. You don't want to be hearing the blows, brother and sister. Get out of her. Who's instead of voice be telling you that? Who's the only voice telling you that? Who's the only voice telling you that, brothers and sisters? Get the hell out of here. This is the topics we're going to talk about, right? Next few days. I'm going to try to do, I'm going to try. I expect to do one per day, one more per weekday until it's finished. That'll be about 2 weeks from now, altogether. Euro collapse, Populous 5, Part 5, Armageddon East, Armageddon West. So in other words, apocalypse, it encompasses the whole thing. Armageddon is just two battles, right? Within apocalypse. Apocalypse covers the whole thing. So we lead you up to the apocalypse starts and its duration of everything happens in between. See, we give you details here, not watch the weather. So we're going to bring you, the apocalypse hasn't started yet, but it will start once that war takes place in the Middle East. That will ignite apocalypse. And then once that ignites, right, so it's going to kick off Armageddon and other wars, demon war, demon devil war, the goat war, many, right, and the war of the last days. All that's under the umbrella of apocalypse. So, goat and the bear. Then finally, the lion versus the bear, that's the war of the latter days, the God against real true Israel. What would you expect these people to do other than lie to you, brothers and sisters? They kidnap you. They wouldn't lie to you. They kidnap you, rape you, beat you, create a hybrid nation out of your women. Apocalypse, part 9. Part 6. Part 6. What's part 6? Okay. Now it says, Armageddon East, right? But see, Armageddon it tells you that it's a European war. So Armageddon West is the place going to take place here. Armageddon East will take over Europe. Both devastating, both target of America. Both target of America. One externally, one internally. Sword within, sword without. Right? So we're going to talk about both of them really. Right? Like I said, I saved some of my ammunition from the previous one because both of these have they work together. This is what angel key looks like. Right? Time of Obama's reign. Right? And riding that white horse, brothers and sisters. So we're going to start here. Right? 1948, the witnesses, now Elijah and Farrakhan. The two witnesses, right, they prophesied for 42 years, from 1948 to 1990, right, being against false Israel. And then, we're going to take step by step, brothers, because chapter 11 is the timeline. And then, it says the beast that came out of the abyss, right, attacked them. The beast came out of the abyss, attacked them, right? So you got to answer the question, because we told that that's not going to happen to 1,000 years from now, the millennia. But if you understand it's happening now, that means the millennium has already happened, because it says the beast come out of the abyss, and that's what it says here. It says, and whenever they shall fence to witness them, the wild beast stepping out of the abyss, or the bottomless pit. That should be a red flag right there. That the millennia, if you believe this is happening now or before millennia has already passed, because the beast only comes out of the abyss but once. Right? So that's a telltale right there. So people tell me that stuff, oh, the abyss is down. No. The reason they tell you that, because they want you to know it's European history. Pure and simple European history. They was in dark age for 1,000 years, all of them. Right? And during that time, they was in dark ages. That's what the rise of Islamic empire. Abraham's resurrected empire. That was Abraham's seed. That's Ishmael. To decline, he resurrected them. That's the resurrection place that held the Europeans down for 1,000 years. With the Quran and so forth. See? So they come out after, they break loose, at the Quran said they break loose after 1,000 years, and they covered the whole earth, and that's exactly what American business done. They had two main powers. They had the goat, they had the ram and Daniel with 2 horns. The greatest one can't last. That's America. Okay. So here we go. So that was the Gulf War, 1990, 1991. So this was tested because it said 42 years, 1,260 days, 42 years. And then they would be, I missed, back up a second here, brothers and sisters. Did I miss something? Okay, okay, I went too fast here. So then, they went in, they pushed them down. American, Britain, and false Israel, for the most part, took control in the Middle East, right? They said they had been in this position for 24 years. And they were, up until, right, 2014, was they began to talk to JCPOA, right? And JCPOA ratified and put in effect. So as those they've been in JCPOA, right? I mean, they'd be on the foot of nations. So they'd be in that position, then they'd be going to foot of the nation for 3.5 years. Why would you have the 7 years? 7 years from this time, 3.5 years, then those 3.5 years, right? But anyways, 3.5 years, they've been on the foot of the nation, 42 months. as that says right there. Right? Okay. Then in the middle of the week, remember that 7 again? You have sent Daniel for that. In the middle of the week, the tree will be broken. Right? So 7 years altogether. And then here that 3.5 years, right? They rise to the Spirit of God. Well, the demons, they're unclean spirits of God. In this case, Satan. Okay? Understand, brothers and sisters? So in this case, right? So, okay, that's, right? So he rises up, the Spirit of God came in, that's right there, with the more disposition. And then they move this position where they go, where they're in conflict with America and Britain follows Israel, and they've been in conflict with them for the last 6 months. Because remember, 7 years, then 3 years for the nation, 3 years in negotiations trying to revive the JCPOA, 7 years. So I put you January 2015 to 1 January 2023. That was 7 years, right? So after 7 years, then it said it'd be silence in heaven for about 6 months, or half an hour, 6 months. Okay, so that's what it's talking about here. Because you see right here where you got a blinking one on the right there. Okay, that's what it means. Because when you understand angel key, American Britain represents hands, right? But the ears, the shield represents ears. And so they're covering their, that's why they can't anybody hear anything, because they're covering their ears. You have to understand angel key, brothers and sisters. Okay? Understand that. As a silence. So that puts you somewhere between May, June, July. So between May, June, and July. So then what happens? So what happens? That's when the war takes place. So war will take place in the Middle East somewhere between May and June or July. And when it does, America, Britain, and France will be cast out. Because Michael will be helping them. That's Michael's angels. And America, Britain, and France are Dragon's angels. Understand? And they're going to kick them out of the Middle East. That's what it says. War took place in heaven. War took place in heaven. That's what it says in chapter 12. Who understand, brothers and sisters? So we're going to delve into this, brothers and sisters, and hope you get a good understanding of what's going on here. Because you need to get the hell out of here. Lee. There you go. We got a clear passageway out here for you. Oops. We'll have another interruption, boss. It's just allow me for about a minute, maybe two. Mm-hmm. 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 Why an interruption, brothers and sisters? We get there. So, that's when occurred a war in heaven. That's chapter 12, occurred a war in heaven after 6 months. So we give you details, brothers and sisters. So we're saying this war will take place sometime between May and June, July. Say May and July, okay? Which May is next month, a few days. Then the war will take place. And American Britain will be defeated and false Israel. And on top of that, it's like this is Michael's angels go to war with the devil's, the dragon's angels. Then that's why Muhammad will participate in this. So they tell you about these so-called UFOs, right? Well, at that point, right, he's going to show power, but they would never tell him over here what happened because they will come after their first attack is going to be with their air forces, which will be annihilated and never reach Iran. And they can't explain it. That's one of the things that we say, oh, Russia, they must have been on Russia, have been on somebody. What happened to the planes? They can't tell people what really happened. Hold on, you see, brother, because that's what everything's about to blow. Let's move on to the next one here. And then when that happens, right, this is Babylon's fallen, because they was defeated, and now they kicked out of the Middle East altogether. They forced Israel to fend for itself with nuclear capability, eliminated, neutralized. They will not be able to use it. They tell these so-called planes, UFOs, are buzzing all their nuclear sites, and when they leave, things don't work. Anyway, it'll be that they try to use to be a blank. So that means now they got to fight a ground war. We got a number like 50, 100 to 1. Anyway, that's the situation. So they say you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, notice destruction is near. They're trying to tell, oh, he's going to be redeemed. Jesus is going to show up. That's not what the scripture says. It said, when you see Jerusalem, who's captain of Jerusalem? Who controls Jerusalem? It's not the Sunnis. It's not the Jordanians. So it said, when you see it surrounded armies, no destruction. All of it. And that's what happened. They isolated. They can't receive any help from American Britain because they have their own issues. And they isolated, right? They're under siege. No food coming in and out, right? So, and they will suffer, right? Cannibalism. They don't have no food. And the world will see it and vivid. Look at pictures all over Hollywood and everything about us now. Everybody gonna see them. And then what? See, we see Jerusalem, so they're taken down. You see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Notice destruction is near. And tell you to flee. See, tell you to flee, brother. I'm telling you, get out. You want to be here when this happens. Because then you have to admit that you're true to Abraham. That means they're the devils. Elijah Muhammad said they were. The only option they have is to get rid of you. If they got their hands on you, get rid of you and hope for the best. They can't let you out of here. That was their greatest fear. That you multiply, right, and unite. And if there's war broke out, you unite against them with the enemy, and you flee the country. Because I know if you flee, see, some of us still got our right minds, right? We're going to want revenge for 40 years of Arabic terror. And they don't want you to leave with that on your mind because it's just. They did to us unconscionable. So they're going to attack you. We're going to talk about those things, brothers and sisters. I'm just trying to lead you up to the apocalypse. See, now, that's the first apocalypse of war in heaven. That's what ignites the apocalypse. So I didn't say earlier, that's what ignites the apocalypse. When that's why goes to war, that ignites the apocalypse. Now we're in apocalypse when that happens. Now we're in apocalypse. False Israel was taken out. The evangelicals that went crazy over here, because they knew when they set false Israel to begin with, it was a lie. They was put to counter the fact they lied. Muhammad said, we choose Abraham, and we had the facts. So he had to send them over there, set them up and everything else to convince everybody, because they couldn't have the people believe that we choose Abraham. What does that mean? Hell and damnation is on the way for them. Okay? So now false Israel was taken out, and no more. So now they have to come to the fact that we must choose Abraham, because if they choose Abraham, they wouldn't be taken out. It says they would not be vanquished again. And so, I didn't actually show that, but anyway, there's final, now look, put this together now. The Shia has total control of the Middle East now. Total. They defeated the Dragon, House of Saud, American Business False Israel. Total control. Now Europe is totally dependent upon oil from the Middle East and Russia. But they're in conflict with Russia right now. There's conflagration with them. Confrontation. So any source of oil is Middle East now has been cut off. So chapter 80 says a total economic collapse. Immediately, bam. Because they're having reserves over there. And the war is just suddenly cut off. Because when that war is won, you think, well, I'm not going to help them. They help attack us, right? So now they right here, they're totally, right? All cut off. So Europe right now, at that point, right? All kind of collapse. Kind of collapse here, right behind it. See? And since in America, the only source of oil is primarily here, and they've kept their wells and got rid of the strategic petroleum reserves. So now they have to prioritize their oil. Because this happens here. Europe, totally dependent off the Middle East, they can't get any more total economic collapse. They look for America to bail them out. America can't bail them out because they say we need all we have for ourselves. Because they just got finished war with the Shia, and now they see wars on the horizon, right? With Europe, Asia, and everybody else. So they got to prioritize that oil. We don't have much of it anyway. So now you got famine here. I'm not going into detail, you got famine here now. So in this situation right here, right, you have famine. You got defeat. American Britain's been defeated and cast out. Well, Israel's gone. That's the situation you are at this point in time. See? And this still talking about economic collapse in Europe. Now, economic collapse in Europe, right? During this war, cut off. They can't get off in the United States because, they could get it. But if it goes by ship, it will take too long. If they're in dire need of it now, they can ship by airplane. Okay? So the economy collapses. Economy here collapses also. And then right here, now this is it's a greenish yellow. It's really greenish yellow. It's not pale. King James Version is a bad translation. It's greenish yellow, and that's important that you leave it like that. So don't mess it up, chapter 22. But he did so. And set upon the name of his death and Hades would follow him. He was given him authority upon. This is pay attention to this. It was given him, remember, one authority. I mean, this is look horse, yell, and say upon him, name is him, death will follow. And the bottom line is, was given to them. That's the first three seals. Was given him authority, because the first had authority. The second one, right, upon the fourth of the earth, right? Who's the fourth? Earth represents America, Britain, America, Britain, Europe, and Russia. This represents, right, the earth. But it says 1/4 of them, so 1/4 of his target, so one of his target, all of his target, only one of his target, right, to kill, and his long sword, and the famine, and the death, by the wild beasts of the earth. Now, in famine, I mean, I told you, famine's already kicked in at this point. Famine's already kicked in because they're out of oil, right? See, so that'd be in America here. That's talking about America here, right? That's fourth earth is America, right? To kill a long sword. See, this will trigger. It says this will take peace away from the earth. That's what's happening here. The long sword take peace away from the earth. So that means at that point, right? Everybody was trying to figure out what to do. Now it's open warfare. And the family, right? Because now everybody's hungry, so that's going to drive the war. Hunger, right? Cannibalism, right? And by the wild beast earth. Wild beast represents China. I mean, represents Europe and Russia. So it means America is going to be attacked, right? On both sides, because it says it was given authority to kill the fourth earth. Right, to kill a long sword. So now America, that's internally, right? There's a war, and externally, the wild beast earth between Russia and EU. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's why it says double. Babylon fallen, because it's double. Babylon's getting double. And this one day will come in place where we're saying is that once this happens, once that war starts, America got less than a year. Less than a year, right? It will come in and play one day, death, mourning, famine. There's the famine, there's the death. We haven't discussed death yet, brother, because and the fire should burn down. Means they burn down. So why you gonna stay at fire, guys? So it burned down, burned up. Petrol or fire, and they won't go out in 4 or 5 years, right? Because strong Lord the God of heaven judge her. They weep and they will strike themselves upon the kings of earth. That means just fighting with kings, right, between China and Russia. I mean between Britain and Russia, right? And having her committed fornication and having lived reign on luxury whenever they throw the smoke of fire. In other words, right? That means this is Armageddon East. It says, they will strike themselves upon her as the kings of earth. That's the 1/4. So that's Armageddon, because you've been fighting each other. Okay? But Armageddon West, over here, right, is war also, right, between the devils and the demons. So, again, Armageddon East. So over Europe, remember, I'm always speaking of Armageddon West too, so I saved some of my ammunition, right, firepower, for this because they're in the same process. But Armageddon East, Armageddon West, right? So Armageddon East, okay. That's over Russia. And when another fire red horse set upon it, giving him take peace out of earth, or that they will slaughter. So you got the 4 horses, right? And the first horse is down there where America is. Second one is down there where you see China, right? Third one would be where you see the rivers where the demon is. And fifth one was the top demon, Legion, those are green rounds, right? Okay. So it says, when another, see that right there, it says, and giving him see the peace, take peace out of earth, in order that they will slaughter. So that's the sword he's talking about right there. So it was giving him a sword, right? That's a sword, a sword right there. Now that's the first of the 4 winds. So what it's telling you is, what you understand is, that the war Armageddon don't start until the wind blows. That's when it starts. See? So that means fire coming, how you talking about? He don't know any of this. He's a guest. He pulls stuff out of his ass calling honey. What was I missing there? Then it says, and greenish yellow set atop him, naming death and haze will follow with him. So that means death and haze represents the goat or leopard brown spot. They represent that in Daniel. Because remember, Daniel is celibate to this. At the chapter 13, they intersect. Right? And greenish yellow, right? Because that's what it is. It wasn't pale. That's what they say. Anyway, and with the look horse, greenish yellow, setting upon it the name named to him death, and haze will follow him. It was given them authority upon the fourth of the earth again, the fourth of the earth, right? To kill a long sword. See? That's that demon they just got hit with. Right? So let me do it again. Authority upon the fourth earth to kill long sword and famine and death. So it's saying that this thing's happened for Earth America, right? Authority upon the fourth earth to kill long sword. Remember, that's the one that's going to take peace from the earth, right? And famine. There's going to be famine during that time. And death and wild beast earth. So that what that means, wild beast earth is a Armageddon that's going to take place. See? But when it says it here, right, it says, and the wild beast earth, that means that's war over there, not here, right? Because here's the famine and everything else. Over there, it's a kinetic war. They fight, is shooting and killing each other, right? That's what it says. And with wild beast earth, because wild beast earth represents China, represents America, represents Russia and EU in this position, in this point, right? At this point in time. And that's what happened right here. See, because that's the sword has to be that was used, and that's the sword right there. Okay. It also represents African countries, that sword. So what does that mean? Well, you know, you got 2 million Africans here in America. Now, in this case here, they're on the attack. Remember, I already said there was cannibalism going on. It's already on the attack. Right? Brothers and sisters. Okay, another interruption here. Give me a second. We'll get through it. We'll get through it. We'll get through it. We'll get through it. Brothers and sisters. You need to know what to do, brothers and sisters. You need to get out of here. If you don't get out of here, you're caught up. So only 2 exits out of here after that point. Only 2 exits. Lamb's Book of Life, tribulation, the scenic route. You definitely want the scenic route, brothers and sisters. But if you're here, that's your only choice, or death. So that's the other path out. And where that path goes, that's through the oven. You don't want that path, brothers and sisters, believe me. You don't want that path. So the bottom line here is, you got those 4 trumpets. Now, Farrakhan is leading you trying to tell you, he knows what, he just has nothing to do with Revelations about, he has no idea what it's saying, none whatsoever. So you got these 4 trumpets. They're also called 4 winds. And they also are the horses. They also, it depends on the chapter, right? But in this case, it says, this one had the power to take peace away from the earth. He had a sword. So that means if the earth is peaceful, that means it couldn't be Armageddon according to Farrakhan, because Farrakhan, he said that's the word in all wars. And he's telling me in Armageddon, but if Armageddon is supposed to be word in all wars, and it's go nuclear and everything else, then why is he telling you it started? I mean, you could be nuked today or tomorrow. You'd be killed there tomorrow. If Armageddon's already started, it's word in all wars, that means they're going to hold up the nuclear arsenals and everything else. If you're in Armageddon now, according to him, he's been telling you what to get out of. He said, no, just pray. Put your armor on, holding armor, or prayer and faith in him, and faith in God. No, that's not what he told Noah. He told Noah to build a damn ark. He told Lot and Solomon, get the hell out. But no, just stay there and hold on. Just believe me, have faith. Right? He's Legion. See, he know he ain't going to say, let me go back, let me throw me into swine daddies. The warning, brother, says, I'm the warner. I'm the watchman, I'm telling you. If you don't like me, you don't like what I'm saying, like I'm measuring where I look, get the hell out of the way. And then you're going to be called to account why you didn't stick around with your bonuses, but you still save your life. You save your children's life, save your family's lives. See? Otherwise, get rich in the Lamb's Book of Life if you can. Otherwise, prepare yourself for tribulation. See? So that's what's happened. See, that first one, it says, the first trumpet and occurred hail and fire and mingled blood and was thrown to earth, and third earth was burned down. Third. Now, why is third, right? And it was burned down. See, because when you see a sword here, well, I'm not, okay, I didn't show it all here. Let me get this. See, that sword is, right? Now, when America's in that position, it's called third earth. You understand? You understand the key for this? Because now you got Europe, America, and Britain, and Britain's up there, right? But here in the earth right now consists of Russia, America, and EU. So that means 1/3. That's a third that's hidden. So it's thrown to earth. 1/3 earth would burn down, 1/3 trees, 1/3 vegetation. It means it attacks everybody under them. That means that's why it takes peace from the earth. That's when it took peace from the earth. Now they're all fighting. See? So we got fight on 2 levels. Here it says 1/3. So in this case right here, right, it's talking about America, right? There's total, because it says we take peace from the earth, but they start slaughtering each other. So now you got wholesale slaughter here in America. You got the famine going on, right? And at this point, you got cannibalism going on, right? And now you got them attacking all blacks at this point, right? That's talking about the 2 million Africans, immigrants, right? And they attack back. They attack back because they're more organized than we are. They attack back. That's what's going on here. So everybody's at war. So they start slaughtering each other, right? That's Armageddon West, right? But Armageddon East, right? That's America right there, and the vice between Britain and America. I mean, Britain between Russia and Britain. between Russia and EU. That was going over there. So now you got insurrection here, and you got war over there. That's Armageddon East. Here be Armageddon West. It was talking about brothers and sisters. Let's go a little further. But it wouldn't happen if 4 winds blow. Had it blown yet, has it blown yet, Farrakhan? See? So now all the rest of the winds are blowing. And it said when the 4 winds blow in Ezekiel, that's when the resurrection takes place. I'm trying to pull this together for you, brothers and sisters. Okay? But see here, they're at war. At the bottom, they're war. They're war. America's in the vice between between Europe and Russia. Because see, Europe has betrayed America at that point. Because no, couldn't get off in the Middle East. They couldn't get from America because they were starving, right? And the whole economy collapsed. So they turned on America and back Russia. They turned on America and back Russia. Right? So that ignites Armageddon East. Because America has a multitude of bases there, with thousands, tens of thousands of military. And once Europe sides with Russia, and Russia's at war with America, right? Then the first thing they're going to do, you understand? Right? They're going to attack those bases. So America's going to defend those bases. Military got to defend those bases. That's how they ended up in Armageddon East. But the result of that means they got to prioritize what oil they have left, because now they're at war, right? Over in Europe. So they got to prioritize what oil they have. So it means total economic collapse here. Because they're already famine, eating each other, cannibalism, doing this task, but all is going simultaneously. So, and the demons, right? They master children, therefore they're leading the march in cannibalism, because now they want to take down the country. There's a chance to take down the country, because country's no fuel, insurrection, everything else, cannibalism. So they unite and try to take the country down. They're hungry too. They're cannibalists. They're cannibalists too. You understand, brothers and sisters? So I told them they're going to tear the cities down. They're going to lose the end, but they're going to tear all the cities down. See? And so that's why. So America, Britain, and Europe is not. They're no peace anymore. Right now they're in a total knockdown, drag-out battle over Europe right now. America's in the vice between Europe, his former friend, and Russia. Okay? So this 4 winds blowing. Right? Oof. Now all the winds is blown. All 4 winds is blown. Okay. Now 4 winds blow causes the resurrection. But remember, they have war. Armageddon East, Armageddon West. They're destroying each other. Said one another would, that's when she leased it. Right, when that horse, red fire, red horse, right? It took peace away from the earth. And that is one of the 4 winds. So now the peace, the war doesn't start until the 4 winds blow. 4 winds blow, now, right? You have war here and war over Europe. That's both Armageddons. Here they're tearing place apart. The demons are tearing place apart because they unite after we're separated from them. They unite and we unite. Great army. We went the hell out of here. Remember back in 60s, integration, separation. They wanted integration. 20 years later, 20 years earlier, it's Afrocentric, Eurocentric. They wanted to be more like Africans, more like Europe. We wanted to be more like Africans, right? 50 years before that, right? We ran to cities, they stayed on the farm. They want to stay close to Massa. Now they have total break. But now before the war between us and them, they're trying to overcome the leaders. They're trying to get people up to fight. Right. So we'll talk about that, maybe not today. And now, they're fleeing because they're under attack. The whole place is a cannibal show. Right? So the original people, majority of original people is in the cities. They don't have to flee. They're in the cities. But it's mostly, it's the demons and people, right, that's lost, lack of knowledge and, betrayals or whatever. They're still out in the suburbs. And they have to flee. Because remember, there's no food, there's no water. Because they need oil, they have to prioritize it for the military. And so they don't have enough. And they can't put it out fast enough to make a difference. So, there's the famine's going on. And said they're going to attack all the blacks for food. That's what chapter 3 is saying, the 6th, 3rd seal, right? The barley and whatever. That means we're the food, because that's what they represent. We're the food. They're attacking. So all blacks have been on attack. Also the African immigrants, right? Because they're fighting back. So therefore they're on attack, and they have to flee. Not fleeing from the army, not fleeing from the police force, because they have time to get there. They say you have to flee instantly because you flee from your next door neighbor. Because they're hungry. Okay? Let me move on here, brothers and sisters. So close this out. This will all come together. That's the harvest, chaff and wheat. They separate out. The wheat is blown and put on in the barn, and chaff is thrown back, right? And it gets marked, right? They throw them back to the devil dad. Is we're going to go back to the swine, right? And what this happens. Remember, we're talking about Armageddon, east and west, right? So in this case, we primarily talking about Armageddon west, because that's 1/4, right? And 1/3 and all that stuff. They're really talking about that one. So there you go. That's a demon war. That's also Samson, where he destroys the two pillars. The pillars will be America and Britain, right? That's would be where you see it. You have the wind there and the explosion, but that's where it would be. And he'd be that demon, because Samson was a demon. He'd be a demon post between there to bring the whole thing down itself in the process. But the thing is that this locust war happens, right, as a result of the conflict between us and the demon. Once we come together, we kick them out. We don't want them. We purge them right out. See? Because they're devil's children, not ours. And so therefore what happens, right? They want to get back to Master. Master don't want them. So that, and because Master's hungry, and they just want food, and they're the source of the food, right? So now you got a conflict between devil's demons, the devil's children, right? And that lasts 5 months. That's locusts. It lasts 5 months, and then they're defeated. And that's by that time that's when the goat starts rolling in. Total chaos. Every last for us, it'll be a war. 17 million demons, women, children, all. Full-fledged war, fighting for their lives, fighting for not to be eaten, and fighting to take control. Because if you lose, you're eating. There's no giving up. Children or whatever. Children is better because they eat, softer meat. That's what's happening, brothers and sisters. Full-fledged war. See, that's a demon war, full-fledged war. So now they can't reconcile with Master. They're total conflict. They're fighting what they will lose after about 5 months. But the raging war. At the same time, there's raging war over in Europe. And America had to stop, right? Raging war over in Europe. Okay? Trying to take the base and everything, they're getting their ass kicked over there. I said, wild beast earth. They're attacking them because they ally with Russia. So they have no friends anywhere. So their friends were banned. So now they're fighting there and they're fighting here. Total devastation. Now, no walk in the park or you could eat something, go to bed and all that stuff. No, it's real. Oops. Oops. It's just the famine's going on. Famine's going on during this period. Farrakhan is cast out at this period. Why is he cast out? Because total war, the demons against the devils, right? But before that happens, Suleiman had to come back, right? Before the actual war breaks out. That brief period, right? When the war is lost, America loses the war there, and before, right, that Trump is loose, that takes away peace, that starts the army to start, it'd be a time of famine, but just before they start eating each other and everything else, and Suleiman comes and he casts out all the demons out, came back to that devil daddies. That's part of what I just showed you, the harvest. He cast them out. So when he comes in, right, because at that time, Suleiman will have control of all the temples in America, because Farrakhan's Eden was thrown out. And we will have food, because read by Exodus, food appeared every morning from the clouds, from Master Muhammad. I understand, brothers and sisters. So they got rid of demons here, so now we can unite, because they was keeping us from uniting, because there was operating on 2 different wavelengths. Once we operate on lower wavelength, that means they control us. We have on the same wavelength, that means they keep us neutralized, because they think one way, think another way. So if we think this way up and they think down, that means they're neutralized and nobody's going anywhere. So they think love master, we say no, so because we mix them together, it neutralizes both. That's part of the plan, right? See, but Suleiman, right, and perhaps those that has books, right? They're vibrating at a high level, which causes our people to vibrate. And once that happens, that means that different vibration, right, is strong enough to push them out. Because see, light moves out like this. Why is the light spread? You see your flashlight, light moves out like that because you got white light, you got all different colors of the rainbow. They're all mixed in. They operate at different wavelengths, right? They vibrate at different wavelengths, so they push each other apart. That's why it spreads out like that. But laser beam, they cross all of them operate on the same wavelength, same frequency, so it all stays together and can burn a hole in steel. With red light, that's what happens. Because all we need to do, because Elijah's death is not a physical death, it's because his energy deprivation, because it takes energy, right, to build up the energy waves, but you have to focus on that, or you lose it, right? So, our energy level is low, and so our energy and our frequency, our mental frequency and our vibration level is low, and theirs was higher than ours because we was like Lamborghinis, it was Volkswagen Beetles. But if you make the same amount of money, they're gonna be very quiet and everything else. But you in the garage, so they had control. That's why Adam had control for 6,000 years because he was a Volkswagen Beetle. He didn't need much energy, right? Because he's operating lower wavelength. But we needed enough to operate on normal wavelength, so we was operating lower than him, so he had control of us. But now we're moving up. And you see right now, the youth and everything aren't afraid of them anymore. They can't control the youth anymore. But we need to get the youth operating on the proper, they got youth operating on a high wavelength, but it's all scattered because they don't, they don't know how to, because they still got the demons amongst us. Once you know the demons, then all that start working on the same wavelength, become united, it's supposed to be united as a great army. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. See? But that's what we got, and that, because that operating on a different level anyway, that's forced the demons away from us. And now they're all operating on the same wavelength. That means we become a solid army, and we're operating on the same wavelength. And our wavelength, we become a solid army, even though we are on different wavelengths, but we separate because now we have enough energy to operate on a higher wavelength. That's what Suleiman is doing. That's how he raised Lazarus, raised his frequency, his vibration level. Okay? And so now, Lion, Ishmael, and Farrakhan, they run it for life, for their life. Then what? And this kind of telling the story, because right now we're all mixed in. So they mixed them, we mixed them. So we're not united, they're not united, and we're powerless, right? So then what happens is Suleiman increases the vibrations and the frequency of the saints, and now that changes. Now there's a difference, and so since it's different, it causes spread out. They spread away from us, so they weigh us away. But so now you said you got the one frequency with another frequency, like light spreads out, right? You got, if you put red light and yellow light together, they're gonna spread out because it's different frequencies. But if we put all red together, it's gonna create a laser beam. So what happens is that now you got red and white, we got black or red and white, so right? So they can separate. But before you had them all operating on the same wavelength as white, so that means they was together. They was together. Right? But they weren't united amongst themselves. But they was united with each other, but still they said they wasn't getting anywhere because they was counseling out each other. Right? So now, once he got them operating on a wavelength, different wavelength, they would push each other apart, and now the blacks are operating on the same wavelength. Right? And the demons are operating on the same wavelength, a different wavelength. They operate on the same wavelength, right? To cause them to be united. They operate on a different wavelength from us that cause us to separate, but they're operating on the same wavelength with each other to cause them to be a solid, strong army, right? Like a laser, and they go to war here. So that's Armageddon here. But first, this demon war will cause this, because when they start operating at a different frequency, they will start fighting each other. And I'm talking about another presentation, right? But that's a conflict right there. I'm not talking about today. That's a war right there between us and them. That's the war you see in Exodus between those that was with Elijah and those stay with Aaron, right? Farrakhan, those stay with, when Elijah showed back up, right? Those stayed with him and those stayed with Farrakhan, right? And they went to war with each other. And they was defeated. Right? So, and that's what happens here, brothers and sisters. Okay, and then what? Okay, we're going to deal with this for a minute, and then we're going to close out, brothers and sisters. I keep dealing with this. Now, this is the science of the master of deception. There's two ways of deception that you're probably aware of: outright lies, and what they call falsehood. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. What they call falsehood. The falsehood is lies mixed in with truth, right? But there's another form of deception. Truth. Just tell you the truth. Generalization. And what Farrakhan's doing, that's more powerful because you can't say it was lying to you. They just give you the information you needed. See, like telling you there's going to be a flood, but don't tell you need to build an ark. So when the flood comes, you drown with the flood. He told you the truth, it's going to be a flood. You saw the flood come, but you know what to do about it. The one that got the details, right? He built an ark, so now the flood came and he survived it. And that's what I'm going to show you here, briefly. Now I'm showing you the bits of math here. If you take this math and multiply, like I'm showing you, x minus 3 times x plus 3, you get x squared minus 9. That's the answer, right? Okay, let's keep that in mind. So they equal each other, right? Okay, so what I'm saying is that x, right? I'm saying this is a math of deception. So x equals the turn of time where you are. T equals the time of the event. So say the event's going to take place in 2003. So you in 2001, right? So you, 3 years out? You're 3 years out. So you just put 1 in there for the first year of you're out. Then the second year is 2 will be the second year, third year, until you get to the year of the event, which will be the third year, right? So in this case right here, so we put it right here. So I'm telling you where X is going to be the current time where you are, and T is going to be the day of the event. So the time of the event is not going to change. But your current time is going to change because you get closer. You're going to put a different value into X, right? Okay, so let's go and do it. Okay, so here, right, that's the first year, 2021. So you put a 1 in there. And what you get here, you get 2, right? 8 divided by 2 is, you get 4. 8 divided by 2 is 4. And you get 4 on the other side. So they're both equal. They're still equal. You're 1 year out. Okay? You're 1 year out. So let's go, right? The second year, right? The second year, getting closer. Second year, getting closer, right? Well, I shouldn't say third. You say, well, I'll leave it like that. I said 1 year out, right? No, your first year on your journey towards that, right? Towards that third year. So now your second year, getting closer. You put 2 in there. So now you got, first time you had 4, now you got 5. 5. So both sides 5. Both good. This information I got, right? The information I got. I got information. See, but one got detailed information and one got summary information. One got generalized information, right? Because the one left, that's the generalized information, right? And one on the right, that's detailed information. But, right? It's like, you got 5 and you got 2 plus 3. But one is general, one is detailed. Because 2 plus 3 is 5, but it's detailed, right? So you got detailed information on the right, right? And you got generalized information on the left, okay? So let's go to the top. Now you 2. Now the next one will be the time, because 3 was the year. So now the 3, now you're going to be at the year of the event. What happens when you're at the year of the event? We put 3 in there. So, oh, wait a minute. The one that had detail, they got nothing. 0. But the one that had details, they got 6. This is the mathematical deception. They told you the truth all the way, but they gave you details. So when the flood came in, you had nothing. You had knowledge of the flood, but you had nothing. See, it was going to be a flood, but you had nothing. So you got drowned by the flood. But the other person, they got 6. They built an ark, so they had some details. So they built something, so they had something, but you had nothing. They got an ark, and you got water in your lungs. And nothing. This is not a trick. This is mathematics, bro. So do it yourself, right? But then, what if you survive and you go to the next level? Say you're in a snare, you get caught in a trap. So 30 years a trap instead of a flood. You know there's a traps out there. Okay, I know there's a trap, right? But you know details. You know where the trap was and anything else, right? But you got caught in it, right? And the other person had details. Man, the trap is over here. Don't go down this road, whatever, right? But you know it's going to be trapped. Watch the weather. Oh, you know it's going to be bad weather, but you didn't know what kind of bad weather. Watch the weather. What's going to be a tornado? Is it going to be a hurricane? Is it going to come on Wednesday? Is it coming from the west, coming south? I mean, what is it going to be? But
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sisters and brothers, Sulman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, breaker of 7 seals, the judge, the crusher, Sulman. That's where Son of Man comes from. Sulman, Son of Man. I know you've been told that some of you, Master Muhammad is Son of Man. Well, better read the description again. You're like lamb's wool. He's the God. There's no doubt about that. He's definitely the God, but he's not Son of Man. Go read the description. Son of Man was suffered many things. He put to death. We think about that, Master Muhammad, in that way. He's not put to death. He's going to play him. Who's going to put him to death? He has hair like lamb's wool. Feet like, right, brass, dark skin. That's not Farrakhan either. Master Muhammad is Michael. He's the God. He's the God is age. Lord of dawn. Make no mistake about that. See? He's the God. See, but Son of Man, he's the son. See, Master Muhammad is the David, and Sulman is the son. Or Sam, Solomon. Anyway, move on, brothers and sisters. This presentation here, Black Attack. Now, this is part 7, I believe. Excuse me. This much to tell you, brothers and sisters. It says, this day will come upon you as a snare. As a snare, what do you mean by as a snare? That means it's a trap for you. They're laying a trap for you. And we're going to talk about that. It says, be dishrewd with the name. In other words, we don't see it. And it's very common. He said, you don't know the depths of Satan. See, you don't understand what's going on here. You know, they want you dead. They want you out of here. And you think the Civil War was about your salvation. No, it wasn't. You think Christianity was about your self-salvation. It wasn't. Christianity didn't save you, it enslaved you. And the Civil War wasn't about your salvation. It was an economic war because the North didn't want to compete against slave labor. And they tried to stop the South from putting slaves into in the Industrial Revolution, to put slaves into the plants. You know, why they call them plants back then? Short for plantation. See, that was a war about, because as soon as that was over, they went all out to stop you from having any economic power whatsoever. No 4 acres and mule, nothing. They tried to stop any economic power whatsoever. In fact, they enslaved you again, but in another form, so-called sharecroppers and whatever. And that comes the division of demons and saints. I'm not going to that right here. They want you to. So the South said, let's figure out a way to get them. Because they was angry. They was annoying with you. Because now, man, they got to live with you. They got to talk with you. They got to, you know, can't beat you, can't rape you, and all the stuff they was doing before. And then what made matters worse, because after doing so-called Reconstruction, right, blacks having the power to vote, got political power in the South, and that, oh man, now they got these niggas, man, they're the politics, they tell us what to do. Oh man, they was hot. And you think the Ku Klux Klan was just, no, that was just a minor plan. That was like straight up front stuff, right? No. See, because they traded, see, when it got hot and everything, right? When things, you know, they trade those white things in for blue. They changed the white for blue. See? Right? And black judges and law enforcement. So you understand what the purpose of law enforcement is. Law enforcement is the purpose of law enforcement. It keep you, is keep you from getting back what they took from you. Keep them giving revenge. That's not about maintaining law. It's about keeping you under control until they can find what to do with you. And we're going to talk about that, says, because the scriptures tell you what they're really thinking. If they do this truly, which means whether you can't see it, but scriptures reveal to you exactly what their plan is. And you got these preachers, they're in on it. They ain't on it because they're demons. You're going to come to recognize this whole scenario after a while because, first of all, they don't want you to know who demons are. They didn't want you to know who the devils were. Elijah Muhammad can't reveal to you who the devils were. If Farrakhan's quick try to, blur that line, because some devils ain't devils, and some of them good, and and some false Israel, some of them are good because they obey the Torah, and all that bullshit. That's not Elijah Muhammad's teachings at all. Zero, not even close. He's trying to blur the line because he's a demon, follows the devil. He's in on it for your destruction. And if I try to explain to you, that's conspiracy theory. No. They just had this cartoon called Bird Rabbit or something, when I was a child, right? But shorty, who would drive in back then, Anyway, and the thing is that the rabbit was smart. See? And the wolf was always at the rabbit. And so every time he catch him, the rabbit outsmart him. See? Because when he catch him one time, he says, you see a briar patch, please don't throw me that briar patch. He's begging the wolf, don't throw me that briar patch. Oh man, he don't want that briar patch. I'm going to get his ass. I'm going to throw me that briar patch. He don't want to be in there. And that's where the rabbit wanted to be at. That's where he wanted to be. Because once he's there, that's his home. Because the wolf couldn't get in there because all the thorns and stuff. So when the wolf threw him in, he was happy. He was mad. Wow. See? And the wolf felt like he was deceived. And that was the whole story about that, right? It says they got a plan, but it said they're planning your destruction. This says that all of them, they're planning your destruction. So the problem is that you had the so-called Republican Party and so-called Democratic Party, right? And the Democratic Party, they love you now, but they hated you before. They was enslaving you, they raping you and everything else. The Republican Party wasn't that much worse, any better, right? Because you look at Harriet Tubman, look it up. She was enslaved in New York, but then I'm talking to the South. There was slavery all over the place. If they wanted to stop it, they could have stopped it. Who do you think had control of the Senate and the House and the executive branch and all that stuff? It was mostly the North had that during all those years. So if they wanted to end slavery and all that, they could have ended it with just a vote. They didn't want to end it. They just didn't want to be a victim of it. What you call right thing? Look up how Wall Street got his name. It was a slave center, a slave trading center. That's what started out. Not trading stock, trading slaves. Because of a big wall, there's slaves liable on Wall Street, called it Wall Street. It's a major slave trading place. So don't give me this bullshit about, it was just north, it was just the south. It was all the whole country. Jefferson, Washington was slavers, pedophiles, rapists. And they're all terrorists. It's a terrorist nation. How do you maintain that kind of condition? Because we just lay down and say, okay, master, we love you. We love you to beat us and rape us. We love you to put us in the field and work to death. How do you maintain that? We came up with the stallions. We didn't come up with workhorses. So how do you maintain? With terror. You have to terrorize us 40 years. It's a terrorist nation. They're a terrorist nation. You maintain with terrorism, our terror. You're a terrorist nation. George Washington and John, all they was all terrorists. It's still a terrorist nation now. They're still terrorists. They keep us down. I'm going to try to explain this to you in this presentation here. See? But I've been reluctant to kind of say this, brothers and sisters, because you don't understand the basics. Because some of you still know who the devil is. Some of you right here, they had you saying, They had to deceive you. They had to make you think that this hell was after you die and the devils was you going to meet them after you die. So you wouldn't realize that you was in hell and you was dealing with the devils every day. So you said, hey man, well, right? Dirty water's better than no water. I'd rather suffer this than suffer that worse than that over there. So if you obey Master, then you could go to heaven, but you still be a slave in heaven. You just wouldn't be like bad as this. But if you didn't obey Master, you was going to hell. You were going to be fired. So he told you hell, because they know you had no fear of death. The scriptures tell you, how clear can they be? They said you endured slavery all your lives because of fear of death. To the one that had power of death. Who had power of death? The Master. And they said he was devil. They called him a devil. He said the one that had power of death over you was a devil. They called him devils right there. They said they had power of death over you. They did. And they told you, if you didn't obey me, you're going to go and see Master up in the sky and look just like them. You didn't have brown skin. He didn't have woolly hair. But he told you that was God. He told you that was Jesus. He's supposed to have woolly hair and dark skin. Don't look like that to me. And so you feared something that didn't exist. And you still fear it today. You're walking around this stuff on your cross and stuff on your neck and everything. You still fear it today. Because most people in the church, they're in church because not because they want to go to heaven, because they're afraid, scared to go to hell. Something don't exist. So he told you that. And once they got you believing it, they couldn't teach it to the original was brought over here. They'd take their children, teach to them. Because they had no connection. Because they cut you off from everything. Your history, your language, your ideology, your religion, everything. Your name, everything. So the nations are mocking us because you pop up. My name is Robert Nickenbob. Robert Nickenbob. Your name is Robert Nickenbob? I'm a Christian. You're a Christian. Christian enslaved you. The Christian enslaved you. I'm American. Your whole ancestors were enslaved for 40 years, raped and murdered and killed. And what's wrong with you? It said you had lost your damn mind. That's what the scripture keep telling you. You lost your damn mind. You lost your goddamn mind. That's what scripture telling you. You lost your damn mind. You lost your mind. Because it don't make any sense. Around you little doggies. You ever see anybody walking around dogs in Africa? You know, that's mostly demons. Because that's part of the reason we keep our minds, to keep us down. Because see, the demon is like a balloon holding up a stone, right? So the balloon lifts the stone up, but the stone pulls the balloon down. So if you cut the string, the balloon goes up and the stone goes down. But as long as they're together, one's holding one down, one's holding up, pulling another one up. And that's the demons. That's how can it be as simpler? That's the chaff that was sown amongst the wheat. That looks like us, the wolves in sheep clothing. They keep us convinced that this is okay. The preachers, oh no, hell after you die. It's a lie. Don't exist, never happened. In fact, there's nothing in the scriptures that support that you go in hell for never, never, ever. There's nothing in the scriptures like that. So why do you keep telling that? That was invented 5 years ago. That was put in their Christianity. They invented. That's why it doesn't say Christianity 5 years old, because they weren't Christians 5 years old. Read it. They was Catholics. Christianity was invented to enslave you. They were Catholics. They were not Christians. They broke away from the church, called themselves Protestants or Christians, and was designed to enslave you, hell after you, because they didn't believe that. Even the Catholics didn't believe that, because you go to purgatory, you could pray out of purgatory, all that kind of stuff. They didn't believe no eternal hell damnation. That was designed for you, because they knew if they didn't tell you that, and you believe that death was escape, you would cut their throat. You would not endure slavery, like I said, all your lives for fear of death. Because you're afraid to die, because you thought you were going to hell. You wasn't afraid of dying, just dying. Because you wasn't afraid you come over here dying. You wasn't afraid of dying. You was afraid of going to hell after you die. If you really talk to people closely, talk to them really closely, and let them explain what's going on, they're not afraid of just dying. They're afraid of what happens after they die. That's how they got you. Because what's the point of being afraid to die? Everybody's going to die. If you die, you go the way you were before you was born. What problem we have with that? You don't want to die in pain, but nobody would have, unless you tore it out of your mind, have a fear of dying. It's what you fear what's going to happen to you after you die. And that's they told you this lie, and you believe it. So therefore, you do slavery instead of cutting master's throat. No, master, please tell Jesus I was good to you. You understand? Because oh no, you wasn't. You have all those slaves. No, because you didn't work harder. No, you didn't work that hard. Please, master. Please, master. Well, please, master. Right? You understand? And that's all about, brothers and sisters. It's a lie to keep you under control. Because if you believed that you was going to, that death was your way out, you would have done it. Because those brothers and sisters came over here before they instilled that cross in your mind. They didn't afraid of dying. They would jump over the boat and they'd rather be eaten by sharks. They weren't afraid of dying. Because once they got you over here and brainwashed you, then They got you, and you still got you today. And you're teaching that to your children, Negro butts. You're the first robots. Negro butts were the first robots. And now you teach your children, because once you make robots, they make other robots. You don't need to make robots, make other robots. So what happened, bro. So let me go ahead and tell you this anyway. Maybe some of you paying attention, right? Now, Democrats, remember, they're all against you. So let me get you thinking that, the Republicans are for you and all that kind of stuff. They're all against you. Okay? So Democrats had to figure out a way to, because we're going to talk about it later, Deus Truda, out a way to get you. See? So then they pretend to be with you. So now they always pretend to be with you. But look at their policies. And the demons are there. That's their children. Their black-faced children are there to keep you mesmerized. Keep you, right? Don't look over here, look over there. Or don't look over here, look over whatever. That's the preaching and everything else. See, they're all in on it. Because they house Negroes, they're master's children. They're down with master all the way. Only problem they guys, they want master to recognize them, what master will never do. Right? But they hit and infiltrate and keep us down. But the thing is, it says, and that same thing we use in the fields, right? They was constantly using the house ones to convince you to work with master. You can be like us one day. And send the preacher out there to tell you, hey man, you gotta love master no matter what he do to you. You gotta love him. When you get to heaven, you gotta love him. You gotta do whatever master tells you to. You gotta obey master, no matter how cruel he is. The more cruel he is, the more, oh man, what the hell is, man, you better read it again. That's not what scriptures say that. You better read the whole thing, all the verses that go with that. But see, okay, let's get to it, brothers and sisters. So what they said, they're gonna be your buddy, but look at their policies: abortion, jails. Look at Clinton. Clinton was worse than any of them clowns that you thought was racist. He was worse than all of them. He sent your jobs overseas. I mean, I can get into that. I'm not going to here, but right. He built prisons for you. He said, I'm going to cut out welfare, and he gave it to the people that's coming over. And all you had to do is come over. I know people. Go ask them. People that come over from Soviet Union, right? See, people that's coming over here, right? From all the republics. Now, it wasn't Soviet Union then, I don't think, right? But I'm talking about, all they just come over and say they was Jewish, and they got the welfare that they told us you couldn't have anymore. They did. They gave money, they gave welfare, they gave finance and everything to start business and everything. I know, I talked to them. They said they was Muslim, but they told them they was Jewish to get all these benefits because they didn't want to give you the money. And it's a lot. Anyway, the point is, and the policy, the boys, look at their policies. 3 strikes laws, all these policies against black people, but they pat you on the back. We love you. We played guitar. We played Trump. Remember, Clinton got a glass when he played Trump and everything else. And Hillary, hey man, what she was saying, hey man, gotta have some hot sauce. I want y'all. All this bullshit. But look at their policies, because they out to get you. They know you're so stupid that all they gotta do is pat you on the back. Go look up Gus Savage. Look at the speech he made on the Congress about how they was taking Black Hawks and everything else, were taking money that was allocated to you, that the government allocated to you. It was given to false Israel. He got mad because they came after. They only tell the truth when they come after them. I'm going on with these policies. They got false Jews over there. To prove that you ain't to see. Anyway, let me cut that. I see, it's hard for me to talk about this without building up the foundation behind it. But let me just get back to the broad rabbit idea of this. The idea is to get the whole country so angry at you so angry at you, right? You're so problematic, then they can just get rid of you. Because the thing is right now, all these policy, most of the country, right, and especially so-called Republicans, more angry. Oh, look at all these policies. The Democrats promoting PRT, gay and all that stuff. That's not even us. That's the demons. Because they couldn't get that established in Africa. They ran them out of Africa. When they came over with that stuff, you got to recognize all that homosexual, all that kind of stuff. They ran them out of there. But they got that picture on you because they got the demons. That's them. That's their children. So all these things, what's up? All these policies. There's anger in America. That's why America's more and more divided. Anger. Because people say, man, I'm tired of this stuff, man. And now, man, they're going to give our money. If we got a good credit rated, man, that's not going to mean nothing's going to give the money to them, right? And we're going to do all this stuff, get angry. So once they get you so angry that you come at them, that's what Democrats trying to do, get everybody totally against you. All their folks against you. And once they do, then they step back. And you still black. They step back then. And they flip. Now everybody's against you. It's easy to wipe you out then. That's the trick. It says it will come upon you as a snare. They got traps that views coming as a snare. A snare is only if you don't recognize, you see it coming. I've been warning for 30 some years it's coming. And you see right now, you see stuff's going on. Because they pretend. They ain't afraid. Look at their policies. But they get more worried about all the rest of them. So angry at you, right? So it'd be easy to get rid of you. Easy to get rid of you. See? Because these policies are angering people that really keep getting angry. Oh man, they tell not she's not chewing this stuff, man, and race and Black Lives Matter, all this stuff, man, and they're trying to get anger raised up so much. Because see, when it happens, they still white. They can back up and say, man, I switch up with you now, but you still black. And the anger is aimed at you. So hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. I can go deeper into that, but if you don't understand that much, talking deeper ain't gonna matter. Because if you don't understand how much is 3 plus 5, what's the point trying to tell you right? Getting deeper into it. Let's go on, brothers and sisters, go down to now we're talking about Armageddon here, brothers and sisters. We're talking about apocalypse. Now, the apocalypse, brothers and sisters. The apocalypse, scripture, that's a comprehensive, that covers the entire world is going to change reality. Not Armageddon. Armageddon just bows in it. That's lying Farrakhan, because he don't know. But he's doing his job because he worked for Master. He worked for them. Son of perdition, at the works of Satan, 42 years. Anyway, nothing changed, brothers and sisters. We on the cross being crucified. To hope is crucified to death. Took everything from us, totally naked, everything. You don't know who you are, you don't know where you came from, you don't know your language, you don't know your history. And that's most of our children out there, that's what the CRT called the theory, what they did to us. They don't want you to have no knowledge of anything. Because the ignorant foe is a beatable foe. See, the more ignorant you are, the easier it is because they sneak up on you. See, all the war is, the main trick in the war is surprise. Surprise. Because you surprise the enemy, you're going to beat them every time. And it's surprise. Because you're going to be surprised when they spring the trap. It says, I'm coming to a snare. They got a trap set for you. But you don't see it. You think, Trump has set a trap for you. No. It's more sophisticated than that. They got traps set for you. And it's closing in on you every day. See? And they would try to stop me from telling you, but they're suppressing it. But they try to stop them altogether. They thought, the Master Muhammad is there. He's already promised in the scripture. They protect me. And that's what happened to me. Nothing. And those with me. So we'll see if his word is good. And I know his word is good. But do you want to find out? You want to test it? Test it. Test it. Dare you. Test it. Still kicking after 30-some years. 74 now. I ain't never bowed my knee to you ever. Even when I was ignorant. Black Attack. Part 7. Get out, brothers and sisters. Warn you. Get the hell out of here. America's about to blow. If you got the wherewithal to do it, get the hell out of here. It's going to happen soon. Go to Africa. Just get the hell out. Don't go to Europe. Get the hell out of here. If you don't like me, you don't like the message, you don't like what I'm saying, I like the way I talk, I look. Just be sensitive enough to see what's going on and get the hell out of here. Save your life. You'll be held accountable for not helping save your brothers and sisters, but at least you save your family, you save your life. You do have a reward coming. You went to the Holocaust. You have a reward coming. Don't let them steal that from you. See? So you get out, read at your own leisure, brothers and sisters. Get out. Just get out. Be glad you did. Get the hell out of here. It's like 911. Once they close the doors, you couldn't get out. When that war breaks out in the Middle East, what's going to happen pretty soon? Very soon, within the next few months. They close that door and you ain't going to be able to get out of here. So watch this, brothers and sisters. This is these are highlights of the series I'm doing about the series I'm doing about the apocalypse. So I think it's a 14-part series. So this is the highlights of it. And I'm trying to do one a day during the week. Right? So I'm doing this one because I missed one during this week, but I got a lot of things I'm working on right now. So a lot of things happening, brothers and sisters. And I'll be right back, brothers and sisters. This is The lion versus the bear. That's the last battle. The war of the latter days. That's the last battle in the apocalypse. Last battle. Here. Hey, hold on, brothers and sisters. Okay. What's going on here? There's an issue here. Technical problem here. I don't know why. Okay. Okay, that's better. Okay, brothers and sisters, again, Apocalypse, part 7. And so it's all about Black Attack. Because Apocalypse is all about, it's about destruction of this reality, but also about your resurrection to power. And so both the targets, the one that was the main target, was suppressing you, trying to destroy you, that's America. That's the main target. But you're the main target of the whole world. You understand? Because the whole world's against you. So we're a target, and they're a target. See? But you got Natural Muhammad, right? Your God, right? Backing you. Okay? See? They got Satan, but Satan's about to take a big hit. But you got the whole world against you, brothers and sisters. Destroy you. Entire world. Everybody. I'm talking about everybody. Right? Only friend you got is Master Muhammad and his angels. And his angels, well, I'll leave that there. But you got Master Muhammad's angels, which are the Shia. Iran and Syria. That's what you got. And they don't realize they're for you right now, but they will in a minute. But the whole world's against you. It tells you in the angel, it says, these 10 horns will make war with the Lamb. Who's the 10 horns? That's two of the nations right there. That's India, and that's Asia and Oriental. And then we got right here, we see we've been doing the European nations for the last 5 years. That's 3 of them right there. You got to got Africa. And that's the war of the latter days. They're against you too, because partially they sold you and betrayed you. But then you got the Sunnis, you have brothers. See, that's supposed to be family. Africa's supposed to be a twin brother, Esau. And Arab's supposed to be, right, your half brother, Ishmael. And they betrayed you, took your land. They sell your land. You got your land, your religion, you got everything. It's all belong to us. We're going to take it back. But they're against you too. In fact, they ferociously against you. Because it says, that's the dragon. The dragon's going to attack you. It says in chapter 12, they're going to attack you. In here, the ones that's here. Because this war is about to break out. When it breaks out here, you're going to be totally under attack. And some of you are going to be lifting out here. Some of you are going to have to go through tribulation. You're going to be totally under attack. By the dragon, by the devils, by Levites. That's African immigrants. So you're going to have everybody against you. Then you got the goat rolling in and the bear rolling in. And their ideas attack you, only they're under some restraint by a match from Muhammad, but that's what they want to do too. I already told you the goat says they're going to make war with the lamb. That's the goat. But they don't take out the ram, they want to take out us too. He said, but they will go to war with us. If they go towards the lamb, I mean, the lamb's not going to fight by itself for his army, because he's going to raise this army. He's going to raise this great army when the four winds blow. There's Joshua going to war. Are you ready? It says you will be ready. It says, Suleiman, when you're ready, your people will be ready. Say volunteer. They'll be vicious. They'll be not vicious, but they'll be invigorated, energetic. You see our youth right now, they're getting all uppity. They're not fearing the police, the devils anymore. See, they're getting inspired. It's like a young elephant, right, that can't see too well yet. He's big. He can knock down trees and stuff, right, but he can't see too well yet, right? His vision. Once they get their vision and they start recognizing the devils. See, they had this thing the other night in Chicago. This big thing with these children, right? They took over Chicago. They was doing their thing, right? And then they beat down this demon, this devil. Now, nobody asked the question, why haven't they beating each other down? Why just beat them down? She devil, he demon. They was together. They got beat down. Wait, why did they jump down? Why did they jump down? They're waking up, brothers and sisters. They haven't come full circle yet. And they do. Right? That was their greatest fear. We'll talk about it in a minute. So let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, so I'm going to go through this. Like I go through this every time, brothers and sisters, because we take you up to the apocalypse. We're not in the apocalypse yet. But what ignites the apocalypse is Master Prophet Muhammad going to war. That's the war in heaven. You don't hear Farrakhan talking about that. Tomorrow, I'm getting it started. Well, no, it hasn't. Right? But what about these other wars? It's a war to end all wars. No, it's not. See? He's a liar. He's a demon. So what you expect him to do? See, angel key looks like in this construction. Every chapter, it moves, symbols change around, moves around a little bit, but the puzzle remains the same. They have puzzle, you put different pictures on it, but still the same puzzle. So as well, you learn how to puzzle, you don't need to care about the pictures. Okay. Those pictures got some information into it, but you can always put it together. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. So I'm going to go through this because I'm telling you, every presentation, you can read it for your leisure. But we start, the countdown starts in 1948. We establish a false Israel. That's when the countdown starts. Right? And so the witnesses, it says, they would be preaching against that, witness against that for 42 years. That'd be from 1948 to 1990. For 1948 is also Antichrist and the Christ, what I call Antichrist. Because if you have 0 and you add 5, you got to add -5 to keep it balanced at 0. If you have 10, you got to have -10. If you have a Christ, you have the Antichrist. That's why he come in at the same time. So Suleiman's birth, his conception will be the same time as the conception of that. The conception of Christ will be the same time as the conception, and that's why I call Antichrist. So if you want to find Suleiman, find out the person, you'll find, check, see if his conception was in 1948. Same time. That a coincidence? Anyway, so he was there for 48. It says in chapter 11, right? 42 years, 1,026 days with 42 months, 42 years, right? And then it says, then the beast that rises out of the bottomless pit or the abyss, wait a minute, hold it. But if you read chapter 20, they're going to come out to 1,000 years later, in millennia. So how can they come out now? Because they won't come out 1,000 years later, unless that's already passed. They tell millennials in the future. But if the beast come out of the pit, right? So the beast that come out of the pit, out of the abyss, is God can make up. So it says the beast tell me what to. That means they have to already be out. If this is going about to take place, that's sure that's a lie. Because chapter 20 is their history, it's European history. 1,000 year dark ages kept down under for 1,000 years by the resurrected Islamic Empire. That's what Prophet Muhammad resurrected Abraham's Islamic Empire. Abraham is the one that built the Kaaba, Mecca, and all that stuff, and established the pilgrims. He won't tell all that. They don't want to tell you that. It's a fact. You can Google it and check it, because they want you to connect up with Islam. And Sunni Islam is not Prophet Muhammad's Islam, right? But they was the ones that was raised up. And after 1,000 years, God would break out and cover the whole world. And that's exactly what America and Britain has done. Two world empires. Okay. So, to 1990, then what happened in 1990? That's when Saddam Hussein supposedly went to Kuwait and they started the Gulf War and everything else, right? And it says when these beasts came out, right? He said, with 3.5 means 3 years plus a half, 42, right? Which would be 24 years. With 24 years, they'd be in this position. See? Under sanctions and stuff. You see? Sanctions. Okay, this stuff is clear, brother. Says, but see, they got your mind so messed up, you can't see it. You're like, man, it's a clear day. There's no fog in anything, and you're blind. Because all you guys ask yourself, who's the only nation on the planet telling people where they can buy or sell? It says 666. So who's doing that? Only Americans don't do it. They're the ones that talk about 666. And if you worship them, you got the mark and no tattoo. You got the mark. If you worship them, it's false Israel. Because if you don't know, if you take and don't listen to them and don't obey them, and you won't worship false Israel, then they will sanction you or kill you. And that's exactly what's happening. Anybody that goes against false Israel, America sanctions or invade them or kill them or whatever. America's the only country on the planet that's doing this. You can't buy or sell unless you do what they tell you to do. That's simple, bro. Says if you got lost, didn't you? And my people lost for lack of knowledge. I'm making it very clear to you. I'm sure who the demons are, who the jinn are. Oh, so it's simple. But they got you sitting in the cloud, vaping and cracking and smoking and shooting up in it. Brothers, sisters, NFL, NBA, Empire, Denzel, Kanye, all distractions keep your mind under control. To get out, bro, sister says you come as a snare. A snare is, what a snare is to keep you distracted so you walk into it. They camouflage and everything else. Snare's not open out and open. They camouflage and everything else. So you walk into it, and then all of a sudden you realize you got caught in snares and it's too damn late. So then they'll be there for 24 years here. Right? And then that'll take you up to, right, 2016. Right? 2014 is when they started JCPOA. Started talks. It became effective 2016. And then 7 years later, right? Then it would be Now it goes, then 7 years, then they start talking about war and stuff. We'll talk about that in a minute. And then the JCPOA took effect and said it'd been for the nations. For the nations for 3.5 years, 42 months. Remember? It says in the middle of the week, that's talking about Daniel, somebody broke the agreement. That's Trump broke the agreement in the middle of the week. And so this first part is 7 years. 3.5 years there. And for the nation means, right? And for the nations, you have to understand in your key, but also in UN, that means for the nations. That's another way of looking at it. See? So they'd be in that situation. Okay? And then, next 3.5 years, 7 years altogether, they've been said that the Spirit of God came in and everything. They're rising up now. See? But they didn't want to negotiate with America, right? They didn't want to negotiate America, Britain, or false Israel. Only want to negotiate with the European countries. That's what they're showing right here. So that would take you up to remember 7 years from 2016 January. That would put you at 2023 January. So that's year. Just passed. And then it said, right, they'd be in that situation. Then what happened? See, because chapter 11 is a timeline. Study it. Then it'd be silence in heaven for us about half an hour, which is about 6 months. See? And then the war will start, which will put you around somewhere between May, June, July, somewhere around there. The war will start after silence. Why is silence? You understand your key, because the ears represents when it's here on top level there, right? And Andrew had 3 levels. Each nation has 3 levels. Top level is the ears, the middle level is hands, and the bottom level is the feet, like I'm showing here, right? See? So right now, they're not at the top. They're in conflict. They've been in conflict with America and Britain, as far as Israel, since the beginning of the year. It's been hot, right? That's what's happening right here. But the point is, when you put hands over the ears, it's silence. You gotta understand your key for this, brothers and sisters. So it means that's what it's trying to tell you. That's a silence. See? And then the war takes place, which will take place within the next 3 months, brothers and sisters. And that's when America and Britain, false Israel was kicked out of the Middle East. Babylon falls. That's chapter 12. War breaks out in heaven, right? And dragons and angels are kicked out. Heaven right here, they're kicked out. See? That just happened somewhere between May, June, July this year. Probably 6 months. It says about. That means it's probably 6 months from January. Okay? So now we're in the apocalypse. Now apocalypse started. Armageddon hasn't started yet. Apocalypse has started, right? And then that's when Babylon's fall and say, get out. Because at that point you better be gotten out of here, brothers and sisters. Get out. Babylon's fallen. And false Israel is surrounded by armies. So we see false Israel surrounded by, we see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. No, it's destruction is near. They tell you redemption. Oh, when they're going to be surrounded, Jesus will come say, that's not what the scripture saying. It could be a destruction because they're false. They surround army, and their nuclear weapons will not work. Master Muhammad will have neutralized them. You see, they tell you those ships are flying all around their nuclear sites, and when they leave, the nuclear sites are disabled. Temporarily, but still disabled. Right? So they will not be able to use it. So it's a war of attrition where they cannot win. Right? So anyway, you see Jerusalem armies. So when their destruction comes, that's a whole other subject, brothers and sisters. Right? But when destruction comes, that means, remember they were set up to counter Elijah Muhammad's army. They would choose Abraham. They said, no, CAM, because it couldn't be us. We got to be Ham. Because we choose Abraham, that means who they? Who are they then? If we choose Abraham, they've been oppressing us, and they know the Christians, the judgment, right, and what would happen to them. Because they want to tell them, they're good people. We're righteous people. We're God, the fearing people. All they've done is evil. This whole country was established in evil. Murder, theft, genocide, enslavement, oppression, rape, pedophilia. That's what established. And they made icons, Jefferson, Washington. But they said, oh, that's CRT, critical race theory. Okay, whatever. So when this happens, brothers and sisters, all bets off. Apocalypse has started. I'll move on, brothers and sisters. I want to get to the main points here. So that falsehood is taken down. It's going to be under siege. No food in and out. They're going to turn to cannibalism. It says, the Father eat the Son, Son eat the fathers. The world will see. They have drones all over, right? They're going to have drones all over because they've taken them out. And their whole world will see, right? And they're going to be destroyed because the anger against them over there, is intense. You wouldn't want to be one of them when that world goes down, they get captured. Ooh, no mercy there. And when that happens, right, I'm going to talk little things here. I'm not going to go out each here. What happens is she has total control of the Middle East. Total control of the Middle East. What does that mean? That total control of the oil. That means Europe, who was totally dependent on European oil because they lost access to Russian oil, the economy collapses. The economy also collapses over here. But it collapses immediately there. Doesn't collapse so thoroughly here, but collapses thoroughly there, totally. That's what chapter 18 is telling you. See? So the only way they can get oil is they have to give America. America can't get there fast enough because they can't fly over. Is to take an ally with Russia, which they do. Which they do. They turn on America. It says all America's lovers will turn against them. See? That's what will happen. You read this at your leisure, brothers and sisters. It's talking about the total economic collapse. See? Because they depend upon the oil. And that's a great betrayal. Because now they turn against America on Russia's side. And what that sparks what? Armageddon there. America, hundreds of bases, tens of thousands of soldiers there. That's under attack. So America has to go in there to defend them, protect them. Our cries be great. And that kicks off Armageddon East. Okay? Armageddon East, I told you, Armageddon East, Armageddon West is here. Okay. So like I'm going through this pretty quickly, brothers and sisters. Because I want to get to my main point here. But I've been talking about this in all other presentations, so, right? So you can go in and review them, right? So, if the scripture here shows you, explains, right, that they're going to be at war, right? That Europeans are going to be at war with America. They see right here, America's in the middle between an advice. And Russia and Europe is attacking America. See? Okay, I will get to it. Back attack. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. Back attack. Let's go into his brothers and sisters. Okay, the main point here. Now, and went out another horse, fiery red, setting upon it, giving him take peace out of the earth in order that one another will slaughter. Now we're talking about 1/4 of the earth here. You see the next one. Look, horse greenish yellow, and the setting upon the top of the name is death. Hades will follow with him. That's the goat that's following behind all of this. That's China and India. They're going to attack America. Their feet will not touch land, like it says. That means coming across the ocean. And they're coming from the west. See? And they throw it upon the fourth earth, that's America there. Fourth earth to kill, long sword, famine, and death, famine. Because I didn't mention that. When it all cuts off, Europe is going to be totally collapsed. America's economy going to collapse. And America's cut off from oil too. They're not getting Russian oil. They're getting no more Middle East oil. And they got rid of their strategic petroleum reserve. So now you have an oil crisis in America, and they have a war going on over there. Protect their man over in Europe. So all oil is going to be commandeered by the military, and so it's going to be a total famine because they can't get food to the stores, and the food's on the farms. The people nearby are going to take that because they realize no other food. So that's going to be going exhausted. Food in the warehouse is going to be exhausted because they're come and raid them soon stores. So in about a couple of days, they're going to be food anywhere, except for those that took it, right? And people will take it back from them, but that's not going to last more than maybe a week at most. And all that's gone too. Hope you understand, brothers. So now you have no oil to get food from the farm to the processing plants, to the processing plants, to the warehouse, to no food. Zero. None. So Babylon falls, right? They fall. They get into there's no Armageddon yet. Armageddon actually doesn't happen until, right? The sword. It says get a sword. The sword, give them a sword that will take peace from the earth, and they're swording each other. That's the four winds. I did that wrong backwards again. I keep doing that backwards. I don't know why, brothers and sisters. Right? I got so much on my plate right now. I had it right now. I just realized I put it backwards. The point is, yep, I sure did. The point is that it's the sword that takes peace away from the earth. Identify where the swords are. At that point, see, at this point, you got trouble going here in America, right? Because of family towns. But they ain't at war yet. But it's tense. And we're going to see it planning. It's tense. But this is not going to be a long period of time. It's going to be a couple of days every day before it happens. But when the sword happens, that's when the four winds start blowing. That's when it says, right? Because it says, I'll take peace of earth and water. They will slaughter us. In other words, it was a peace at first, and then they start. But because that sword, four winds blowing, right? And so the fourth earth, famine and death. And when famine and death, right? The death represents go again, and wild beast earth represents European countries and Americas. All that's going to happen to America, okay? Oh no, I got it right. I got it right. I thought I got it. Okay, I got it right. I moved the right one. Okay. So now that's it. Well, we'll start blowing, and now, and where is this? These are you got over 2 million immigrants, Africans here. They go to Holocaust with us. They were united with us. Remember I said famine was going on. And most of them live out in the suburbs too. And most of us live in the inner city, right? A lot of demons live in the city with us. But the demons that got money and everything else live on the suburbs. And the immigrant Africans live on the suburbs too. And they eating and they're eating people out there, people that don't know what's going on, no food. Right? And so the demons and the devil's going to get together and they're going to be eating the Africans. Hey man, come over to dinner, man. We got food. You come over and they don't see no more. And this will keep on going until the other, see that trumpet right there between them? It's Esau. Until he tells them what's going on. As they start fleeing. Because they're inviting people over and they're the food. People missing. And once that happened, they unite and they attack. That's the Africans. Called Levites. They attack. And so they attack, they fighting everybody. Because remember, that's the first trumpet. And what did the first trumpet do? Right? The first trumpet heard hail and fire. It being mingled in blood was thrown to earth. The earth was burned down. See? Because at that point, right, the earth is at the bottom of there, and America is a third of it. Right? And the third, trees burning, all the vegetating, greenish yellow. I mean, it attacked everybody. Greenish yellow members of the demons. It attacked everybody. That's what took peace away from the earth. Now it's total war. Total war. That's what it's talking about, dear brothers and sisters. Total war. Okay? Let's move on. We get into it. And this time, see, now they have war down there. Total war in America and in Europe. Armageddon East and Armageddon West. They allied with Russia, right? Because they couldn't get in, so they attack America's troops that's in their countries. America has to go protect them, but America also got a problem here, right? Because they're attacking the blacks. I mean, everybody's at war right now because remember the other one, the Levites, they come and they're attacking, and so now they're attacking everybody, but they're mostly out in the suburbs. And so they got to flee. So why? Because the ones in the cities don't have to flee because that's where you flee into in the cities. So we have to flee. At least some of us got money out there, but most of them, right, have to flee from the suburbs. That's the demons, everybody. Because there's total war out there because everybody's hungry, starving to death. You understand, brothers and sisters? So all the winds are blowing. Because remember the same thing, the winds, when the blues won, that's when the resurrection came in place. Because it says, read Ezekiel, the resurrection took place, they came together. Because he was all separated up. That's the death of Lazarus, because he had the demons mixed up with him. He lost his mind, and so they was kind of conflict with each other like water and milk. You mix it together, it's no good. But it set for a while, the milk was sold on the top of the water, then you can drink either one. So Lazarus had to be separated. He'd be separated from demons. That's what it says in Mark, right? Book of Mark. And then he became united, but the demons also came united. Right? So the two separates. We don't talk about that. See what I'm saying here? So that's they got they're fleeing, not fleeing from the army, not fleeing from the police force, because they got tight time to get. Said, no, you got no time, because you're fleeing from your neighbors. They'll be eating you. If you read the third seal, that's what it says, that body of the was eating you. And it said Esau had that problem. He was the one that clued you in what was going on. Because people come up missing, they thought, hey, and they was being eaten. And that's when the war starts. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. See? Okay. So that's when you got to flee. Because now it's open attack on you. And Levi's right there, united, did total war. Okay? Since there are 4 witnesses blown, there has to be a time of the resurrection. See, here it is, folks. That's fleeing. They get out of town, get out of the suburbs. Fleeing, those ain't got caught already. That's the harvest. They all come together. And they all come together. And we get the war of the saints and let get the war of the demons. That's what it says in Exodus, right? There was separation. Moses came back and separated. Who's separated? Aaron had the camp, but everybody wasn't with Elijah. So he said, those with me and the rest of Aaron, because Aaron is Pharaoh kind, he's a demon. And then they got to fight with each other, and then all of Aaron's followers wiped out, including him. That's happening right here, all coming together. There's a war. I'm not talking about this particular war here, right? That's not one of my topics because I'm trying to get the most major ones, but this is a major one. But anyway, this is happening here. Now, all blacks on attack. That's why he was fleeing. So we'll get to that black attack when we get into more detail. All blacks on attack. All blacks, African blacks, immigrants from here, right? Demons, black tone. They're really Caucasian, but they got black tone. And original people had to flee. So it says, they were defeated. They were defeated. It said 3,000. See, there's 3 groups there. Each one's 1,000. You understand the injury for that. They were defeated. In Mark, it says they were thrown back to the swine daddies. See? That starts the locust war. We're talking about INJIL. That's 5 months war where they tear this country apart. Because remember, peace is taken with rivers. Now they're slaughtering each other. Yeah, the devil slaughtering the demons. That's the demon and devil. They slaughtering each other. Right? The elect got the hell out of here. See? They slaughtered each other. including the Levites. They all slaughtered each other here. They started slaughtering each other. Understand? So, this is called locust war or demon war. Okay, now we get to the main topic here, brothers and sisters. And see this? God, do not remain quiet. Do not be silent. God, do not be still. For behold, your enemies make an uproar. For those who hate you have exalted themselves. They make shrewd plans against your people. Look at the word shrewd. Not clear, not open. Hidden plans they got going. So what's these hidden plans? The Bible tells you hidden plans. What are they? Do you know what they are? Is the Democratic Party tell you what they are? Is Judge Clarence Thomas tell you what they are? Is Obama telling you what they are? Who's telling you the hidden plans are? It says they plan against us. Look, let's go further. And conspire against your treasured ones. Who's the treasured ones? That's the elect. See, and conspire against your treasured ones. Right? Our people, general people, and there's two groups there. They have said, come and let us wipe them out as a nation. What it broke as a nation? I remember saying it was a nation, but we are in submission to them, so we're not a sovereign nation, so that the name of Israel will no longer be remembered. That means eradication. If you know, remember, that means you're not needing anything, you don't exist anymore. That's their plan. They're conspiring to do. Who's conspiring to do that? Is Trump doing it? Biden doing it? I mean, who's doing it? I mean, it's not open. Nobody's telling you. Black Lives Matter not telling you that. Who's telling you that? I'm telling you that. That's what it says. They're planning your eradication. So how are they doing it? If you're not doing it, that means you fall into the trap. You know, people talking, all that kind of stuff, T.A. Jakes and Trevor O'Donnell, that kind of stuff. They're all demons. But tell them explains to you. Because if you don't understand, that means you're in the trap or you're walking right into it. Because you didn't even know about this till I told you. And you think it's happened to somebody in the past. What did they have you to see? They said they go out to see the whole world. God can make God. When they came out of the bottomless pit, and I told you about that a few minutes ago. That's their plan for you. That's America's plan for you. God, do not be still. Behold, your enemies make an uproar, and those who hate you have exalted themselves. They make shrewd plans against your people. Shrewd plans against your people, and conspire together against your treasured ones. They have said, come, let us wipe them out. Wipe them out. So wipe them out. I mean, can be clearer than that? Wipe them out. So the name of Israel will be no longer remembered. So look at this verse. All the people who descended from Jacob was 70 people. But Joseph was already in Egypt. See, Pharaoh telling you, oh, we're going to inherit the land that we used to be enslaved. Because he should have destroyed Joseph. Because Joseph took over Egypt. But read the story carefully. It was his descendants after him that was enslaved. Pharaoh was switching around to see what he wanted you to see. Or we're going to be mastering the land that was enslaved. That's not that. And that's not the story of Joseph anyway. Because it was people after him that was enslaved, not Joseph. All people, and Joseph died, and all his brothers and all that generation. But the sons of Israel were fruitful and increased greatly, multiplied and became exceedingly great, so that the land was filled with them. I mean, we kept populating. They raped us and everything else. Right? We ain't talking about demons. So it's 17 million strong now. They try abortion, they try everything. None seems to be working. Right? As far as reproduction is concerned. And so it says, new king arose over Egypt. See, who did not know Joseph? He said to the people, listen carefully, behold, the people of sons of Israel are too many and too mighty for us. So you don't know your strength. He said the man in Mark, he was out of control. Nobody could control him. But he had his mind though. So he's beating against himself. See? And too mighty for us. We caused too much pomp for them, right? Come, let us deal shrewdly with them again, right? Otherwise, they will multiply. In the event of war, they will join those who hate us and fight against us and depart from the land. See, they're afraid that if the war comes, that you're going to go inside the enemies, right? And then you're going to escape the land. They want you to leave here because you're hostage, basically. See? Okay. And they appoint taskmasters over them to oppress them with hard labor. Right? They oppressed us, especially so-called not so-called, but Holocaust, right? And they built for Pharaoh's storage cities, Pithom and Ramses, and the more they oppressed them, the more they was multiplied. So that means that we oppressed. That's what's in Abraham covenant, right? Not only will they enslave us, but they oppress us, they afflict us. It doesn't happen to false Israel 4,000 years ago. And then oppress them, and the more they multiply, and the more they spread out, so that they dread. In other words, they hate you more. They're trying to do everything to get rid of you. And Democrats, they're doing everything they can to stop you from procreating. They put you in prison for long sentences, 3 strikes out. You can't procreate there, can you? And they got all this stuff they're giving you. Some of it take and make you sterile. Another place that gets into some other stuff, but I'm going to go into it, right? I don't know if I want to get into that kind of stuff. Eugenics, no, I'm not going to get into that, brothers and sisters. And the Egyptians used violence to compel the sons. They use violence against us. They still do it, right? And they made their lives bitter with hard labor and mortar and brick and all kinds of labor and field. All the labors which they violently had them perform as slaves. See? That means they terrorize. That's what they try to tell you. They terrorize. That means a terrorist nation. Land of home, free, or land of brave, home, free, whatever. Land of free, home, brave. They terrorize. They oppress us. So they violently, that means they couldn't do it. They oppress us to do it. They first can tell you hell was after you die, and that you're going to meet the devils after. When they was the devils, this was hell. Right? And then they terrorize us 24/7. Terrorists, they talk terror. They're terrorized 24/7. You only maintain a system like that with terror. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. And the king spoke to the Hebrew midwives, whom was named whatever, and the other whose name was, and said, when you are helping Hebrew women to give birth, and so, in other words, we're saying abort them. We're saying abort. That's abort. That's the Democratic Party getting abort. Problems don't want you around either. Abort. They tried to abort you. When they couldn't abort you, they throw them into the river. Yeah, I'm saying angel key for that. See, you see here in the river in the sea. See, that's the angel tell you that's a 200 million man army there. That's the war. That's the goat. That's the war coming up with China. See, they want that war. They want a conventional. And they fight to a point where they got rid of all the people. They want to get rid of this. They try to call a storm. They try to call a truce. They was talking about brothers and sisters. During the war, during that war, they didn't want to have a war, a conventional war, where they throw you into it and get you all wiped out because you ain't procreating in prison, right? And women can't procreate if you have a man, so they man's in a prison, right? See? Then you got abortion. And now if you got a war, that wipes out. If they got a 2 million army, that means they got to put almost every person in America out there, and they put mostly you. Let's get rid of that problem, don't it? Come on, brothers and sisters. A few more things I want to say here, then we'll close out. Let me take that out, brothers and sisters. Listen, that should be there. Famine. So that's pretty much it, brothers and sisters. Oops. That's pretty much it, brothers and sisters. The plan is to get rid of you. And they got many ways of thinking about doing it. sterilize you. Thing just went on 2020. You know what I said? Once I said it, right? Robot come, hey, he said that word. He said the word COV, right? ID. I'm talking about designed to destroy you because it wasn't affecting us. That's why he killed the Haitian president because he didn't want to have nothing to do with it. That's just one. But it says a snare, bro. It says they plan to wipe you out, period. So as war starts, right? This war primarily is to get you out of hell out of here. That's why these plagues are coming. And I'm here to wake you up. And it says some of you are not going to wake up in time. Some of you have to go to tribulation. But we're still going to raise a great army that will wake up. And they'll be in the Lamb's Book of Life. We ain't charging anything, no money. We ain't telling you to do anything. We not controlling you, not forcing you to do anything. We're just trying to get your name in the Lamb's Book of Life, brothers and sisters. And try to wake your sisters up, send brothers up. We ain't asking you to do anything, especially sisters. You can understand, brothers and sisters. You need to get out of here. Pharaoh can't work for them. You need to get out of here. Okay? Let's move on to the last part. And see here? That's our situation right now. The demons are neutralizing us, we're neutralizing them. 34 million, but half of the demons, master children. Right? So my job is to make this happen. Because our people are vibrating on a higher level, which they can. Demons can't. They can't operate. So therefore, they have to break loose. And they start moving up, right? It's like a balloon, right? A balloon holding the rock. Balloon's holding the rock up, and the rock's holding the balloon down. Because the string balloon rises up, and the rock falls to the ground. It's happening here. We're going to rise up, get the hell out of here. Because, see, the thing is that Suleiman has been vibrating at a high frequency 30-some years, and higher and higher. It's going to get higher and higher every year. See, and that frequency is causing vibrations of everybody around them. So it's starting to cause the ladders to vibrate, get higher and higher. So the point, because right now, before that, there was vibrating. The demons and devils had vibrating the same level as demons. So it was all locked in, but it was different people. But we had the capability to go higher frequency. They couldn't. So when Suleiman started prophesying higher frequencies, started vibrating higher frequency, and started affecting them, then it causes to separate. Because you got conflict with the frequencies. You got conflicting frequencies. So that's like pressure against each other. So that's what's happening here. And so the demon's going to try to take this country, and we want to get the hell out of this country. And get deeper into the country, right? We got enough energy, and that's where you got to go to tribulation, because you got to get up enough energy. Because not just don't happen, brothers and sisters. I'm putting a hand out for the system. That is very difficult to do, because that goes against, it doesn't really go against mathematics, but it's a very hard, difficult mathematical formula to do that. Because it says, if we just pull them out of here, it wouldn't do any good, because they'd still be crushed, because they got to arrive above this gravitational vortex, right? They keep being crushed. So that's why they got to go to tribulation, to get enough vibration, to get their vibration level. That's why I said to wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb, get their vibration level high enough to escape a gravitational vortex, so they have enough a vibration power, if you will, right? They keep being crushed. Because anything in gravitational, according to gravitational vortex, will have enough structure to withstand the pressures that's coming down. So if they don't do that, they can't get out of here. It won't make sense to get out anyway. Still be crushed. So you know how you see consists out then. That's special. Oh, it's going to be accomplished. See? And give them time to get their structure up. It'll be accomplished. It's not going to be easy, but it will be accomplished, because I already gave my word. Sisters are going. If they want to go, they're going home. I'll protect them. put an umbrella, put a shield over them, keep them being crushed until they can get strong enough to withstand the pressure. Those that are not, those that are really good. Those not, I have to take and make that happen. Okay, we're going to this brown scissors. The mathematics of deception. Now understand, brown scissors, before I close out, I'm going to do this. They're going to attack, right? When the war starts over there, American Britain, right, cast down, right? That starts a famine. Well, it's going to be, right, secretive. Be a famine, right? They're going to try to be civil. They'll be sneakers, in the background, eating people. See? But Suleiman would have food. Because at that point, he would have got rid of, so I want to make this clear. He would have got, at that point, see, when that war breaks out and they fall, that's when Farrakhan and these people cast down. When thrones are cast down, and each day they said, they're cast down, they cast out. So they forced out in the cities. Well, let me back off on that one. They cast out. Because that's the demon state war. They cast out in the cities. Right? They cast down. So Suleiman has control of all the temples, what they call them mosques right now. And so the man from heaven will feed us. Says, remember the story about man from heaven? So we will have food. Those with Suleiman will have food. The demons are going to be cast out. They will try to take it back, but they ain't going to be able to do it. So it'll be a struggle. That's why it'll be a war between us and them. Okay? So at that point in time, right, they're not attacking blacks yet. Not directly. Right? But the demons and the devils are eating the blacks. Right? Because most of the blacks out in the suburbs, right, are from Haiti or Africa, whatever. Immigrants. They're out there. And they're eating them. They're collaborating together. Oh man, come over here. Right? Zimbabwe, whatever, I'm not trying to make funny names, right? But, we don't even know African names anymore. Say, Abu, hey, Abu, come over here. We got some food, man. We got some food. Go ahead, here's the food. Then we work until Esau, right, wakes them up to what's going on, right? And then you got Ahmed, right? He's the one who's got to release the 4 winds. See? So they together, they alert them what's going on. And that's when they attack. They come together and start attacking because they've really been eaten. And they attack. They're attacking everybody. Anybody's black. Anybody's white. They're attacking everybody. Because remember, the demons look like us. And they're working together to eat them. That's when, right? That's what it says, right? That sword that takes people with murder. Everybody's fighting everybody. That's when that happens. That's Armageddon West. We understand, brothers and sisters. That's the attack. See? And that's when you have to flee. That's the resurrection. That one, right, that attacks, that's the first of the 4 winds. But the 4 winds blow, that's when the resurrection takes place. So that's when everybody's fleeing now. Flee to the mountains. Hope to make this clear enough, brothers and sisters. Everybody's flee at that point. See? Because who's attacking? The Levites attacking everybody. Right? So you got the blacks and you got the demons. They attacking, right? They're attacking everybody. It's not them. So they stand down here in full fight, right? While everybody's fleeing to the inner cities. They still in the suburbs, still fighting. See? Open warfare between the African blacks and Asians, all of them over here. Open warfare out in the suburbs, in the cities. And then that's when we're taking those demons back out to the suburbs. But they don't go to the suburbs. They're in between the suburbs and us. So now you got suburbs out there where devils are. They're fighting the Levites. You got us in the cities. You got demons in the middle. And they're united, and we're united. When I showed you, right, when they separate, they're united, and we're united. See, but they have to, that's a demon war, locust war, right? So now they fighting with them out in the suburbs. That goes on 5 months, open warfare. And everybody's hungry, they're eating each other. It's a cannibal war. You don't give up, you get eaten. That goes on 5 months. See? During that time, right, Suleiman is elected to get out of here, and he's also getting the Levites, Elijah's followers, right? He's getting them, it's in the inner cities, prepared to go through tribulation because they ain't ready to go yet. See, Farrakhan had deceived them, so then he got to re-educate them. And at the time, he take the elect out, he has them ready, right? And then they start on their march to the West Coast to get the hell out of here. And we left. It says, Michael take those from the Lamb's Book of Life, but those slept in the dust, to wake up too late, that's Elijah's followers, right? See? They have to go, they have everlasting, one's everlasting shame, problem, one everlasting life. So, but they have to get out of here. So now they go to tribulation, so they wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb. So they do exploits, but they got to go through the tribulation. See, by the time they get to the West Coast, that's when the goat moving in. That's when China and India is embarking on the West Coast. Right? Red Sea. Because why they got there, I'm not going into details, how they got there, they was inspired by Master Muhammad to go there. That's what you have in chapter 17. He put in their hearts to do it, to take down the harlot. So that was the agreement. Say they use their nuclear weapons or anything. That's the agreement. So now they're embarking. Because it says reach out 17. He put in their minds to do it, to take down the harlot. Those 10 kings. Right? See? And to burn down everything else. So but that was agreement. Right? They would see apart. Right? And let the Levites go through. That's how they escape. Then they close in on Pharaoh's armies and take country down. Hold on. We'll put this together for you, brothers. Oh, wow, I got the right sequence, everything, right? Just look at this. And then we close out. Now, I'm showing you, if you multiply those two together, x minus 3 times x plus 3, the result is x squared minus 9. It's a summary. So you take the detail and you got the summary. The detail is x minus 3, x plus 3. The summary is x squared minus 9. Okay? They both equal each other. Now, this mathematics is deception. I think this mathematics uses mathematics of electricity against you. I got presentations out there showing you different types of mathematics they use against you. And you don't know it. Because you're interested in NFL and all this stuff, and Kanye, all that kind of stuff. And that's why I said it'll come as a snare, brothers, because you be sitting there watching Kanye, whatever, this ain't no gas in the oven to be eaten. And you remember me at that point, but it'll be too late then, won't it? Been warned. I'm a watcher. I'm supposed to warn you, and I've been doing it. So here it is. Here's see, both sides equal. Right? Both sides equal. Right? So we're going to say X for, some people probably know more algebra and carrying on, right? So I hope you can understand. Because X is a variable, T is a variable. So we say T represents the time of a certain event. So this event is going to take place in 2023. So we're going to say, right? It says 3 years from now, right? So we're going to put 3 there. We have an event takes place from the time where you are. Say the event is going to take place 3 years from now, right? So we put 3 there and 10. Got 3 years to get there. So T represents 3. X is the time you are right now. So if you're in the first year, if it's 3 years out, you're in the first year, you put 1 there. Second year, you put 2 there. Third year, you put 3 there because now you're at the same time, right? Okay? So that's what happens here. Right. So T represents the event. So we're going to say the event's 2003, and we say we're in 2001, we're 2020. 2023 is the event. 2021 is where we are right now. So you put a 1, the first year towards it in X, and you put 3 in the T. So when you do that, right, well, you get this. So you put 1 year. Now 3 is going to remain the same because the event ain't going to change. It's going to be 2023, right? So, but the time has changed because first year's going to be 1, next year's going to be 2, then 3, right? So put 1 year, so as you get. So you got 1 squared, right? So that comes out to 4. Oh, so I come out 4. They're both equal. Because remember, they're both equal. Both equal. Right? So in 2001, 2021, you put 1 year. So what happens in 2022? You're 2 years out now, right? So you put 2 in there. Okay, now, remember, the T doesn't change because the event is not going to change. It's still by 2023. So now you got, first you had 4. Now you got 5. Everybody got 5. This information. Let me explain this here. We're talking about one is detailed information and one is summary information. One is general information. One is like I say, watch the weather. That's general. There's going to be a hurricane coming in Wednesday, coming at 50 miles an hour from it's 10 o'clock. That's detail. Both of them telling you about the weather. One's giving you a summary. Watch a hurricane's coming, right? Another one telling you details. One says hurricane's coming. Both of them are truth. But one's detailed and one's just summary. Understand that? That's happening over here. So the one on the left is summary. Hey, hurricane's coming. One right is details. Because it's coming at 50 miles an hour. Well, if you will run away from it at 50 miles an hour, then it's not going to bother you. Because you're moving as fast away from it as moving towards you. But let's go to the actual year event the next year. What happened here? Uh-oh. The people who had the summary, they got nothing. They got nothing. The ones on the other, they got something, they got 6. See, they got the information prompted them. If they do something, they build the ark. Say, oh, flood's coming, that's true. But what to do? Build an ark. You need to build like this. Can't build any ark, has to be built this way. Right? So now they got the ark, they got something. They got nothing. They got the flood. But they're gonna die because they had nothing. They had information, but it was no value because it was just a flood coming in, so what? See what I'm saying? Both told you the truth. But one deceived you by thinking you had something, you had nothing. Why I love devil was to give them nothing. You had nothing, you thought you had something. Oh man, a flood's coming in. Oh man, hurricane's coming in. Oh yeah, look man. That's truth. It won't save your life, will you? You have nothing. Right? So you drown or you get blown away or whatever. Right? So say it's a trap. So now you're caught in the trap. The other one, he got out of the trap. Right? So now you got caught in the trap. And the one on detail, they avoid the trap. Right? So now you're alive the next day, but you're in the trap, right? So what happens? This whole formula here, right? So we walk through the whole thing, but let's go to the next one. So what happens here? The next day, 4, the day after. Now you got something, they got something, both equal again. But you in the trap. They're out the trap. See, you got as much information, you know everything you know now, you know. You need to have all, you know everything, you got all the information you may have, but you're in it, there's no doubt you're not doing any good. You know who the devil is, you know who Satan is, you know the angels are, you know hell, you know all that. But it's too late for you. You get as much information to have, but you're caught in a trap. You got caught in the snare. You know all about the snare now. You know it's just about the snare as that one does, but you inside and the outside. You understand, brothers and sisters? It's all kinds of deception. You got deception, just total lies. That's the devil. You got deception of falsehood. That's demons. Then you got deception just telling you the truth. Like Farrakhan, he's a chief demon. He's doing this one. He's telling the truth. Yeah, Armageddon, all this stuff. The plague, he tells you 7 months late. See? But no details. He's never getting details. So he said, I'm telling you the truth. But he's not getting details. Armageddon, what are we supposed to do? If this is Armageddon, what are we supposed to do, Pharaoh? Huh? If this Armageddon, you say Armageddon already started, what's Armageddon all about? Isn't it probably a nuclear war? According to you, that's the war in all wars, right? There'd be nuclear war, there'd be a chemical war, all that stuff probably going on in Armageddon. So if it already started, how come it still ain't going on? And if it is going on, how come they ain't telling you what to do about it? And how you know it's going to happen? A nuclear bomb ain't going to blow up there tomorrow. And you say the war's already started, so if it already started means anything can happen. They can drop atomic bombs there tomorrow. They can have them drop one now. They can put biological weapons out there right now. They can do all this stuff right now. The war's already started, right? You said the war's already started? So it means all this stuff be happening. It can happen any second. What is he telling you how to do with it? Or just believe in him. Just obey him. Go in your secret chambers and pray. Really? You understand? If you understand this, brothers and sisters, and the problem is, I'm going to leave it here. The problem is that, see, those of you most of you that was with Elijah is gone. I was with Elijah from 70 to 75. Most of it are gone. But see, the problem is, and some doors or whatever, the problem is he had you vibrating high level, but you was vibrating off of his vibration.
Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio. Welcome to the INJIL Radio.
Assalamu alaikum. Sulman Rahim here. The judge mentioned the covenant, breaking the 7 seals, the crusher. Welcome, brothers and sisters. This is part 2 of the apocalypse. Part 2. See here? Part 2 of the apocalypse, brothers and sisters. Several parts to it. It's about 12, 13 parts, I believe. I intend to do, time permitting, one per weekday. It's a special I'm doing on the weekend. Part 2, I may do a reduction part 1. I've done it a couple of times, but I'm not totally satisfied because I want you to be very clear. Part 1 is very important because it leads you up to the apocalypse. Now let's get some definitions straight here, brothers and sisters. See, because, Louis Eugene Rounds, Farrakhan, our backwards legion. See, he's applying the mathematics of deception on you. He doesn't know the mathematics of it, but he's doing it. So somebody must be writing the script for him, or whatever. Because just because, everything they do is mathematical. They may not know the mathematics of it, but we do the mathematics. And the point is that our mathematics is driving their mathematics. And so they may not be aware of the people, they're not aware of the mathematics, but they're still being, like we weren't aware of the mathematics was affecting us for the last 20 years, but still was affecting us. You might be aware of gravity, or gravity still will pull you down. So you can identify what Farrakhan's doing in the mathematics of deception. Perhaps I'll talk about that again at the end of this. Now, I've been talking about it quite a bit lately, and I'm going to probably keep on bringing it up because it's very important, brothers and sisters, because you need to understand the mathematics of deception. See, we speak mathematical terms here, and if you notice, lately I'm speaking more and more mathematically to you, because eventually that's going to be the only language there is. That's the only true language there is. You say Arabic is the grammar. The only true language, the only true religion is mathematics. But see, apocalypse and Armageddon is two different things. But see, Farrakhan learned long ago, he can tell you, the people that's listening to him, he can tell them anything. He pulled crap out of his ass and said, "Cold honey," and at first they might say, "Oh man, I can't taste it," but then they got used to it now. It's honey. They say it's honey, it must be honey. Because he knows the people that he knows his audience. He knows either demons, idiots, or total dummies. He knows that. He knows his audience. See, agents not listening. They in there to keep the program going. They kind of get dissatisfied him now because he's supposed to stop all this. He's supposed to neutralize everything like Muhammad taught. See? And he said he would make war with the saints and overcome them. But how was he able to do that? See, the thing is, you understand, I'm trying to speak in language of vibrations now, because that gets closer to the true mathematical expression. Pressure, right? Pressure like learning the multiplication table. And vibrations like learn how to multiply. See, there's deeper into it. First you learn one, then you go deeper. So when you get into vibration, you start multiplying, you start add, subtracting, and because pressure is pretty much add, subtraction. When you get vibration, you get the multiplication, division, you get all kinds of more complicated things. See, and the thing is, he's vibrating on the same frequency as his daddy is. His father's a devil. So he never understood what Elijah Muhammad taught anyway. He never understood anyway. And that's what makes him so effective, right? Because he's going to, see, in other words, if they just took a hypocrite, see, he's not really a hypocrite. Hypocrite would have been someone that believed, understood it, and turned away from it. But he never understood it. We can call him a hypocrite, but he's not really a hypocrite. He's just a demon. Because he never understood what Elijah Muhammad taught anyway. Because what he's saying is pretty much the way he saw it. Because he's operating on lower frequency. And when you operate on lower frequency, then you're not going to pick up the vibrations. Or, in other words, say for instance, you got a sequence, right? Okay, so you got the whole sequence, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10, right? 21, whatever, right? So you got the whole sequence. Let's say a person on lower vibration, they can't pick up all those. So they pick up every other one. So they pick up all the odd numbers. even numbers 2, or odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7. See, they don't pick up 2. They don't pick up even numbers. They don't even hear them. They don't even know they exist. They say that white man can't jump, right? Okay, they don't hear those vibrations. They don't hear those musical tones. See, you think they hear, they don't hear them. Like a colorblind person, they don't see all the colors. They don't see the colors they see, and you don't know that, and they don't realize it until they mess around and maybe get tickled. I thought, if somebody do a test, realize, hey, they don't see all those colors. And they don't hear, because the music, our music dominates the world because it's comprehensive. But everybody's not beating and harmonizing, right, like we are, because they don't hear all that. Like, a dog have a dog whistle. You don't hear what you don't hear dog. I mean, you can hear that whistle, but you can't. You have to understand that, brothers and sisters. We're all different people. So they don't hear all those tones and things that you hear, all vibrations. They don't hear them all. They might have you might hear all 1 through all 21, and all they hear is the odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7. See? So Farrakhan never saw the whole thing. He saw what he saw. And this makes it so effective because if he was a hypocrite, he might be lying to you and everything, but he'd still be vibrating on that level of Elijah Muhammad. So he wouldn't have been that effective. See? Because he's still been vibrating. So you still pick up vibrations, but you just be, you'd be trying to confuse them. But still, no, he'd still be getting out the same vibrations because that's the level he's vibrating on. So he can try to confuse it and try to say something else, but he still be vibrating. And I think too deep here for you, bro. Is that? But he's effective because he's actually vibrating on a lower level. And what he's saying in his mind, it may be absolutely true. He may actually be thinking exactly that's what Elijah Muhammad thought. Because that's what he saw. See? That's what he saw it. So he's going to translate everything in that way. Because devils ain't devils anymore. Like Muhammad never said anything like that. But he'll find something here that justifies that. That's what makes it so effective. So the thing is that, we can't lift them up, but they can pull us down. You can't make someone whose natural, his frequency, his natural frequency, say 5. You can't make him a 6. His natural frequency is 5. He can go down. He can't go up. He can go higher than that. That's how much we went down, right? They brought us down, but we can rise back up. That's what's saying Nebuchadnezzar and Daniel, right? He come back up. But those, they at their highest frequency right now. They can't go any higher. But now, people that can't go higher, now they rise to a higher frequency. Higher frequency is also greater pressure. So greater pressure destroys lower pressure. It's a mind war. I keep telling you, it's a mind war. I'm trying to get deeper and deeper and deeper into it for you brothers and sisters. And I heard a couple of sisters that was elaborating on that. It was very good. They seem to understand it. You understand, brothers and sisters? So he's effective because, he's up on that level, and so he's pulling you down with Dianetics and all this stuff. Sunnism, because Sunnis are fighting on lower frequency too. It was effective 1,400 years ago because it raised everybody's frequency up to the level they are right now. See? But then they was overcome by devils who could operate on a higher frequency. Let me say it's critical. Maybe I should jumped into something here. For 6,000 years, we're still going to be, that 6,000 year period, right? We'll still be under Adam's frequency. See? But Adam has to apply discipline to maintain his highest state of frequency. His highest state of frequency is 6. But it has to have discipline state, because otherwise he'll keep going back down. He needs discipline to keep up to 6. That's the highest level he can attain. And every time he stops his discipline, he starts falling back down. So the problem Muhammad did is to bring the frequency of the Arabs up to the level of the devils, right? Who had fallen. See? Because they was by them, because he was above them. But if they apply discipline, they get back above them again. That's exactly what happened. Because they start discipline, they start going to mathematics, they rose above them again. And the students can't do anything with them. As long as they apply their discipline. But now their discipline is slipping again. And so now they have to control themselves. That's where all this immorality, all this sexual perversion, all that kind of stuff comes in. That's you can't discipline yourself, you can't discipline your appetites. Right? Then everything goes. Eat anything. If you're extremely hungry, eat anything. You can't discipline your appetites. That's what all that's about. So you're losing discipline. So that's why now they're declining again. So I hope I made that clear, brothers and sisters. See, he brought them up to a level, right? To above. In other words, Rome was declining. They went to Catholicism. So their discipline was weakening. Right? They didn't have to do anything. It was everything. They just pray and just call on Jesus and all that kind of stuff, right? So their discipline fell, and so that gave a room right there, right? They gave an opening to operate, to occupy that level. Okay, let me say it another way. Say your level of frequency for Adam, what was anywhere from 1 to 10, right? See. And that frequency is his highest level. 10 is his highest level, right? So when he got maximum discipline, he can rise up to 10. But he can't go any higher than that, right? Okay, so, and everybody else, because of energy deprivation, was operating on a lower level than 10. See, they had the ability to go higher, but they didn't have the energy. And the energy to maintain your frequency. And frequency is energy. The more energy you have, the more frequency, if you had the ability to increase it. Otherwise, right, you're increasing the amplitude or you increase something else, but you're not increasing the frequency. So everybody else was on a lower level because they have enough energy, right, to achieve any higher frequencies. So Adam, with discipline, he could maintain a 10. He never really got to a 10, right? He got close, right? He never really got 10. He never got to his maximum ability. But say, right, he was operating at 9 or 8. Say he was operating at 8, right? And everybody else was operating down here at 6, right? But they had the ability to go higher. But then he fell. He started falling, right? That's they were in the Dark Ages. They left an opening, right, for the Arabs applying discipline to move in that area right in there. Not above the 10, right? 7 or 8. Because you had fell down about 5 or 4 or 5. So they could move right in that little area right there. See? And they could hold it as long as these stay here. But if these start applying discipline again, they were above them and push them back. They'd be above them. And that's what happened. Because for 1,000 years, they was able to hold it. There was a hold them down. But then, it says in the Quran, right, that wall will be broken down. So, because it says Adam will be taught. He'll be taught and given discipline. And once he done that, he moved back up so Arabs had about 6, and now as they moved to a 7. With their mathematics and everything else, and now they're back in control again. And what nothing Arabs could do, because they was operating at level 6 or 7. And up there 8 or 9, somewhere, you understand the point, right? As long as they deal with their mathematics and discipline, they could hold it. No one could do anything about it. Unless they had more energy. And we were suffering energy deprivation, so we didn't have the energy to do anything. And so long as they held that discipline and everything, they could hold, and they did. They held down the whole world for 500 years. And now discipline, part of the reason why they're losing discipline, because the pressure on them, and it's hard to be disciplined when you're under a lot of pressure. See? So that's another reason why they're losing discipline. So now they're sinking down below. And now you see others, like China, operating a higher frequency, and it's pushing them down. Everybody else is rising. But China, right, the Orient, they will be first. Because they operate on low frequency too, but higher frequency than them. So in other words, if you say 2 Europeans, 4 China, let's say 5 Europeans, 10 China, 15 Asia, 20 Africa, and 25 us, right? See? But everybody's operating lower than 5. But now, it's enough energy to move up to 6. So that means what? The whole world is coming after America. The whole world is coming after it. That's what the whole world's coming after it. And nothing they can do about it. There's nothing they can do about it. Nothing. All they can do is try to trick you into, right, misusing your energy, self-imposed energy deprivation, now using it to increase your frequency. NFL, video games, vaping and all that stuff, drugs. But that wouldn't last for so long. Because you need that many to rise above it. That's what happened, brothers, bouncers, in a nutshell. Hope you understand. Okay, this here we see lion versus bear. That's the last word, apocalypse. See, the apocalypse is a comprehensive. See, Farrakhan had Bible to look at it. He don't look at it. I say, we need to look up this stuff. Because the people with him, he can say anything. He's not scripturally correct in anything. It's anything. Because the people with him are demons. Right? Or idiots. Right? Or just outright dummies. So that's apocalypse is destruction of whole reality. Look up the definition, destruction of whole reality. But Armageddon is just a war during the apocalypse. It's just a war during the apocalypse. It's not a war in all wars. It's a war. There's many wars. There's a war in a lot of days. There's a lot of wars. That's what we're going to talk about. We're talking about the apocalypse and all the things that's involved in the apocalypse. See, because all these things together will bring down this whole civilization. So apocalypse, all these things together. That's what destroys whole reality and bring a new reality to make all things new. So Armageddon is just a battle, right? In the apocalypse. Okay, brothers, let's move on. Countdown to apocalypse. Now, in the first one I did countdown, right? The first one I said I may go over again. I gave the countdown to the apocalypse. The apocalypse starts with the war in the Middle East. That's when it starts. See? And I gave the countdown to it. So now we're going to talk about the first, right? The first act, the first event that kicks off the apocalypse. See, first I did the countdown to the apocalypse. Now we're going to talk about, right, the first event of the apocalypse. That's the war in heaven, which triggers the apocalypse. Okay? Because the apocalypse hasn't started yet. First I did the countdown to it. Now, my calculations based on chapter 11 means the apocalypse will start this year between June and July. So we're near there, right? It's April, May. Within 90 days, the apocalypse will start. And when it starts, it'll be earth-shaking. It won't be you don't have to look around and try to figure out what's going on. It'll be going on, and it's going to affect the whole planet. The whole planet's going to be, it's going to be like the shock of the hour. The whole planet, it would touch every place on this planet. No one go untouched. I don't care how, you might be in the deepest Amazon or the darkest jungle. I don't care. Or you can be the coldest north, right? And icicles, and every part of this planet can be touched. Because whole reality is coming to an end. And that's going to be the first stage of it. The war in heaven. That's Master Muhammad. He's going to trigger the apocalypse. Suleiman's prophesizing about the apocalypse. No one has prophesied about the apocalypse before. He's about Armageddon, all kind of stuff. No, Suleiman will prophesy about the apocalypse, and Master Muhammad will take and initiate it. Sign of Jonah. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. But first, brothers and sisters, get out. Oh, that mean get out don't mean it's not going to affect you. No, get out. It's going to affect you, but you want to be here. Because this is sinner. This is apocalypse sinner. And you don't want to be here. You don't want to be here, brothers and sisters. When Babylon falls, America's about to blow. You don't want to be here. You don't want to be here. If this message bothers you, or you don't like the way I look, or somebody, just get out of here. Just take a chance. Just get out. Don't be around here June and July. Don't be around. Don't be near this place. Be in Africa someplace. Don't go to Europe. Just be gone. Take vacation, anything. Okay. Because remember when 911 came up, they closed the doors. You couldn't get out of here. When they closed the doors, you ain't getting out, brothers and sisters. And you think it's going to be hell on earth here. The Bible tells you it's hell on earth. Cannibalism. That's going to be cannibalism. I mean, it's total cannibalism here. It's going to be no food here. And there's no water. How do you think you get water here? Water comes from you, they pump it in. If there's no oil, there's no water. So you be drinking blood. Whose blood? Get out. Get out. Say, come on, get out of my people. Read it, chapter 18. After these I saw angels stepping down out of heaven, having authority great. Earth was lighting up out of the glory of him. He cried out in a strong voice, saying, she fell Babylon the Great. That's talking about America. And she became dwelling place of demons. Demons, dwelling place of demons. Demons, that's real people. Spirits don't dwell and attitudes and all that kind of stuff. So that's what fire comes down to. He's a chief demon. A demon is the chaff that the wicked person in Scripture sowed amongst the wheat. As the devil's seed, he sowed in our women. Those his children. They might have our complexion, but they're his children. They're demons, half devil, half man. That's what demon means, right? And it became dwelling place of demons and prison. Every spirit unclean in prison, every bird unclean have been hated because of the wild anger, fornicating her, have fallen all the nations. Who is calling all the nations stumble and fall? There's only one country doing that. It's America. America's the only one that fulfills the prophecy of 666. They're the only one that only one sanction everybody. Only one sanction everybody. That's what it says. They were sanctioned. That would be a weapon. Sanction. 666. You can buy yourself. Who is doing that? You don't have to. You don't need a calculator. You don't need a computer to figure out when our brothers and sisters. You just know these hanky preachers and all that kind of stuff. Because they're demons. They're master's children. House Negroes. That's the ones they allowed in the house. All these people, they live in the house. And the whole idea, they love Massa. And listen to the way they talk. They hate you. Farrakhan hates you. Oh, you're so sinful. But he loved the devils. Because he's one of them. He follows the devil. Hmm? They may have a skin tone, but they ain't us. Hmm? And so, who's doing those six? Who's doing a section in the world? Only one country doing it. So how could you go wrong with that one? 66, oh, you got a tattoo or something. No. You don't have to go through all that detail. That's just distraction. America is that beast. 666. If you worship America, you got the mark. If you worship America, you got the mark, 666. If you worship, let me say it again. If you worship America, America, great, right? America, us. We, all this stuff, right? I'm a good American. I love America, all this stuff. Shooting the flag. You got the mark. And I said, what happened to you? See? So if that's too complex, too simple for you, that's too complicated for you, that's your problem. If you out here floating the flag and all this stuff, fighting for America, that stuff right there, because if you're demon, that's what you can have no choice anyway. But then you got the mark. You got the mark. Because if you don't, right, all of a sudden you can't buy or sell. Now they put you in jail, you're a traitor, right? They deplatform and everything else. Put sanctions on you. You see demons running, oh man, I love America and everything else. That's what he did to us. So understand, brothers and sisters, if you do all that, I'm American, got the flag, got the cross, that kind of stuff, right? Because the cross didn't free us. It didn't save us. It enslaved us. Come on, I'm saved. The cross didn't saved us and enslaved us. They did all this evil under the banner of the cross. Kill, steal, and destroy. How did this country stole it? What do it have as a genocide? What do it has destroyed us as a people? And the Constitution still says we three-fifths human. Now you're going to tell me, and who did it? The people that's carrying the cross. They did it in the name of Jesus, carrying their cross. So you're going to tell me that's a righteous God there? And then what the hell did you don't get me started. What the problem you got with Satan then? If that's the way Jesus rolls, what problem you got with Satan? Because that's when you lose away from Satan. It said nobody that works. And the picture they give you, it says Satan will appear as an angel of light. That picture don't look anything like the Jesus that the Bible talks about. Skin is bronze. Skin don't look bronze to me. Yeah, like lamb's wool. Well, lamb's wool to me. That's Satan. Masquerades as an angel of light. America 666. False Israel, Antichrist. That's simple. It's simple. And we're 144. We are the streets of Abraham for 400 years of abject slavery, oppression, Holocaust, 1619, 2019. That's why it's coming all up. Theory. We move on, bro. Says I want to get. I want to keep these things short because there's a whole series. I want to get through them, right? Because I'm gonna get you updates. So when this hit, in a few more days, you'll be well aware, have thorough knowledge of what you need to do. Because that's my job to get thorough knowledge of stuff. That's why I'm revealing stuff I never revealed before, right? So you have total understand what's going on. Because see, I told you the mathematical deceit. He's showing these generalities. When apocalypse hit, you're gonna realize you have no knowledge at all. So you think you got it, and then when the event happens, you're gonna find out. We might talk about that if I get around to it. You have no knowledge at all. That's mathematics. You said, well, okay, I'm gonna show you. It's not a trick either. See, because a lot of fornication have fallen all the nations. Who's calling all the nations? Who's dictating all the nations? Who's dictating all the nations? And King of Earth with her committed fornication. See, King of Earth represents European countries, right? And travel merchants of capitalism, right? And Earth, power, unreigned luxury of her became rich. America and Europeans are richest on the earth, right? Who else is the richest? They claim. I mean, how can you miss this, right? And I heard other voices of heaven say, come out of our people. Come out. Come out. Get out. Right? And what you should not share in the sins of her and now the plagues of her. The sins of her is what you're doing is trying to keep you from getting knowledge yourself and vibrating on a frequency to overcome the gravitational vortex. That's the sin. Like I said, self-imposed energy deprivation. They put distractions in front of you. Oh man, here's Oprah. Here's Kanye. Right? Here's videos. Here's NFL, NBA. See, here's Empire. All stuff in front of you, right? What you're taking and like you give a child $1 million. Child stupid, it won't last long. He's going to spend all over the place. One are going to invest it, and one are going to take this and blow it. And so you got energy now to take control. And they try to get you to blow it, just exploit it. Doing everything. Walk around naked, hair on nappy, pants, ass hanging out, right? Don't know a damn thing. Couldn't tell you how much 5 times 9 divided by 5 is without a calculator. They're doing this on purpose. They get you to stumble into destruction. Some of you ain't stumbling, you run into it. That's what it means, there's sins. See, sin is when you go against yourself. That's what sin is. They get you to go against. But that's what happened. Remember, that's what was going on with the man in Mark. He was power, because Elijah Muhammad gave him power. Nobody controlled him. Because he gave him that knowledge, nobody controlled him. But he was beating against himself. He was beating himself up. He lost his mind. They took control of his mind. The demons did. They got control of his mind. He was beating himself up. He was sinning. He was blowing his power. That's what they're doing. And Farrakhan, he's the main one that got to do it. That's his whole job. But they getting pissed off him because this mess here wasn't supposed to happen. He's supposed to shut all this down. They were out him themselves in a minute because they get pissed off at him. Because they gave him support and security and everything else. Oh, You think those so-called NOI over the FOI was securing Farrakhan and the MGT? You think so? No, the devils was securing Farrakhan. They got 24-hour security around him. You can't see from the back, from the distance, but some of those so-called FOI around him, they're really agents. You don't follow Elijah Muhammad. They're agents. The forms of the why keep an eye on him and also provide security for him. Get out. Because the plagues are coming. You already hit one plague already hit you. See? That was a warning. 2020, 1619, or 2019, that's 40 years, and then immediately after that the plagues will start. Kill the firstborn, which is the elderly, but pass over. And the thing is, you better go check it out, brothers and sisters. It wasn't killing us, it was killing the demons. It wasn't killing us. They got you sick. But they would tell, oh man, you're dropping like fly. That was a big lie. Wait, I'm not going to, brothers and sisters, because so I say they want any excuse to keep you from getting this message. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Apocalypse 2, this second one. Remember the first one was the timeline, right? So what's Apocalypse 2? What's that about? One heaven. That's what triggers the apocalypse. Apocalypse 1 is what leads up to the apocalypse. Apocalypse 2, right? Part 2. One heaven what triggers the apocalypse. Because you got to lead up to it, arm it, then you got to trigger it. Right? And that, based on my study and everything, based on what Angel says, the timeline there, we can expect to happen between June and July this year. It's a couple months from now. The war in heaven. Read chapter 12, the war in heaven. See? Where's that? Farrakhan said, oh, the war of Armageddon. What about this war, Farrakhan? How come you mention this one? You never mentioned this one, have you? Because you don't have no idea what it means. Okay? And occurred war in heaven, this is chapter 12, right? The Michael, that's Master Muhammad. Angels of him, that's the Shia. Those was angels, right? What was the dragon? That's House of Sod and God, Magog and Antichrist. America, Britain, and false Israel, right? And they got war's about to break out right there. Right? They tell you if you watch the news, you know war's about to break out in Europe, about to break out in China, it's about to break out in the Middle East. I've been saying for 30 years that's where it's going to go down. Those three places, but I tell you, I go further than that. See, nobody even told you that 30 years. Nobody told you 5 years ago. Even 3 years ago, nobody told you that. I've been telling you 30 years. You got go out to YouTube. It's out there. Everything's out there. I don't have to make up my own. Get rid of my archives. But now that I give you a general, I say who's going to go first and what's going to trigger the next one. How each one is going to be triggered. The first one is going to go is a war in heaven. That's going to kick off the apocalypse, right? Now define who else in detail. Not only that war in heaven, that in chapter 12, I tell you where heaven is, and who the players are in detail. Michael's master from Muhammad, his angels, right, are the Shia. Iran is Syria. Identify them. And who's the dragon? House of Sod. Who's his angels? Who, right? America, Britain, false Israel. That's the clash about to happen. I'm telling you, going multi, I'm telling you the time frame saying between June and July. This year. Now, what's going to happen in between June and July? When? One of these years we're going to be in 1 June and July. That's not what's happening here, brothers and sisters. You in detail. I'm stand by it. See? And they failed. They couldn't win. They lost. Because Master Muhammad is in that battle. That's when he's going to first be made. Because they're trying to say, those UFOs, so-called UFOs, they was somebody last night on TV, right? They think they spy ships from other planets, from some other civilization.